On the back of the worst day for stocks since October of last year, futures trying to get back to the upside ever so slightly here this morning ahead of comments from President Trump, or speech actually, from President Trump coming up here this morning over in Davos. We'll bring that to you live or anything that can move the market. Meanwhile, yeah, that's how the S&P 500 looks right now. Netflix, the big headline this morning to the downside, basically at the lows right now. As we get earnings after the close last night, if you were with us, we brought you the numbers, we brought you the forecast, and that's the problem. Forecast a little bit weak, specifically pointing to higher costs for producing content, also the potential for higher costs surrounding closing this Warner Brothers deal. So we'll dig through that. Metals absolutely screaming once again this morning, both gold and silver back to highs. Rahim Alani going to join us this morning, talk a little bit about both. Coming up at about 8:30 or 8:40, but lots to talk about. UAL as well, a little bit of a beat. I mean, it's not really doing much here this morning, but to the upside for United Airlines on, hey, guess what? More people buying nice seats on airplanes once again seems to be the story.
Yeah, it's not a surprise there, Brendo. You and I have talked a lot about that, whether it's Delta or American. You know, they're really focusing on the higher margin product, and of course, that higher margin product happens to be premium. Well, not premium economy, but business class. You guys know what I mean. But yeah, Netflix really, really weak here. Brendo, 7%, looking almost at that $80 level. There's an NVIDIA headline as well. Jensen making his way over to China, as well as another acquisition, an inference acquisition this time around, no longer trading. Gold and silver both making big moves. And hey, let's not forget about nat gas. Kind of hard to forget, given that it's
freezing.
Basically a fridge or a freezer outside. Another 11.5% for UNG up on the morning.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a move like this. It's been a while since we've had cold like this, I feel like, as well. So we'll talk about nat gas. Here's Nike as well, just reading more on these details. A little bit of a executive rearranging for Nike. That was out after the close last night as well. Didn't really do much on this, but back downside right now for Nike. Some of the banks moving around here this morning. JP Morgan with a headline of its own, back to the lows. Had a pretty ugly day yesterday. It's worth noting some of the gains that we saw yesterday in yields continuing this morning, especially on the long end of the curve, 10, 30-year back to the upside. Dollar was slightly higher ahead of the speech from Trump this morning. I mean, this could go a whole bunch of different ways. I think we'll have to see which way he takes it. But, I mean, I was just reading a headline that Christine Lagarde walked out of a meeting with some high-ranking Trump officials this morning as well, I guess, afternoon over there. But, I mean, this could go many, many ways today.
Yeah. Schwab as well reported this morning. Yeah. But I talked to you off camera about our Prime Minister Mark Carney's speech yesterday at the WBC. And his position was this, Brendo. He's trying to categorize a group of countries. Let's include Canada among them, maybe France, Germany, you know, these, what he's calling middle countries. And these middle countries, according to Prime Minister Mark Carney, are trying to kind of gain favor with the United States by competing against one another. Oh, I'll drop my tariffs on this. Oh, I'll lower this for you. Just give me a good deal. His position is, hey, let's offer a third avenue rather than, you know, the people who want to side with China, the people who want to side with the United States. Let's offer a third path where the middle countries don't compete against one another, but compete, or basically compete against what he's calling the great powers.
Yeah.
Interesting take, very theoretical. My concern is when he meets with President Trump, having labeled the United States as almost an adversary because they're going to compete against them, how does that work with President Trump, especially after allowing Chinese electric vehicles, which was not well received south of the border?
Yeah,
at all.
It's bold, as you said, you know, the direction he's trying to go here. But, I mean, he straight up came out and said, what used to be is not coming back.
Exactly.
So everyone needs to get used to the new world order. Yeah, the screen giving us a little bit of issues this morning. We'll get that going, though. Morning, guys. Lots to talk about today.
Yeah, good morning. And darkness is spreading.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just saying, it's you don't realize how good it is until it's off, you know.
Yeah, and even like it's...
Ramin did something.
And yesterday was absolutely fantastic new look for the all-new aftermarket to cover those disappointing Netflix earnings. Well, I mean, the earnings weren't necessarily disappointing, but the reaction, I suppose, would be disappointing. So thank you, everybody, for sticking around for that. It feels like we're, I don't know, a little bit the same, right? Like the market looks tepid, weak this AM, but heck, if you held gold overnight, you're gapping up pretty much what it did Friday to yesterday, and another gap up, which is interesting because it wasn't that crazy of an up day if you looked intraday. Like most of the moves have been coming overnight for that, so it looks pretty strong. On the flip side of things, Bitcoin is at 88K. So lost 90 yesterday. Okay, it's bouncing back and almost at 89 now that I look at it. ETH under 3,000. So crypto's still weak, metal's still strong, nat gas going absolutely ham. Tech still looks a little tepid as well. And yeah, Netflix seems like it's all about the overhang of Warner Brothers. Down 7% almost exactly. So a little bit worse than what we left off. I wanted to see if they didn't really say much in the call that was going to maybe assuage you. And in some light guidance a little bit as well, but not very good for Netflix. It's not the best start, but the bigger earnings names obviously are going to come next week. We have Intel on Thursday, or tomorrow, I should say. But yeah, already 0 for 1 in terms of the bigger names. Reaction to a beat.
Yeah, down 7%. Not a great look there, as we talked about some of the interest with, there's Neil, some of the forward guide, right? So we'll have to see. But yeah, $81. We're going to probably play that off of 80. We're just going to see what happens when it gets down to that $80 mark. I don't think this whole Davos thing is going to be, he's arriving now in Davos. I don't really think that's going to be a huge market mover, only because I'm pretty certain the market is already negative on whatever he's going to be saying. But I mean, if it switches the flips the switch a little bit here and maybe starts talking more positively about potentially coming up with a deal and something with Greenland, and maybe pulls back on some of the tariff talk, then I could see something going on there. Gold up, silver down. So a little bit of an interesting play here. I was almost thinking about this top and wondering if we short that against $86. We'll see silver today, although we've shorted it before and it's worked temporarily and then not worked after that. 50. I mean, that's another play right here. That's literally at $50 right now. So we'll see as well. But yeah, I don't know. I thought it was interesting what Carney was saying as well. But I had read about how well it's constructed and all that kind of stuff, and how well he spoke. So she was watching it when I got home. It sounded pretty good for Canada and the rest of the mid-countries, how well it's going to last. And as Sharif said, as we talk to President Trump personally, and he's not going to probably like some of the things that were said. NVIDIA, some of these American companies just keep on pushing higher, right? I mean, we got to respect what NVIDIA's been doing over the last 5-6 years. Look what Bob is doing as well. They secure a power deal there in China. So it's written down on the list here, up 3%. Music a little bit high there. The dollar today, Bitcoin is 9,000. The Japanese yield crazy yesterday. You mentioned nat gas today, which is slash
10%
February or March now. 50 cents. Yeah, 10% starting to really get going. I mean, it is freezing around here. And it's too easy. It's you knew the weather was going to go long. Nat gas, we knew about that over the weekend. So that's giving you a nice little bump up there. That's the only reason for that. Watch. Stocks like Boyle, things like that, where you can get Boyle. Here it is right here. Get some take on this if you didn't want to trade gas. It's up 22% here on this ETF as well. So yeah, comments from Trump here. So watching names like CRML maybe today could be some critical metals. If this Greenland sort of gets escalated even more, this could start to go. Stocks maybe. I don't know. I don't think we're at that stage yet. There's nat gas as well. There's Palantir as well at flat on the day. But I don't know. Some different things to look at.
I didn't even realize. We never really trade nat gas. But it's, if you're here trading, like you can trade on the NYMEX for sure. And if you looked at yesterday, it just specifically like, right off the bat at the open, like $3 just kind of held this $3 level. Like look at the VWAP hold, and the structure looks pretty good. I might start taking a closer look at this because when it's moving, and people call it the widowmaker. I know Michael was talking about NatGas for potential bounce play, but if it can do what it did after the open, which is find obvious support and put in the higher low at VWAP, the trend can be played for sure. You think it's cold now? I saw what they were talking about for Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be, I think we're going to get past minus 30 with the wind chill on Saturday.
The wind chill on that. It was.
Yeah, this morning it's like minus 20 with the wind chill, but hey man,
is it?
it's just, that just is what it is. You know, it's part of winter. Hopefully we turn the corner soon because I'm not the biggest fan.
It's starting to snow a little bit. I mean, as long as there's no snow outside, I feel like it's fine.
Some today, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's controllable. I don't know, the driving and the walking. You know, if it's cold outside, you just wear warmer clothing. I feel like that's fine.
Going the long john.
Yeah, I don't actually want to pair of long johns, but I probably should.
I'm kidding because it was one day Obi was like, oh yeah, long johns
I'm
on.
sure he
and
was.
but it wasn't cold out. Like this was like months ago, and it was.
Oh, okay. So he's probably wearing.
I don't know,
he's
like
probably
zero.
wearing them
like,
today.
Like if you do that when it's 0, what do you do when it's minus 20? But
You stay inside.
well, we'll be staying inside as much as we can when it's that cold. But you can't stay inside, do whatever. You can't avoid the volatility. It's certainly back. That's another thing worth watching. You know, we look at UVXY oftentimes here because that's a real trading. What you can trade, you can talk about the VIX. We backed off a little bit from yesterday's highs, but the thing changing. The market all morning was buy. You know, you saw that reaction, and really off 9:30, you did see mostly a downward trend in volatility. But when it flipped the switch midday, it was relentless bidding. So just watch out. If we take out some of those highs, it's probably not a good thing for the overall market. We're back under 20 on the VIX, UVXY here at about 41. So it is going to be worth watching 100%. I also see even on our screen, which is now working again, that is awesome. Thanks for getting it back up there. I see some small cappers for Sharif. Two that we know, Veru and, now SOU ends up there, but I saw Veru, I saw Xena was another mover. So there was lots of small cap opportunity. There always are. And sometimes it'll be thematic because you'll be able to find not just, biofarm names which were running around yesterday, but you can also find some in the crypto space. You can also find some definitely related to the metals, although critical metals is a bit of a disappointment. What's got your eye today, Sharif?
I haven't had a thorough look yet, Neil, but SLGB is leading the way here in terms of percentage change this morning, 181%. SLGB, let's throw that on there. We'll take a quick gander and see what this one's looking like. I like to look at the 5 mainly. This is really good structure here. Nice breakout in the aftermarket yesterday at around 530. It kind of continues on. Higher lows, higher highs, above VWAP. Neil looks like it's trying to hold that 3.25 where VWAP is. Good structure certainly on this one, but these have a way of breaking down, Brendo. But by the time the bell rings, sometimes they continue. There was a couple of good continuers yesterday at the midday show, but kind of an exception, not the rule.
Yeah, definitely the one to put on your list if you're looking for those. So far today, J&J, meanwhile, downside as well. Just made a new low. Not a lot of volume. Basically any volume at this point behind J&J, but earnings, okay, the forecast looks to be the issue here. It's back down to 210. If you zoom out though on J&J, this is another one that's had quite the run up on a higher time frame. Yep. I mean, I just went out to a weekly chart here. I'll bring it over. We basically ended the day yesterday at the highs, coming back in here this morning on this report, but this thing's been looking great since last year.
Really good, especially after they kind of got that whole talcum powder lawsuit cancer thing. The chart's been looking a lot better. Good Q4 2025 earnings per share came in at 246. That's up about 21% year over year, and that beat the consensus estimate. Sales, their revenue, guys, about a little bit more than $24.5 billion. That's also a 9.1% increase in beating the 24.16. Their also guiding decent here for full year 2026. We're saying basically about $100 billion in top line number. That's ahead of the 99, actually 98.89, with guidance coming in for EPS, Brendo, at 11.43 to 11.63. So not too bad. We'll have to see how this trades.
Yeah, again, not a lot of volume behind that so far this morning, but one to watch. Netflix on a downtick here, right back to 81. That's basically where we put in a low early on this morning. See if we can hold this once again. A couple things of note here, and we thought we touched on this. We joined us after 4 o'clock yesterday when this came out. The subscriber base, yes, crossed 325 million for the first time, which is great. 8% uptick in the subscriber base we're looking for. I think the forecast was 11 to 14 million year over year, so in or about where they expected it. But I mean, there's a lot of question marks around cost going forward. They pointed specifically to higher costs in production for making content, higher costs possibly with regards to closing this WBD deal. So yeah, I mean, a lot of people talking about Netflix here, downside potential.
Yeah, well, 7 and change. Basically, exactly what you said there. There is balance sheet risk. If you're going to, number one, end up an all-cash deal rather than a little bit of cash, a little bit of stock, that obviously puts pressure on your balance sheet. Number two, Brendo, they've got to stop the share buybacks in order to have the cash on hand to go ahead and to make the acquisition if it is to go through. WBD, of course, we're talking about that. So they are reaffirming that they're pausing the share buybacks, and that's really what investors focused on. So my takeaway from this was acquisition risk remains a headline for Netflix, balance sheet impairment because of the all-cash deal, and the regulatory scrutiny. I mean, President Trump already commented about this. It's not done. We know, things are fluid, but he said maybe. I don't remember exact words, but you know what I mean. Sentiment didn't seem great.
Yeah, and that on the back of Warner Brothers coming out and straight up saying they're suggesting that investors go and vote for this cash deal from Netflix. So revenue, as you said, 16% to the upside, 12.05 billion. We were talking a little bit last night, guys, about the earnings call. Earnings call was 4:45, and whether or not there would be any kind of highlights as far as answering some of these questions. I didn't see any quotes or comments that leaned heavily in that direction. I think the stock kind of told the same story because even when the call started, we saw a little bit of continuation.
Exactly. But what really stood out to me was I remember them coming out maybe 2 years ago now and saying, look, we're not going to update all that. We're not going to update it all on our users, on our subscriber growth. And in fact, that was the case for about a year now. This is the first time they've actually released it. And I'm questioning as to why. Is it going to be a one-a-year thing, or was there a reason because the stock's well off the highs that they needed to sort of reassure everybody, reaffirm, hey, we're growing. It's not maybe at the same speed that we were before, but it was a little interesting to me why they chose to do it this time around.
If you think about it from the standpoint of who is now in front of them, they've more or less dominated, the Disney Plus, Hulu, all the other streaming options that are out there. From a subscriber base purely, they've dominated all of those. Potentially one. Who is now in front of them that they have to, set their sight on? Is it YouTube now? Is it? And if it is YouTube at this point, then they're straight up going directly at Google. So Netflix taking on the behemoth of Alphabet and Google is a little bit of a different narrative, I think, to Disney and those other smaller players. So I agree more. The challenge might have increased as far as that goes.
Yeah, I know you see a second in contention there, Disney, biting on their heels, not nearly as many users, of course, but I gotta agree with you completely that YouTube kind of is that dominant feature, especially now with a lot more people jumping on YouTube Premium to kind of get the music, avoid the ads. That creates a great deal. But isn't it funny when we talk about legacy media, for example, like your Warner Brothers, TNT, when they lost basketball, for example, they couldn't compete with the tech companies because the tech companies had too much money. They were outdoing legacy. But there's degrees of tech companies, isn't it, Brendo? As you just mentioned, Google at the top, Netflix not quite there.
Exactly the same. It's a great example. Exactly the same situation, and we're already seeing Netflix going into YouTube, picking out Mr. Beast, giving him a show, picking out all these different creators from YouTube and putting them on their platform as well. So A lot to think about. Anyways, Netflix guys back to lows right now here.
Just on that thought, realistically, yes, they're competing against YouTube. I think YouTube is exactly what's in front of them. Even on the call, there were, the CEO was trying to literally assuage concerns about engagement. I mean, now, and his answer was that compared to our peers, our numbers hold up well.
Right.
Okay, well, that's right, because the streamers are all kind of losing a little bit of ground to YouTube. Because that is true competition, and I think it could be weighing on them a little bit. And it was a good point. The cash flow was big, was a good beat for them. But unfortunately, ball doesn't lie. Nothing. I said if they can bounce the 83 after that call, then I'd feel a little bit differently about it. But for now, you're just still you've lost major support, that 82, 83 level on the daily chart. So unless we regain that, it's hard to be bullish. So you can find a round number. Or, as I usually do when we're almost 10% down, look for that SSR bounce. Like if it hits the 10% mark, then I'm just kind of hunting for a mean reversion. I did want to get to a small capper, and I know we have a super chat about a couple of small cappers, but maybe not this one. This is PAVM of 120%. The story here, I can throw it up for you guys. Lucid Diagnostic wins a VA contract for Esselgard. Okay, so that's. I can't not gonna pronounce that, can't do it, yada, yada, yada. But PAVM is a subsidiary, and so they've been awarded this contract. Does look like it's doing a really decent amount of volume here for PAVM. I want to check the short float for you guys. Okay, that source cannot be right because I seriously doubt that the short float's 132%. But the float is only 850K on this, so it doesn't. I mean, the size of the amount that's short when it's that tiny is going to be a little bit inconsequential. We also have a super chat, I believe, about a couple of small cappers, if we can find it. I don't know if you have it up there, Andre, or I can. There we go. It's from Adam James Abroad.
Oh, again.
Good morning to you as well, Adam.
Morning.
Great morning already with BNAI and ADTX. We know those from both of them in play yesterday. Oh, and heading on a Mayan ruins tour all day, so I wish you all a huge green day. Appreciate you and thank you for that. Enjoy the day. Always good to see. I mean, traveling's a lot of fun, and the ability to sort of see cool sights, I think, is awesome. BNAI, though, this one, and we talk about this all the time. Like, sometimes the best moves are early in the pre-market. Like, you could be done if you were kind of long the first available dip into 8. Now it's underneath VWAP. Maybe that one's going to be done, but that PAVM looks like it's going to start to go.
Yeah, I don't want to ignore J&J here. That story that we just gave you guys. Like, look at this 50-period moving average. I mean, it's been pretty hot fire. And if you get a dip down into this with a new oncology drugs, they have this new Otava, which is like their ISRG. They're looking to, a medical robot here to perform surgeries. The Talcum story is now officially behind them. And they can just keep extending out. I mean, J&J is a rough dividend of 3%, depending on, where the yield is. But 3% yield, they've increased their dividend every year for the last 60 years. A continuous buyback name, and gives you a little bit of exposure still in the AI space because of, how much AI has affected some of these healthcare names, and a provider like J&J of, different medicines, and we think of them as like the Band-Aid guys, but this is gonna work out. So J&J right there on a dip down 3% on earnings. I think if you can get into $200, this is a buy to diversify. A buy to diversify.
Ooh, I like that.
I got to pen that one
right
there. But yeah, I just think that this is something. So watch out if we get a little lower for J&J. Good quarter and a lot of reasons, in my opinion, to buy this name. And more of that Otava, ATTAVA, I think it is. That's their new medical surgery assistant robot. So I think that's going to be something here that could really shoot up the PE of this name, right? Because you go from, like a health name into sort of a health and tech, and that should shoot up its PE and give it just a little bit of a re-weighting. So we'll see. I mean, it's already been happening, but J&J here on a pullback. Why not get a few more shares of J&J in your life? Someone named Johnson or something.
Yeah, well, speaking of biopharma, this segment of the show brought to you by electroCore Inc., traded on the NASDAQ under the ticker ECOR. electroCore is a commercial-stage bioelectronic medicine company using non-invasive neuromodulation to address chronic pain, headache, and wellness conditions. The company recently reported record revenue, guided to approximately $30 million for full year 2025, and strengthened its balance sheet following the integration of Neurometrics and its Quell platform. With high-margin recurring revenue, growing VA and consumer channels, and a clear path toward improved cash flow, electroCore is positioning itself at the intersection of medical technology and wellness innovation. To learn more, you can visit electrocore.com or follow the company under the ticker ECOR, or scan the QR code you see right there in front of you. Shout out to them as well. And I got to give a big shout out to the Super Chat, which is just the name.
Yeah, exactly.
And I love this name, by the way. Where is my super? I want to be able to bring it up on screen. I don't know if you can get it up there faster than I can find it there. Andre? Oh, that's right.
It's not a super chat.
There's no message. It is a super chat. It's just that there's no message. So we have a tool that's built so that we can show you the messages and the questions. But when there's no text and it's just the super chat, then we can't bring it up on screen. Maybe we'll have to figure out a way to fix that in, or just include like something in the text. But thank you, Trady McGrady. See, not only is it's trading related, which that works. Yeah, that works. Obviously, it's it's just creative, and on top of that, we're in Toronto, and T-Mac, while he wasn't here very long, Tracy McGrady was. Considered a Raptor great. Would have been a heck of a lot better if we could have kept them together. Maybe we would have had a championship a little bit earlier. Who knows? But thank you for the super chat there, Trady McGrady. Hope you have a good day today trading, for sure. As a lot to cover. I think we expect to have a Raheem come through at some point, and realistically, with the metals doing what they are, good time for that, because I've seen a lot of people talking like they always do about gold. I just want to maybe reiterate. The bulk of the impressive move the last couple of sessions has been the gap. If you look at it, the actual trading on GLD yesterday, it was a small move down. Like, you're moving $3. That's less than 1%. It's like 0.7 or 0.8% down, and then almost 1% up from the bottom. So it was a very much inside type of day. When it's gapping 2 or 3% the last couple of sessions, intraday, you're getting less than that in terms of movement. Hopefully that can change. I still think in terms of percent move, you're going to get more action out of silver intraday than you do out of gold, even if gold seems to want to try to take the lead again. So yeah, a lot to cover for sure. As we await in about 2 minutes, the president's going to speak. We'll see.
Yeah, we got our ears.
We don't really know. Our ears are going to be to the ground. Just got to be ready for it. Sometimes he moves the market, sometimes he doesn't. There's no way to predict it. All you can do is buckle up and enjoy the ride, because we got you covered.
Yeah, I don't imagine much going to be happening here. He's going to watch the futures, I think. Like, if he gets really sour, on things here. So I would just watch out. The S&P 500 is near. I mean, you can trade the S&P 500, you can trade NASDAQ, whatever you want. But I just think that this is, near a tipping point. We talked about sort of that yesterday. If we start to break underneath, we're already underneath the 50-period moving average. We've seen moves like this before, and it's been bought up right around here, 650 both times. So you're only at 675 now. So about another % or two down is where you'll find, hopefully a base for these futures, and we can start to dip by into here. So let's wait to see if that's what winds up happening. So if the market somehow, like, if he just gets super aggressive, saying like, I don't care what anybody says, or we've already said this, but let's make it, even more public, and how more of a public stage is this in front of everybody, and just gets real super aggressive, and then I could see the futures falling down. But I'm not sure that's going to happen. Let's hear the case, see what he talks about here. And watch out for dip buys, man, like around 650. If we can get something like that today, then great. Or you just try to, if you really like what he has to say, then I think you can just go long right off these levels. I mean, we had such a bad day yesterday in the market that there could be, I got to get this going, there could easily be a recovery day here today, right? And so I'd say breaking above this 678 or something like that on the S&P 500, then maybe we get back going here. That'll take out the 50-period moving average and give us yesterday's afternoon back, and then we start to recover and see what winds up happening. There's been dumps like this before, man. I mean, he's not holding up a placard with all these, how much every country is being taxed here on the tariff. We'll just wait to see if it comes back in. That's it. So wait to see if you do get this little tantrum effect in the market, then I would say we want to buy these dips. Earnings have still been pretty good. The banks weren't the greatest, but I feel like earnings will be fine for intact land. We see a rebound here. You see Alibaba getting strong with China. Hopefully there's some good talk with NVIDIA, chips going there into China. And we'll just wind up seeing if the rest of the market follows suit here today. I'm trying to be a little positive just in case it does turn around. Sometimes when everybody's, all the marbles are one way, the board shifts the other way. So
that's what happened yesterday at the Open, really.
Yeah, exactly.
For the first hour and a half of the day. Certainly what happened. So, 830's hit, and again, this is not like an economic number, right? We'll obviously get reaction if there is any, but there's nothing crazy happening right away at 830. Just some news drops. I saw it was LXRX, Lexicon. There's some small cappers moving around. That's not doing any volume there. Just heard that one in my ear, but it doesn't seem like it's anything crazy. And I was actually going to make a comment about the banks before we throw back up to the boys at the desk. I do feel like at some point, if you looked at who did do well in terms of earnings, it was Goldman and Morgan. It was the trading side. It is the IPO market that's coming back this year. Can we get SpaceX sometime soon? Hopefully.
Yeah,
but this
hopefully.
is starting to pull back in. It's rode the 50-period moving average, and you're a good day or two away from seeing some of these pull back in, at least specifically Morgan Stanley, back into the 50-period moving average. I think that's a pretty obvious bounce spot, at least for this bank. For sure. But again, lots to cover, guys, and we'll keep our ear to the ground. As I know, Brennan, you'll be listening to see if the president does anything for us. I'm kind of feeling like he's going to talk, obviously, and there'll be reaction to what was said by Carney. There'll be reaction probably to what happened with Lagarde and that meeting. But whether we get anything new in terms of rhetoric, I'm doubting it.
All right, I have the stream up, guys. Hasn't even connected yet. So in true fashion, we are fashionably late, I guess, so far, as the speech is concerned. But I'll leave this up. Make sure we have it when it does come on. A few people mentioning this. That's VERO on its way, it looks like, to Jeff Mendel's neighborhood on the OTC. So VERO voluntarily delisting from the NASDAQ and deregistering from the SEC. So that one's halted. Don't hold your breath. Probably won't be back, at least today. Tesla, I heard on a bit of a pop-up there. Yeah, it did move, I guess, right back to 420. Elon sounding a little cautious in not very Elon manner when it comes to the cybercap here.
Yeah, well, that's because it's starting from scratch, Brendo, and that's kind of the point he's trying to make there. Let's talk about what he said yesterday. He took to X, responding to, I guess, a user of X kind of query or comment. He said, early production of the Cybercab and Cybercab robotaxi, of course, is what I mean, and Optimus humanoid robot will be, quote, agonizingly slow, and he's blaming that, of course, on the manufacturing complexity as production speed, and new parts are firstly rated, and both these products are brand new. So there's a plenty of new parts. Both platforms are built largely from scratch. And in case you don't know, the Cybercab is a two-seater with no steering wheel, no pedals. It's been viewed all over Austin. Brendo, I don't know if you've been on X lately, but a lot of people taking videos of the Cybercab testing on the streets of Austin. Elon saying the testing is now without a safety driver. It's not driving anybody around like a Waymo. Testing is underway. Here's what we can expect. He says production for the Cybercab is going to scale up Q1 of 26. So now, however, Optimus will have to wait for scale, or the first one is at the end of this year. Lots to look forward to.
I think he was pointing to the investor event that they had at the end of last year. He was pointing to 27, I think, for Optimus specifically on mass scale. So, yeah, a little bit of time to wait for that. But Tesla, guys, this 418 comes into play right at the end of the day. Here we are trying to bounce off that once again.
Maybe you get a 4 break at some point. Already showing 420 is the resistance this morning. The kind of barcoding. It's not barcoding's. It's the word, because if it's just hanging out $1 range, part of a half hour, then that effectively is barcoding, but it's right underneath that 420. if you get a relief rally, that could make a press back into that morning low at least, like the 24, 25. But if we press through those mid-20s, I'd say that's kind of a muted bounce day, which is fine. It needs those, but there haven't been any of those explosive, hey, Tesla goes 3, 4, 5% kind of days. We saw that on the way up 500, but since that fail, it's been like very muted, even when we catch a bit of a bid. So you look for that 1 or 2% instead. If that's the case, that does give you some sort of obvious fade zones. If we get that kind of mid-20s, and you get high from yesterday in that 30 range. I feel like we're in the penalty box here, and the stock's getting a little bit punished. So I don't want to let it just yet. It's going to have to prove a little bit more for me. And I do agree with the notion that the stock is priced, and we should need to be focusing on other things, specifically whether it's going to be FSD or whether you want to talk about Optimus. Those are what matter. But I feel like we got a lot of that rally when we got to 500, and that's a good piece of news that's going to kick us up and break this downtrend. I haven't seen it yet for Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely in the penalty box right now. I mean, yeah, it's a good thing. Like yesterday, we got the story that there was no demand for Cybertrucks, and now today, we're hearing that the Cybercab having a problem getting some parts. So it's like, okay, so we don't have the equipment, we don't have the demand. So what do we have? We have robotics, and we have FSD, and we have all this nice stuff that we already all know about. So I don't like the rate, honestly. I mean, I own it, and I'm not selling it, and we should have, obviously. And we last bought it above where it is right now. So I think it's just a wait. Like, I'm just waiting for the cybercaps. I mean, I don't really know what else to do right now. We know the car sales have been lower. Doesn't seem to be wanting to get off the bottom for any sort of sales numbers. And you're not too far away from all-time highs. You know, you're about 10% lower here. Like, so 420, add 40, if you add, you know, $50 to that, you're back up here. So let's just say you're 15% away from all-time highs again there on Tesla. It's not the complete end of the world, but it is in a stalemate. I mean, this goes all the way back to September. But you can also pull back JP Morgan's chart that goes all the way back to September now. Like, there's a lot of names that are not just Tesla that have, you know, received a pullback into these zones. So these are all, this is a buying zone right now, underneath the 50 period on a stock that, you know makes money. Margins shrinking, fine. EVs are going to be lasting for a while. These are king. But the only company that can make an EV, I mean, if you go sans BYD, that can actually produce net profit for a company. When they actually roll out a car, they actually make money. So that's an interesting EV land there. But maybe it just drifts lower here. I mean, the other problem is the fact that we have all this tariff talk. And I mean, we just said middle companies, these middle countries, you know, like what if the EU does get pissed off about this whole Denmark-Greenland thing, and there are more tariffs provided the other way around? Maybe you can't get Tesla cars into Europe. Maybe they're taxed too high. Maybe, like, I have no idea. China is another story there for Tesla. So I think it's just there's a little bit of politics in this, obviously, and consumer, although pretty strong, I don't think anyone's spending, you know, 50 grand on a new car right now. And if they are, it's probably not Tesla. As we see that a lot of their sales have been downside. I really do like FSD, but until you get above this 460 area, I really think it's just a wait and see until you get better news. So for me on Tesla, it might be an earnings story. The good thing about Tesla is it can move 10% in a day. You know, so you're never really out of it. I say you buy the dips, but the next dip, unfortunately, isn't until about this 380 or so area. So I don't know, man. It's so easy to pass the buck onto everything is this tariff problem. But at the end of the day, Canada just let in Chinese vehicles, you know, Chinese EVs into Canada. I know it's only, I think it's what, 40,000 vehicles or something are allowed. Yeah, so between 40 to 50,000. So it's not like it's a huge number, but it definitely is a number now. So President Trump apparently, you know, kicking right now there in Davos. So we'll see what exactly he has to say for himself. But you know, more important than anything that anybody has to say in Davos is something that the man over my right shoulder has to say. That's Rahim Alani. He flies right from here, right over to Switzerland. He's ready to rock and roll right after this. But thank you for being here one more time, Rahim. Did you catch, by any chance, Mark Carney yesterday?
I did see some of Carney's notes, and I appreciate Davos making the accommodation for me because I was supposed to be there at this moment. And they said, "Can you make it?" And I said, "Well, I got Trader TV." Like, all right, well, we have this other guy. We can put him in. And I said, "Well, put the other guy in."
Okay.
Turned out to be Donald Trump.
Yeah.
So it worked out for everybody.
Yeah, no pressure.
Not at all.
You're going to be head to head here.
I think it's no pressure on the audience. Who do you want to watch?
Yeah, exactly.
Us.
They have made their choice clearly. So
You are here with us, and we're going to tell you the real goods.
just real quick, guys. I just pulled up KHC here. Kraft Heinz. I mean, long lows here for KHC down to $22 essentially this morning. Berkshire going to get rid of their, I think it was 23% stake in the company. So Berkshire, without Warren Buffett, going in another direction, trying to
It's like they're doing it immediately, right?
Yeah.
I know you liked having Dairy Queen and eating McDonald's and, drinking a Coke. Kraft dinner, I don't know if it really fits our portfolio, and ketchup, so we're going to go a different direction.
Yeah, so another good look here for Kraft Heinz down better part of $2 in the pre-market. Again, Berkshire going to exit entirely from KHC. But let's talk about mining, because I mean, gold all-time high, silver just absolutely ripping right now.
Yeah.
As well, 2 days in a row here, right back to highs.
Yep.
Seems like every time you come and sit in this chair, it's one of those days once again. So
We should tell silver companies. I'm going to be on. Just start bringing
all-time highs.
Yeah.
But we wanted to focus a little bit on Venezuela. We had this conversation last time Rahim was with us, talked about the oil side of this story, kind of went away very quickly. But the mining side of this story, or the potential for the mining side of this story, I think is more long-term and a little bit early even, which gives people a little bit of opportunity here because they do have substantial opportunity there.
Yeah, and the way you always look at mining, and we talk about this consistently, is closeology and who are you near and what's happening in that region. Because what we all know with mining and with oil, the assets are in the ground. They're not going to all of a sudden pick up and move because a politician made a decision. The rocks are the rocks, and what's in the rocks stay. And so if you look at their neighboring countries, you've got Colombia, you've got Brazil, and you've got Guyana. All three of those are major mining, or to whatever extent you want to call major, all three of those are mining hubs where companies from Canada, from the US, from Australia, from China have gone into those countries and taken mining assets. And going back 15 years, 20 years, mining was evolving in Venezuela.
Right.
And so that was happening. And there's a big company called Crystal X, and you guys can do your homework on that, CRYSTALLEX. It's gone now. But Crystal X has a long history in Venezuela, as do Canadian juniors, because that's what Canadian companies do. They go into these smaller countries and they go and find these mining opportunities. And so if you look at those three countries that I'm talking about specifically, gold is prevalent across that region. Copper ebbs and flows throughout the region. Brazil's got your favorite lithium there, so obviously Venezuela's not going to have lithium. But there's bauxite, there's aluminum, there's different things. But definitely gold, you want to keep an eye on what's happening, and copper. Those two things will be there, should be there in Venezuela.
Okay, just keeping an ear on Trump's speech as well, guys. He's talking about inflation currently and how he's tackled inflation successfully. So we'll keep you posted if anything happens with that. If we take a look from a higher standpoint here, from a timeline, we talked a little bit about the oil side of this. From a timeline, it's going to take a couple of years to get what they want out of Venezuela.
Yeah.
On the mining side, is that even a conversation at this point? Like, do we even know?
I think they're definitely two different pieces of context. The infrastructure that's required for oil is large. And so what we talked about last time is you've got your short term, which is going to be in the next 2 to 5 years. The amount of investment that's going to be in the 10 plus years is significantly different because you need refineries, because you need all those things on the ground. With mining, it's a bit of a different ballgame.
Yeah.
In so much that you are there looking for the rock, you're removing the rock, you've got processing facilities that you can set up. I'm not saying that it's easy to do, but it's a lot easier to refine the metal, the rock, into the metal product that you're looking for versus what it takes with oil. So I want to call it startup costs, but the costs to do that are significantly different.
Right.
The difference is, though, you do have to go and find this rock that's got those assets.
All right, and we've talked about the importance or the potential importance of copper coming up, not only in the short term here, I think, for the build out on the AI side of things, but going forward, I mean, this is something that's not going to go away. So there is a potential market here that could be tapped. You brought a couple of names here. Just walk us through a few of these, I guess. GRZ, first of all, is on the gold side of things, a little one here in Toronto.
Yeah, that's a company. So there are two companies that we're going to talk about real quick here that are involved with that Crystal X. There's lawsuits, there's court orders, there's all those things going on. But if you look at that stock chart, it's done extremely well since the Maduro thing happened. The stock price is up significantly. The company just simply came out and said, we applaud the U.S. for taking this action against Maduro, and that will allow them to do what they want to do, hopefully, for their case in Venezuela, because they are trying to proceed on one or more of the Crystal X assets.
So this was, and just to highlight this, going back to when that happened, we were down at $2, $2.20 kind of thing, and now $5.50.
$5.50. So yeah, over 100% on the fact that they are probably the largest of the smallest companies that are there. We are a Venezuelan mining company, not we have like an offshoot asset, but we are the bigger of the Venezuelan mining assets for sure.
Right. Another one here that looks almost better, RML, Rusoro Mining?
Rusoro, yeah. So same thing, they're in court, Grizzly and Rusoro, and there's another private investment entity that's involved in the Delaware court. You can do all the homework. I'm not going to bore anybody. You guys can go watch Trump if you want to get bored. If you want to learn about what's happening specifically with this Crystal X divestiture by the Venezuelan government. But Rusoro is another one. They might be the net beneficiaries of some of these mining assets that might come out of this Venezuelan Crystal X mess that's there.
Just be aware, guys, if you're watching the market, Trump's speaking about Europe now and some of the policies aimed at the tax side of things and economic growth. So no movement as far as the market is concerned right now, but I'll keep you posted on that. Let's continue along here. AGI, one we've mentioned on this show many, many times, again, on the gold side of things. This thing's had a challenging couple of months here, or a couple of weeks anyways. This is a 15-minute chart. We're back to basically range highs for AGI, which is Alamos Gold.
Yeah, and we're just throwing that one in there. We're throwing a couple of these guys, just so you know, we're throwing these ones in there as these are regional, again, larger of the small. We can talk about Newports, Barracks, Freeports. They're all probably going to be doing work in Venezuela. We assume that'll happen. And again, those are easier homework pieces to do. We're just going to give you a couple of these larger of the small that might end up with assets there because they have regional infrastructure, regional intelligence, and people on the ground in the Americas. So Alamos, if you look at that one, I mean, if you look at the 2-3 year chart, it's a beautiful chart. It's done extremely well, and their bigger assets are in Mexico, but they do have mining assets in Latin America, Central America. So that might be a company that might be able to be a net beneficiary of a particular asset or be able to joint venture into it.
And how much is that going to come into play here as far as their reach, their ability to be at that table, to have those conversations, to get in there?
I think it's significantly important because there's 3 large mining, well, 4 if you want to call it. So there's Russia, and they're not going to be allowed in. There's China, and they might not be allowed in. And then you've got Canada, and you've got the U.S. and Australia. So Canada and Australia are probably similar, and then the U.S. Because you've got language, because you've got nearby resources where you can deploy engineers, people, teams, you can move them from here to here pretty quickly. Like again, if you look at some of these companies that have assets, whether it's Guyana, Brazil, Colombia, even as far as Mexico, into South America, you've got a good dearth of mining intelligence, mining expertise, on-the-ground intelligence that you're going to need to do what you want to do.
Yeah, here's another one that looks great. Seabridge Gold, again, here in Toronto, right back to basically highs.
Yeah, Seabridge, they're more, they don't really touch the copper lens. They're all-time highs because they do have significant silver exposure, for sure. And they've also got gold. And so we're just throwing that one in there as a name to keep an eye out for because they are in, call it the region. They do have on-the-ground expertise, and they are subject matter experts when it does come to gold. So that one will be interesting. And if you want the offshoot of the fact that they are in silver, you're seeing a good trajectory on that name.
All right, Trump talking about China currently, guys. Just keeping an ear on comments coming out of Davos. So market not really doing anything, kind of shrugging this off so far, but we'll keep you posted if anything comes across. Is this, in your mind, an opportunity in the next, 6 months, year, 2 years kind of thing?
It's a really interesting question. I think from a Canadian-centric or U.S.-centric mining, if you've got your real mining hat on, not simply an investor hat on, but if you've got your real mining hat on, I think there's a massive opportunity. Again, because the rocks are the rocks, they're there. You know what's probably there. Are companies going to be able to take advantage of that? The short answer is yes. Can Raheem and Brendo go start a company, put $100,000 in the bank, and go find a mining asset? No, because there are much bigger boys that are going there to play that game, right? Sure. So unless you guys want to invest in whatever we're creating, we'll let you know. But I doubt that Brendan and I can go do that. So subject matter expertise is going to be important. Closeology is going to be important. And quite frankly, it's going to come down to, you might know all these things, but you also have the political backing and the cash, stock / capital backing. Yeah. Those are going to be the two most important things. So, a random company that's simply got assets in one country, like say in Canada, I doubt they're going to be able to walk in and say, hey, we'd like to pick up some Venezuelan assets. But companies that probably have some closeology will be better affected by that. And then American companies, again, if you're politically connected, you've probably got a better shot.
And I think that's going to be the narrative and the story going forward. So we'll keep an eye out for anything that comes our way anyways across this desk for anything in Venezuela as far as mining is concerned, worth a watch. Raheem Alani's Managing Director at OCI Groups here in Toronto. Thanks for this.
Thank you, and thanks for Brendan, doing the listening to Trump and listening to me, held the conversations together.
One year on this side, 1 year.
It was fantastic to see. I got to give a birthday shout out to my little nephew. He's probably watching, so happy birthday to him. And thanks for tuning in for everyone that did, because the other guy, I don't know. Yeah, it's a bit of a talking. He's still going. No, his will be way longer than me. So unless you guys want me to stay on for the full 90-minute diatribe that he probably has, I'm gonna go.
He's on to Europe. It looks like right now. Trump is. Anyways, thanks.
Thank you, Raheem. I was just going to say, in our ear, as soon as you guys were talking about Venezuela, Trump started talking about Venezuela. Yeah. So I actually think that I'm trying to say that Trump is following us over here, Raheem.
I don't disagree.
He's like, what is this, Raheem guy?
He knows what's good.
But we also know that we have to tell you guys about PDS Biotechnology. This is symbol PDSB on the NASDAQ. They are transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in just a few years. Please go over and learn more at pdsbiotech.com. That's pdsbiotech.com to learn more. So, thanks, Raheem, for all of that. It doesn't look like the market's moving too much, but some good information there. Which names to look at if you're going to go country specific. Obviously, we have natural resources, all the rage here as we start early here in 2026. Silver, gold, nat gas. We saw nat gas up 22% today as well. So find those mining names, find those wells, get everything going on there, and figure it all out. So. There it is right there. What do we think of, what is this question? Sorry, I got ahead of myself.
Good. What's your opinion on silver today?
On silver?
You think us, the U.S.,
you think the
$10 difference between China?
That's the problem on this thing. It's hard to see which one.
The all caps is just throwing me. So the U.S. Between the silver price. Yeah.
Silver's been trending higher in China a lot.
Look, ultimately, there's been a long history of... whatever. There's been a long history of manipulation of silver prices, so you can have that stay out of whack for a very long time. To think of that as some big time arbitrage opportunity that's going to work itself out for you, it's not going to be that simple. It just kind of never has been. So I just stick to working on the price action. What I think of it today is, I have a bad dark pool wick on both days. I'll try to get rid of those. But if you looked at yesterday, so what did it do? We dipped into prior high and bounced. And that was your move. You got a couple bucks out of it on silver. And if you looked at last week how we ended, it had dipped, so we were consolidating, but the dips were kind of holding on to this prior close. So once it finds a dip level, it held it the next day. I'm going to go with that basis. You know, that if we get some kind of a fail to break out the fresh top, if gold is going to be stronger again potentially, then I think a dip back into 84 is going to be the place to go, 84, 84 a quarter. So I'm looking for that first inside move, try and pull back and make a double bottom like it did on Thursday and Friday. So that'll be my look for silver. If it ends up breaking out, I feel like those types of days are a little bit easier when we're just trend up all day long. When it's just trend up all day long, just playing VWAP and that kind of thing is easier to follow, but I'm waiting for the dip back into prior high again. Hold that 84 level on SLV in particular. So hopefully that helps. I just wouldn't count on the arbitrage opportunities there. Silver's pretty manipulated. I stick to the intraday price action.
Here's an early play for Trump right now, apparently speaking on nuclear energy right now. So there goes SMR. So, you know, these are the kind of plays that we're talking about. Obviously, the market's rebounding nicely right here. But there he goes, Trump talking about how, you know, the United States continues to be the AI leader and, you know, nuclear power is going to be a thing. I'm going to wait, you know, Adair's going to come through. We're going to talk about all the news as it hits. But there it goes, just out of nowhere here. SMR starting to get raised up there. I don't know if it's every nuclear name. Nano nuclear also going here. And E. So some of these names now starting to get going a little bit here on Trump news. So there it goes, up about $1. It looks like SMR is the one catching all of the volume right now. So there we go. So watch out. Oh, okay. Now he's talking about European energy is at all-time lows. And of course, you know, everyone in the States is building. So here we go. This is a good America First talk, which obviously it should be. And here we go, man. 2010. There we go, man. SMR. So hopefully you had Trump's ear, someone did last night or whatever, and told him about nuclear energy, because if you were long SMR there, you got it. So there it goes, man. All right, so this is just one of those plays, man. We're going to be seeing these hopefully over the next, well, I think it was supposed to be about a 45-minute speech or so. So we'll see, probably about halfway through right now. We'll see what winds up happening here with stocks like SMR. So there we go, a nice move up there. OKLO is on our watch list there with news, but there goes Oklo as well. So this is what we're doing, man.
They just got an upgrade, that's all.
Yeah, oh yeah, they only got an upgrade, yeah, but there it goes, man. So they're starting to get going here on some nuclear news, but it's all piling through here. So there you go, Brendan. One story here to start with. Nuclear, I think, is going to be the first sort of sector that starts bouncing around here. I think the next one we could see some energy talk. If he starts talking about Venezuela, he starts talking about oil. So we'll see. There goes SMR right now, guys.
It was a very, very quick headline. I'll throw it up there. That was the actual came across from, and then he moved right on to talk about oil. He talked about solar. So as the guys are saying, there goes all the nuclear talk, just ripping on that one very comment.
Yeah.
So this is how, and this is what we were saying yesterday. We could get any kind of, you know, mention or industry talk that will just take something rip for
Green news as he typically does. Donald Trump basically saying cancel the deal, how Europe's underbuilt energy infrastructure, he's accelerating for gas. He's not going to pass off money to the consumers. He's looking at corporations, especially these big hyperscalers, to pick up the tab. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that, but nothing new. Speaking of no new projects that he's announcing or anything like that. For the moment, Brendo, Oklo Energy have an upgrade this morning on the back of the deal they had something with Meta. If I can just pull this up. Yeah, there we go. Bank of America upgrading Oklo from neutral to buy and rating from 111 to 127. Basically, with that buying agreement they have with Meta, he calls the deal a meaningful step forward, noting it provides tangible proof of execution and counterparty commitment. So this all works out.
reading more on this windmills. So he's talking about solar and clean energy. So China does windmills, but doesn't even use them themselves. They build, manufacture, make, and sell windmills, but then they coal to actually power their power plant. So as we're saying,
crapping on Europe here, but it'd be quite honest with you, China has outbuilt the United States when it comes to energy infrastructure.
Oh,
and
massive.
It's not even close.
The nuclear. But I mean, he's sounding a little bit friendly here. I mean, saying he wants to quote unquote do great.
Yeah.
So, anyways, we'll keep going here and make sure we bring anything of relevance, guys. Worth noting that KT Kraft Heinz talked about that with Raheem, or just before we spoke with Raheem. If you missed Berkshire out entirely, going to be out entirely. 20 plus stake in Kraft Heinz. They're selling all of it. So, see you guys at the lows.
Yeah, they filed to sell their entire stake. I mean, it doesn't mean it's completely dead. I suppose. I mean, you could file and not do it, or do it in whatever timely fashion you want to, but not look good for Kraft Heinz. You can hide in dividends all you want, but ultimately, it's a losing game for the stock market. The stock just continues to falter. Maybe you get a relief rally Heinz for this, but I tend to think if there's any ops that should be faded today. It hasn't done even 1 million shares in pre-market volume. Like, I'm pretty sure or the top or the time probably just did that in the last couple of minutes. So this is not going to be a volume maybe stretch, but if it just holds under VWAP, you got to figure that this should be a name on the radar. It's on my radar. I had the 23 written down at the top. That was well before $22, which we just did. So I got to look at what made that price. Maybe this $half area to fade pops, and I would imagine it's got to be easy to borrow for sure. The headline. I mean, let's be real. Is anybody surprised that Berkshire or anybody would be just because you have a going concern or generate quality revenues, all that kind of thing? You can be an existing company that still employs people and does good things, but it doesn't mean that you have the growth that the market's looking for. So unfortunately, not good. I can't see too much of a reason for this to get back to prior lows on the daily, so I'll be looking to fade.
Yeah, really, now you just don't have the bottom support anymore, right? So if they're going to be starting to sell those shares, then ETFs and everything are going to follow as well. So not a great job there by Kraft Heinz to hold that bit. I mean, I just read it, 325 million shares, like 20% stake in a company being basically dissolved, like selling it. Someone's got to sit there and buy it. So this is going to be probably a downside trend here for a minute.
I think unwind that.
That's what I'm saying. Wait a couple minutes to see what's going on there. Wow, Johnson Johnson's free cash flow, $21 billion. So, that's a decent number there. And I want to buy some J&J, but it looks like they're trying to back up a little bit right here. So Greenland, Trump, great people in Greenland and Denmark. We'll see where that goes moving forward here. But I still really like J&J. Too bad about AHC there. But Heinz, I guess there are other Heinz after all. But good move. The thing about Berkshire is that's not even well anyway. So he's sitting on all this happening after we right about where are they going to deploy it? I guess everybody wonders with the pullback recently in some of the banks, insurance companies, but I do see a nice pull down here on Berkshire that does not pay any dividends, right? Always gets reinvested back, sits there in cash, and has to get some ideas going. So idea generator maybe is what they're lacking at Berkshire, but we'll have to wait to see what their next report is. Now that officially out there, you can clearly see they're selling these legacy positions. I like Berkshire here. I mean, just a matter of trying to figure out where they're going and like the direction. Like if they come out and say, "Oh, we bought a lot of whatever Texas Instruments," and you like that name, then it might be worth getting involved. It's kind of just like a managed ETF there, Berkshire.
They got to do something with the cash. When the market's at highs like this, at some point you just start getting crapped on, which seems like it's happening to critical metals a little bit here. The second we heard Greenland out of the mouth of the president, we're already heading to the downside. Critical metals had a disappointing day yesterday as well. Like it's dropped at the open $2.
Yeah,
it dropped more than $2 at the open before you're even catching a bid. So this move not as bad as it was right at 9:30. So unfortunately, anybody that kind of bought the top on this, they very good out to 50, so very good last week, but it is making a bit of a topping tail. Let's see where it settles down. I think the $15 level is going to be big for critical metals. And as the president speaks, one name, well, I shouldn't say one name, one group goes up because it was the entire nuclear group goes to the upside, and it looks like some of the rare earth things on the upside. MP with a small drop, but not that bad. Is checking MP materials. They're still up 1%. There was a slight down, like a very, very slight down here, but it's really critical metals that's moving the most. So a lot to cover. The president's still talking.
Rip, something just happened.
Google.
He's saying the U.S. alone can protect Greenland or something. I don't know. We just have a big spike there in the futures on the NASDAQ and then right back in. So I don't know what just happened right there, but he's definitely saying something here, as it doesn't look that major on the cues. I guess maybe we just overreacted there. We went from 607 up to 608. Look at the volume really starting to come in right now. Seeking immediate acquisition of Greenland. To get talking about it immediately. That's what I'm hearing in my ear. So I guess the NASDAQ in the market maybe likes that. I don't know. So here we go, man.
Gold and silver dropping.
Yeah, okay. So, damn it. So I have on my sticky note, that's okay. I don't think the game's not over here. I have written down here silver as a idea for short. So I just thought eventually we start to come back and we'll wait to see if that's a play. But as Neil said, talking a little bit right now. But here we go. Oh, Greenland is not a threat to NATO or something. Anyways, there's lots of stuff going on right now. You can see silver moving around, as is the SPY, as we start to talk, hopefully a little more positively about the market. We already heard U.S. strength. There goes the NASDAQ. Here goes the S&P 500. So, you know, did you buy the dip yesterday? You know, we always say that stuff. You know, you always get that FOMO, like, what have I done? I sold. Look, man, the market is flat right now. It's up 0.5. And 0.05, my bad, right there. And just as it goes up, you know, one more word out of his mouth could completely switch it, or could it go more. So there he goes, man. We know that this man is the president of the market, and we were just at all-time highs according to Dow Jones last week. So let's see what winds up happening right here as the market seems like what we're hearing. NASDAQ upside, everything's starting to go.
Yeah, even Netflix just caught a bit of a bid. Netflix earnings, we'll get into that a little bit as we get into the rundown. But Netflix with a small bounce. Tesla broke the 420 level. The NASDAQ only got to VWAP, though. Let's put things into perspective. Really? Like, we're basically a small fraction of the down that we had. Let's see what happens if, like, the Qs get to 611, where the morning support was. That's going to be a big level to watch. It was all the support and then only downside when we faded it. So again, lots to cover. You can even see us pulling back now. So the NASDAQ back to flat. Nothing too crazy. But it does prove that all of the action has been based on the president. Whether it was critical metals, whether it was the small move in the futures we just had there, or certainly the nuclear, which have to be on watch. But
You're tanking.
Oh no, now we're tanking.
Yeah, now the NASDAQ is down 0.05, Neil.
Meanwhile, SMR is held to move.
Oh my God, what am I going to do?
The nuclear names are the bigger play for sure. But let's get on to start the rundown, because we have a watch list full of interesting names, including one that reported that not too many people are happy with.
All right, yeah, he's still talking about Greenland, guys. The way he kind of flew through everything else, you know, inflation, energy, taxes. He talked about Europe a little bit. He's been talking about Greenland now for better part of 10 minutes. So there are a few comments, you know, here and there in the U.S. strength direction. So we'll keep an eye on the futures here. But yeah, coming right back in. Let's have a look at those futures to get going. We are on the way back to the downside, but holding on to some of these levels from yesterday.
Yeah, 677.50, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We're still above that key area low that we put back in the middle to end of December. That was about 671.5. So 675, our first area of support. If we catch a bid, if the market likes what it is hearing, we're looking at yesterday's general area open at around 684, Brendo, as resistance.
Trump just saying people will, quote unquote, people will soon be prosecuted for the 2020 election. That's a very broad statement, but again, Trump just saying, quote unquote, people will soon be prosecuted for the 2020 election in this speech. So, as I said, we're kind of bouncing all over the place. Some things about the market, some not so much. But let's talk about Netflix to kick things off here this morning. Bouncing with the overall market. back to the upside, but 80, 81 comes into play early on this morning as support. How long that will hold probably depends more on the market at this point than it does on Netflix. If you missed it, though, most of the numbers pretty good. Only thing we have to really be concerned about is higher costs going into their next year on the production side of things, and higher costs potentially around this Warner Brothers deal.
Yeah, reporting that they had 325 million global paid subscribers. That is the first time they've mentioned their membership updates in about a year, a little bit more. Management did acknowledge the intensifying competition, but they emphasized the quality and the breadth as the main retention lever. So how they do financially, Q4 EPS came in at 56 pennies, barely above the estimates of 55, while revenue reached 12.05 billion, ahead of the 11.97 billion expected. Net income, though, did rise nicely here, about 2.42 billion. That's up from 1.87 last year, so a healthy profitability there. Revenue did grow about 18% year over year, basically driven by subscriber additions as well as higher prices and what they're calling accelerated ad revenue. Let's talk a little bit about that ad revenue, because their 2025 ad revenue grew 2.5 times what it was in 2024, bringing in $1.5 billion, a little bit more, and they're projecting roughly a doubling of that in 2026. So we should be looking possibly at around $3 billion in ad revenue. They did affirm, they reaffirmed the proposed $72 billion all-cash acquisition of Warner Brothers, and to pay for that, Brendo, they're going to pause share buybacks.
Yeah, market still kind of chopping around here, guys. He's on to NATO again, so talking directly about the costs associated to NATO right now.
Yeah, and just now also Kerrisdale Capital saying they are short a firm, so a short firm basically putting out a short report on these guys, which have been actually pretty good, especially since, well, I mean, if you go back to April, everything's been good, but they have been trending pretty well. This could be interesting if you lose the 50-200 period moving average on the daily. But as far as Netflix goes, sometimes, you know, what the market seems really hung up on, I think two things. I mean, debt is going to be a concern here, and then when you're making this big acquisition, that just furthers those concerns. I would love to see, it'd be nice if this was the low. I'm not completely convinced. If you're, the 82 level on the daily is too big for us not to see some bounce above it and buyers above that level before getting bullish again. So you've lost major support on the daily and the weekly. If we get to 10% down, then I'd look for like some kind of an SSR bounce. But I'm not just thinking automatic relief rally unless we regain some of that key support. I'm just going to use split adjusted chart to quickly show you. Like on a monthly chart, it's like 82 down here that's so big, and then you throw out like even the weekly chart as well for Netflix. And there's the support level. We're gapped down underneath it. If we're not at least challenging to regain that, then I think this is kind of like a dead cat bounce on day one, and you want to give it the old, give it some time to breathe. Whether it makes a low today and holds it tomorrow, or next week it's still above this 80 level or regaining 82, then I think it's a good place to round into it. It's starting to get cheap on a P basis as well. Like it's going to creep. I believe it'll be creeping down into the hopefully under 20s, something close to it on Netflix, which gets even more appealing. But I think you still give it a couple of days. If it gets 10% down, I am looking for an SSR bounce, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think Trump just said he was going to build a Netflix studio in Greenland there, so that should be exciting for Netflix. Oh, my mic is all messing up again. Okay, well, I don't know. You know, I think the thing is, it's these battery packs, because they keep on switching. Now I think you're fine, but my battery, I don't know. Anyways, we'll get the, thanks, Andre, so it's good now. Yeah, but just joking about Netflix there with Greenland, of course. But yeah, no, I have it written down on the sticky note. I don't think there's anything wrong with just giving it a go at $80. So right into here for Netflix. I have $80 long. Let's just see if it holds, and then maybe it gaps down there, reaches something around that $80. I think it's worth a try. And let's see if it can recover from these earnings, right? I mean, it's just one of those names, again. Oh, they're building a golden dome now. We already know about that. That will also defend Canada. Yahoo, right there. So that's good for us. But okay, there goes. I wonder how much that's going to cost us. Just a couple of nuclear power plants. $80.35 is. Ooh, Canada lives because of the U.S. Remember that, Carney. Ouch. This is not going to be good for Canada, I don't think, anymore. But down here, $80 flat right there for Netflix. I think it's worth a try. That won't be SSR, so that is the dangerous thing. I do think that if we do break through 80 bucks, you want to get out of here. Maybe you give it to 79.50 or so, but this would be a level for me to just to have a quick look. You know, now we're finally moving that 7%. That was the implied move. So we get down 7%. Maybe now we bump from here. So it's all lining up to try an 80 long. You know, as we said, I guess a lot of these stink bids, I guess, got filled. So we're going to wait now to see what winds up happening with Netflix down at these levels. Like we said, if you're dollar cost averaging, you know, there's nothing wrong with some of these levels. There's SMR. I was having a quick look at that. And here's Netflix. I know we just showed you the monthly chart. Here's a daily chart coming right into some of these levels. So, you know, this is 80 bucks below right now. So we're going to have to wait to see if we wind up holding. I think it looks good to me. Not a bad opportunity to pick up some Netflix shares today. Down 7% if you like the space. I would be interested to hear eventually what that PE gets down to, as Neil mentioned, because that's the market is punishing high PE names that are profitable. Like we have Palantir that's been getting hit, and they're bringing back battleships. Lots going on right now as President Trump continues to talk. And there goes the NASDAQ, up 0.27. Here goes the SPY as well, up about a quarter of a point now too. So there we go, man, up a third of a point now is the S&P 500. So, all right, looks like, you know, President Trump is sort of quelling a little bit of this negativity in the market, and we are starting to head back upside. So let's go find out what, you know, the metals and some of these markets are reacting right now.
Taco.
Yeah, Oppo, okay, downside.
Still on NATO is President Trump talking a little bit about the importance of Greenland when it comes to NATO and the importance of Greenland being controlled by the U.S. for that purpose. Let's talk, these metals, quick reversal back down on some of this, I guess, positivity surrounding some equities this morning. But here's SLV, was the higher of the two going into yesterday. We're right back into some support areas, though, for silver specifically. Gold not really reacting as much.
Yeah, gold off the highs, but still up 2% here, Brendo, GLD. As gold prices surged past 4,800 bucks an ounce, that is the fresh record territory as investors flocked to safe havens amid, of course, the escalating geopolitical tensions. The U.S. dollar also weakened, though, on that, which is widening the political risk. Broader commodities also reflected some risk aversion there. But here's the deal. Gold's role as a crisis hedge, you know, amid the trade war fears, tariffs, fracturing global alliances, is making it more attractive because the U.S. dollar has further supported gold's gains. Other people with other currency other than the U.S. dollar are able to buy gold with more basic buying power than they had a little while ago. Analysts are marking possibly $5,000 by this year. They're also saying they expect declines in U.S. real estate, potential Fed easing, and ongoing central bank buying to continue to buoy gold. So we'll have to see where this ends up.
Speaking positively right now, Trump is speaking positively right now on the potential for the deal to come out of the Davos meeting between him and Zelensky, which apparently is going to take place today, guys, with Russia and Ukraine. So, I mean, he has a really positive tone so far on certain global issues anyways.
Yeah, and that's when you look at the move that's happening in both the ES and NASDAQ, also the markets in general. You're seeing a bit of a slide back, not all the way through on silver and gold. Like here, I'll quickly just throw up gold first when we talk silver. Like gold lost the bid, so it's looking much weaker than SLV. And again, it was also stronger in the first place, so there is that to consider. But SLV, I still look at yesterday's low as a place to think about. And that'll be 84. It's 84 quarter area, like this prior high going back into Thursday, and then yesterday's low was more like 84.4. But I'm just looking into the quarter at first, and then the 84 level for a bit of a bounce spot. Like it's been a mean reversion play on silver, on the dips. Like let it dip, and then it changes trend, and then you just go long for a bit. And sometimes it's an hour, sometimes it's the entirety of the day that you get that uptrend. But it's done it every single session. I mean, literally every session, there has been a reversion from a clear downward trend into a long. So that's what I'm looking for, almost on a daily basis here. And the first look will be at essentially just yesterday's low.
Yeah, for silver. So I have, I had written it down here for 86.50 long, short, sorry. So I think eventually silver comes back in. We've been shorting it. Once it's gotten to highs, it has, given us, levels to support or resist. And I think we got one here as well. So like if you had just taken this trade yesterday, it gave you $2. So that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out here today. Look, if silver rips, we can get out of this thing at $87. So I'm going to try it. I'm sitting there at 86.50 for the trade. I mean, it's going, as we mentioned here, looks like some of the attention has focused over to gold today, as gold was higher, up to 2 and a bit percent. So still 2%, and silver's flat. So I just wonder if there's a potential rotation here. Silver's gone a little parabolic, needless to say. And then gold as a safety, I think still makes sense. So I know Sharif was just mentioning that as a little bit of a hedge there against market uncertainty. I think gold wins for that, and I think it still does. Although with the market at all-time highs, you wouldn't expect also gold to be there. So I think there's other reasons for gold heading higher here. It's really strange. For me, the disconnect is with Bitcoin. Bitcoin, with gold at all-time high, silver at all-time high, Bitcoin was supposed to be that hedge against all this uncertainty, and it seems like it's going the opposite right now, as Bitcoin down to 89,000. We'll talk about all that in a minute. But here we go, man. It's Tesla right now. Metals ripping, not so much today, but we'll see if it continues its upward trend as this market opens in 10 minutes.
Talking about stock buybacks, guys, just be aware, a little bit of market commentary from Trump basically saying stock market's still going to double from here. So we'll see if Trump's forecast is correct. Tesla, not doubling yet, but definitely on the way back to the upside here along with the overall market.
A lot of overlap between President Trump and Senator Warren these days, Brendo. A little eye-opening there. Tesla CEO Elon Musk cautioned that early production of the Cybercab as well as the Cybercab robotaxi and Optimus humanoid will be, quote, agonizingly slow. He highlighted the manufacturing complexity as a bottleneck, kind of noting production speed is inversely correlated with new parts. Both these are new, so they have a lot of new parts. Both platforms are built largely from scratch. He said, look, the Cybercab is a two-seater with no steering wheel, and it's on track for volume production in 26 with limited operation testing already underway. And back in December, he confirmed robotaxis were being tested without a safety monitor. Optimus, though, expected to get or to begin volume production by the end of this year. We'll have to wait and see. A lot of Tesla's valuation is based, of course, on future.
We are on to Biden now, briefly here, guys, as far as the Trump speech goes. So bouncing all over the place.
Probably a lot of positive things he's going to say about Biden. So let's see what winds up happening here. I'm going to go long the Biden ETF. I think it's SLEEP, I think, is the acronym for that.
Oh, man, lazy boy.
I just hope the well for Biden. I don't know. I mean, I know he was having some, was it cancer or something? I just hope for the best for Joe Biden, of course. So we're just playing around.
I think for Tesla, I mean, I know, look, let's be real, the rundown of those topics, they got put down before the market got rallied here. So let's be real. Tesla now up a full percentage point, broke through the 420 level. As I was saying earlier, like, it gets more interesting. The stock gets past this, here, 424, was all morning and then into the afternoon. It wasn't until like 1:30 that you broke that bid. And where did this move just all out right at 424 level? I think that's the big one to watch. Still overall, it's in the penalty box, but it doesn't necessarily mean that for today you can't have a good release type rally brought to you by the president. So I want to see a 15-minute candle close above 424. I don't want to add Tesla to my list. I sort of feel like there's things that you were prepared to trade. Something this morning that jumped out of nowhere is going to get added for me. It'd be more like clear names like an SMR than a Tesla. That said, if we close above 424 on the 15-minute chart, then I think we have the makings of at least a semi-break and get back into the 30 level. But I'll let it settle down in the first 15 minutes before chasing this move on Tesla, at least. In terms of things that got said, relative volume in SMR is pretty good, and I'm kind of looking at 19.8 level. If we hold 19.8 off the open, see if that one can run into Thursday's highs.
It's funny. I just have to send this in. Biden 2028. That's too funny. Okay, so you want to talk about an EV name that's basically in hell right now. That's really 28% from its highs. So you please get rid of this right there. So it's $23 down to 16 and change right there. That's not great, man. You've lost a lot of money sitting in Rivian over the last 3 weeks. I think you're getting into a level where you want to buy Rivian. I mean, as you wait for the R2 to come through, that could be, you know, a nice little, I mean, if they can get the costs under wraps there, Rivian. But we had that great short through 18 that one day, then it broke through 17, and unfortunately, it held 16. But wondering if that's sort of the next area there. So let's watch out for 16 there on Rivian. Just another name, and then Ford has also pulled back a little bit. We've seen that high, I believe, was 1450 or so. There, yeah, exactly on Ford, and that has had now, you know, straight down days or so. Maybe that's only 7, but all the way to the downside right here into your 50-period moving average, which has been also, you know, basically a fantastic since tariffs. That's April, so we've just kept on bouncing off of here. Middle level there. Obviously, you've missed the top, but yeah, Ford looking pretty good, and then GM. They're all pulling back in, which is why I'm just trying to show you that there's other names. Rivian pulling back into the 50, Ford pulling back into the 50, GM pulling back into the 50, and Tesla. So it's not an individual story with Tesla. This is sort of a market-wide here for some of the automotive EV names. So, you know, just stay put with Tesla. I don't think you're buying it or trading it with any concern for the EV market. You're doing it for many other reasons, as we continuously discuss on the show pretty much every single day. All right, yeah, another thing we always touch on here, a big part of the market. Let's go figure out what the story today is and how we're going to trade them.
Yeah, just talking about some drug pricing and medical stuff right now. Is Trump going to get back to highs currently? The semiconductors trying to leave. Seen that.
He was there. Jensen was there in Davos this morning, gave a wide-ranging interview, made a lot of different statements. You guys can go and have a look at what he said there. He also mentioned that he's going to be heading to China late January. He wants to go ahead of the, I believe it's the Lunar New Year. Obviously, he's looking to basically reignite demand for the H200 after the Chinese regulator basically told the companies and the customs authorities not to allow it into the country. So Jensen trying to do damage control separately. NVIDIA is making an acquisition here focusing on AI inference. They are investing $150 million. We reported this to you guys yesterday later in the day, but a newer headline nonetheless. $150 million into Bastion, which is an AI inference startup that just raised $300 million. $300 million at a $1 billion valuation. The funding round was led by Capital, which is the independent growth fund of Alphabet. A lot of focus on inference, Brendo. Basically, this article is positioning inference as the major wave of AI, with training and training models kind of in the rear view.
Getting on in time here, just real quick. UAL to the upside, guys, after earnings, better than expected earnings from UAL and their forecast. Here is SMR as well, back to highs again, heading through 2015, 2020 right now. For SMR, some of the nuclear names popped up early on. If you're just joining after Trump said they were going to invest heavily in space in the U.S., so that was straight out of the speech. That is continuing.
That's right, still continuing, and we'll let you guys know, Cooper to the ground as we always do, mostly on the opening bell. Just a couple of notes on the imbalances here. Nothing crazy. Netflix 700,000 to buy, Intel 660,000 to buy, SMR 340,000 to the buy side. Everything, I mean, small buys, but mostly buys. Buy to small sell 250,000. But Intel's broken. It's through 50. It's through 54. So this is the second it opens up, if it's above 50, 40, then this is fresh 52-week high here for Intel. But I'm not going to chase it every single day for the last few days. There's been a topping tail candle off 50. All it has to do to buck that trend is close the candle over $50. So if it can sustain the first dip buy, then I want to be a buyer over 50 today. But I have to let it prove that it can do it. Because every other time over 50, it dumps. So if it does another topping tail, then it ends up being short. So I'll be watching Intel right away off of the open. I've been starting to pull back on sell and balance. This is one not really quite as much as the rest of the market. This was the one short that, you know, the shorts were good half the day. The big one wasn't a short all day long. So if it doesn't get back above the 51 level, then I'm looking short to there. If it breaks out, I'd still look at yesterday's high. You see small sell and balance, pulling back a little bit here as the market continues to strengthen.
Yeah, look, I mean, NVIDIA was down 4.5% yesterday. Like, you never get these kind of moves on NVIDIA. Like, so I am expecting a little bit of a pullback here to pull up, I guess, back into some of these levels today. But like, we just rallied $1 and dropped $1.
So it's like, I still feel short on this name, honestly. Like we felt short on AMD yesterday and got ran over early. So I'm not 100% certain of, getting into this, but if we can get, no, that's the wrong chart. If we can get back to 240, I mean, that is a short for me on AMD again, but let's calm down on that one. I do think, I have the Qs written down here as a short, but the tide is sort of turned right here, and I'm sort of thinking now about some longs. I still like the SLV short. I like the Netflix long at $80. And if we can get back into some of these lows, like 49.80, 49.60 on Intel, I think that's definitely something to look at. I'm going to be hitting the keys today for sure. Yeah, it's like the market is coming back in here. It's not like it's all clear. So I don't know if you're going to be short or long today. So there's my analysis. But no, the big one for me was Alibaba. We didn't even really get over to that today, but Alibaba, nicely cooking there. I'm going to talk about some power acquisitions there, and then SMI continues to go. Here we go, man. The opening bell is about to ring. Now, I want to thank everybody and thank OJEC for the opening bell. But there goes the market. It is coming back in. We did talk about shorting the TQs up there at 51.25. We do have a high now of 51.40. Let's just chill out a little bit here and see what this market wants to do. It is pulling back here now that this market is open. So there's the TQs. And then I have silver on watch. If that gets going, 86.50 is the short that I'm looking for on SLV. There's Miss Adara, so she's ready to rock.
Are already breaking out the highs. So
going higher, eh?
Obviously, it's gonna open well above the 19.8 level prior.
Intel is, you can see Intel.
For sure. Intel.
You can see what Intel's doing.
Yeah,
Go have a look.
Well, that's literally what made me speechless for a second. So Intel, well, I guess that 15-minute candle is going to close above.
What the hell?
Intel just went absolutely ham. What the heck is AMD doing?
What is going on with Intel, though? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, NVIDIA, this has to come back, man. Why did Intel just do that?
NVIDIA did, or AMD did pop, but Intel, that's...
We didn't even have a story on Intel, did we, today? Like, that is ridiculous.
President's long at 19, he hasn't sold.
I almost feel like I almost feel like just shorting the league. You know what? Out of this one, right here. Okay, President Trump talking about naming a interim or naming a new Fed chair. So that'll be happening soon. I'm going to go short on the TQs against 51.50. So I wrote this down here today that I like the TQQs against 51.25. So we just made a high of 51.40. So I'm going to be in it. We will average into this at 51.25, and then we're going to go against that high. So if that happens, and we'll get stopped out. But for right now, I think that that's going to be something that I don't mind figuring this all out. You know, the EU, I don't know what the comeback's going to be here today, but this market was lower. Trump, did speak relatively positively, I feel like, talking about the stock market's going to double from here. So there's been some good talk.
When you don't give a time frame,
is Intel still pulling back?
It's pretty much always double.
Damn it. I knew that. Like, when Intel was going parabolic there, it was like, why did that just happen right off the jump? Someone with some big pockets came in there and bought, Intel.
Clearly.
And I don't know if it's going to be right or wrong, but that pullback into $50 is looking mighty fine now. If we can get a drip down there, then it's a buy, man.
Looks like there was a bounce in Kraft Heinz. So I don't know, maybe Berkshire Hathaway is selling Kraft Heinz and buying Intel. I have no idea. I'm just literally speculating. But the first high got put in on Kraft Heinz. I'm shorting this at pretty much every turn I can get until it breaks 23. But I'm going to give it to the prior high, which is almost 23.5, 23.45. As we're going to Adara. President's still talking.
Yeah, new Fed chair he just mentioned.
Yeah, some comments here on crypto, that IBIT moving up a little bit, at least a while ago on this. Trump saying that Congress is working on some crypto market structure regulation bills. He's hoping to sign a crypto bill soon. Now he's talking about renters. Back to you.
If he's talking about the thing you're trading, you almost want to back off.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I'm taking advantage of this little move here. We just got out at 10% on the. I thought that's why it's not showing my entries here, because I took them off for the after show. Yeah, so just to make it more clean, because I had so many Netflix fills yesterday. All right, so there's the fill at 51. There's the out right there at VWAP, basically at 80. So starting to go back to the upside right now, bouncing clean off VWAP. Not good. Not a good sign for the short. You know, you don't. Just because I am short doesn't mean the short's going to work, obviously. We've seen that happen numerous times. But you don't ever want to just bounce off VWAP like that so cleanly. So that's tough
right there. If you're looking long, might be a little bit of a better play. I'm still going to play short against that level there. You know, we had seen the move happen yesterday, and I don't think it's a one-day trade. I think this could continue there. The only stock we saw, Intel, SMR continuing its push, but it did get to 21.25, it looks like, or so, and now the fade back out just a little bit. So I'm still going to hold on to this short. The other play, of course, was SLV, and that's going southbound. We mentioned south on silver. But I was hoping to get an 86 fill. For now, we don't. I'm going to adjust this and get rid of this wick. But right now, market kind of flat right here, not doing much, bouncing off VWAP.
Yeah, and I think until, they have a different shot. That's all it is.
Oh, so I don't even have it up.
No, I'm like, what's different? No, they have a wide shot. So I thought maybe the president was finishing up. The only thing I'm into is Kraft Heinz. If you're just tuning in now, Berkshire Hathaway filed to sell like 300 million some odd shares, get rid of their entire position. They haven't done so, but that's a lot. So faded the first level. If we get to the low of the day, I want to jump out of this. But we got to look at just a couple of things that we didn't talk about or refresh before the open. Netflix is catching a bid. So 92 is held. You're now back at, 82 is held. You're now back at 83. VWAP's going to be at that key 82 level, which you'll find also on the daily chart. So if it can withstand a dip into 82, I do like that for potential long. And then bringing you right back over to what was the rocket, maybe even still is the rocket ship so far this morning, is going to be Intel. So backed off the 52 level. Let's see how it responds with the volume weighted average price. It's pretty clearly, barring some kind of a abject disaster, we're going to see this hold for the first couple of candles above $50, something it has not done at all. Like, this feels like a pretty good breakout, but it's got to withstand the first dip. That's the only place I want to get involved. And it's not just Intel, AMD strong, ARM strong. I see in the chat people mentioning that. Make sure you put in the $ in the chat, everybody, with the symbols that you're looking for. ARM's up 7%. As well. So this is not necessarily just Intel, which is going ham here. ARM having a good day, and this stock has been, well, it's stunk.
Yeah, it's been bad,
recently.
Yeah.
There's no other better way to put it. I own some ARM, but it's stunk for a while now, looking pretty strong alongside Intel.
All right, Micron also down right now, positive on the day, but down $5. It goes down about $7 there right off the open, maybe even more, about $8, all the way down to 367. Now underneath, I think Micron gives up the bid today, and it's gone lower today. Let's wait to see what winds up happening with Micron. I mean, that's not a great start for the name. Underneath the 200, underneath VWAP, I like the short here on MU. That's for sure. We're still printing, man. Let's see if we can get this money train to really trade here. I'm bidding 74s as well, so hopefully we get a little bit of a dip down. The 74 used to be where VWAP was. I'm just going to keep my order there. There's 70s, and then after that, man, we get into the 50s, but we just bounced off of 75. So hopefully we get a little bit of a break there on the futures, and we wait to see where this market goes, because we're at VWAP right now. So this is that breaking point, man. This is why we are short right now. RCAT moving around now. Red Cat Holdings, a nice move today and yesterday. Big time. I mean, yesterday we went from 12 up to 14. Today we get up to 15 and change. Story here today with RCAT, Adair, if you have it. It is RCAT, Red Cat. $16, nice high right there, trying to break through these levels. This looks pretty good to me, man. This looks like a nice, yearly breakout.
Not seeing a story on Red Cat, guys.
Okay, so good. Good for the move higher here. We can check out if there's a short float.
22%.
Okay, there it goes.
Short float is over 20%. You might not need a massive story to get
I don't,
that one.
or no story at all, apparently.
True.
The market just bounced quite nicely there off of the VWAP. So, it's potential here that the market wants to get a little bit higher. Yesterday's trade that I was already in at this point was AMD, and look what AMD just did today as well. Same kind of move, man. It went all the way. It went up $6. It went from 236 up to 242, and then got faded back out now. So, wow, wild, wild, wild. Whenever there's a super chat, Andre, just throw it up there, and we'll get to it. No problem. Micron's starting to go up there. Yeah, I mean, Bloom Energy has been an absolute monster of a stock. I think it just it's been real parabolic. Like when you're at $90 back here in January 1st, even less than that, and now you're at 150. Like you've just put on right here about almost 100% gain in 2 weeks. So this is a frothy stock. You may like it, but I think it's time to take a little bit off if you're in Bloom Energy.
If you haven't rang the register on stock,
just a little bit. Play with house money if you can.
Exactly. Like I'm very okay with being that dude that trims when it gets to those crazy highs.
Yep.
You got to make money at some point, right? Like you've got to sell to make some kind of money. Brian Shannon was a great example of that point. It's like you take some off, not only does it give the option to buy back on a dip if you still like it, but it also makes you feel way more comfortable holding for the longer run when you bank some profit. So I'm into my second position. Ooh. It should have been Intel. Yeah, Intel just double top. Anyways, it's going to be Bitcoin. So topping tail, a couple of topping tails off the 51 level. So I'm in here at the 3/4 mark. It hasn't broken trend, so I don't think this is necessarily an ad. But if it puts in a third top at 51, then I think it's worth an ad.
That's IBIT, not Intel.
No, IBIT. No, I said I should be short.
So I'm looking at the screen. I'm like, okay, our position.
No, I got into it. But Intel, look at the double tap at 52. Like you short this double top back through 52, assuming that you could have gotten like 90s or something, and it instantly dropped into 51.40. So it goes 1% almost right away. The other name that we're in, Kraft Heinz, that one bouncing off 22 even. So low of the day is like 21.90, but it looks like the even dollar is catching a bit of a bid here on Kraft. Might be worth just taking the even dollar and start working off of VWAP. If it holds VWAP, I'm shorting VWAP all day. Until then, going to go back to shorting in the 20s, 30s, and 40s on KHC. Intel right back to the highs on Intel. Yeah. Like I was just saying how good it was looking, and it's already catching a bit of a bid here. So for now, Kraft Heinz working, IBIT not really doing a heck of a lot. The market's still trying to figure its way. Silver and gold, nothing on those two either. They're really not moving at all, the metals.
We almost got our price, man. We went up to 51.20, and it was bouncing around, and I was like, that was a pretty smart move. Upside, we did not get our full position up there. So we got a little bit, so we'll cover it as it falls back in again, shorting the market, the only trade that I have on right now, looking to see if we can get, there it goes. So okay, finally, I was gonna say, wait till we see if we can get another one move down, and here it is. So there it goes right now, nice move lower. Right now, Trump talking about Switzerland now. So I don't know, CRML. I mean, this is going to be a big trade, man. Honestly, let's see if it can get into the dollar area here, and it doesn't need to do anything. What might need to do something is CRML. That's up 5% right now. That's a nice move, and this could be the Greenland play again that we had sort of talked about. The other name that was pumping on Donald Trump today was SMR. That's come all the way back in. That's almost back to sort of pre-pump levels. Pump is the wrong word, but it pumped. The stock pumped
breakout
on
levels.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it was a breakout level, but $20 should be. Well, actually, you know what? Here, let's zoom out. What is this? Yeah, so it basically, it didn't get to 23, but that's kind of the level that you're looking at right there. We've sort of wicked through that, or didn't wick through it, but right into there, 23.50 or so, maybe the top. So that's kind of where you're looking for right now. Okay, boy, oh boy, man, we're doing pretty good on this short. We just got 70s there. Let's see if it continues to come in here. We try to be patient with our NASDAQ trade, because if I think this is going to be down another 1% or so today, then we have more room to go on this trade. That is for sure. Yeah, Tesla, look how choppy this is. Up to 423, back down to 420, up to 423, back down. We've now done this 3 times on Tesla here today. 1, 2, 3. Right back in. So, by the way, Intel right back up to 52 again. So there we go. Intel at highs. What are we going to do with this one? As Intel looking like it wants to continue.
I'm just waiting it out at this point because I'm not chasing this move.
Yeah, well, no, I don't think we go long. I mean, if you go long, you got to get VWAP, which you've already given it to you a bunch of times there. Looks like it does want to continue to rip higher. Silver's not doing a whole bunch, but it's back over to Adara with some news.
I'm just going to let you guys know Trump is still speaking. A lot of these are talking points that he usually brings up, but he's talking a lot about the stock market, at least as of right now. He said in the past and again today that he doesn't like when there's good news and the market reacts negatively because they're worried about inflation. He's saying that now he will make the stock market rally on good economic news. So not that it will, but that he will make it rally on good economic news. He mentioned earlier he thinks the stock market can double and that our recent moves are quote unquote peanuts. So again, just positive news, or I guess positive spin here for Trump on the market, and he expects that to continue. Back to you. I do want to mention as well, no economic data at 9:45. We do have some numbers, specifically construction spending, I believe, at 10. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, look, the action today is brought to you by the President of the United States, not economic data. And, well, something that he did successfully pump, not today, but Intel, it's breaking 52 again. 7%. Oh my goodness. We actually have to pull out a weekly chart for you guys on Intel to even see where we're headed, because we're at 52-week highs, I believe. Pretty sure there's a level. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, we've already broken out on the weekly. Gonna have to go to the monthly. Like, where is there even a resistance spot on this stock? There's the W pattern, $55. That's it. If we hold 52.5, then $55 looks like the next spot. So it's either here or 55 for any kind of a reversion trade. And this thing's blasting higher. So I'm gonna, like I said, I'm waiting this one out. I'm not chasing the move up there at all. I'm into IBIT. We're gonna reload Kraft Heinz when we get a chance. And there's, silver might break down. I just looked up and saw silver potentially breaking lower. It did this yesterday, right off the open. Gave you one bounce early and then gave you a deeper bounce at about 10:30. So those are the two things that I'd be looking for on SLV. But I'm gonna stick with the two we got and then just eyeballing Intel for that trend break. What a rally. For the market to be up 0.25% and Intel to do this, the second that pattern changes, it was a good reversion short, but you did have to wait it out. It made its high at 10:40. It was worth it eventually, but I don't know, I went, like the fourth one worked, but I was 1 for 4 to just make back what I lost in the first 3. At least I've already avoided what would have been 2 losses already short Intel.
Times at 9:45, yeah. So I don't know, man. Like all this talk with Trump and everything he's saying, like I'm wondering if we're just the wrong way and the futures just want to bump higher here. Like he's going to make the stock market great again. Like that's, you know, if you followed that rhetoric with him before, you've made a lot of money. I am, yeah, a little nervous about it. I'm going to see if we can get short around 51.30 now, right into there, and then basically use this top so that if we are wrong, we're wrong peanuts and we're not, you know, wrong a bunch. So we'll stop averaging in right now. You know, every time we've gotten out on the downside, so we're up on this right now, but holding this against ourselves 5 pennies, waiting to see if there is a move one way or the other here. I think if the market wants to go, it's going to have to be on the back of strong names. So we got to look at Apple. Obviously, they're like, what the hell is Intel doing at 52.50?
Apple yesterday at the close was worth bearing mention.
Was it? Okay, I didn't look at what it was.
Apologies for not mentioning this. This is something we should have covered.
Yeah, what did it do?
No, Apple absolutely dumped. Come on, Char. Absolutely dumped at the close, and then had just an unbelievable buy when the imbalances came out and went like $4. It didn't move that the whole afternoon. So you got to look at these. Look at the level that it bounced back to, this 247, and that's going to be a good litmus. If it can get back above the price where it really dumped at the end and where we bounced to, that's going to be a big one. If we hold above there, I think the market's going to have a better chance to go. But with Apple underneath VWAP, underneath that 247, in my opinion, that's not going to be nothing. Bitcoin, I'm going to start to trim some at VWAP here in front of yesterday's low, but it seems like it's breaking the trend a little bit. I was able to get a reload in Kraft Heinz. And Intel, my goodness, Intel. All right, give me the bid, give me the bid. Intel, topping tail at 52.5 just now. So I said 52.5. This could be the first shot if we get this topping tail confirmed. I mean, the way Intel's been going on a 3-minute, like you could look really good now, and then 30 seconds later, we're breaking out the high. So I want confirmation on the close of this candle. Strongest name in the market that I've seen. I mean, this and ARM. I don't know what else is going this big.
Derek, can I get your opinion or what you're thinking about Intel here? Because like this is an absolute monster of a stock here, and I'm not seeing anything.
Nothing.
Intel, like I'm not seeing anything. Okay, so Derek just saying not really seeing anything.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, once again, there is nothing here in INTC. And I spent some time looking this morning, too, because they were up pre-market. But yesterday we had that upgrade, a couple positive analyst notes. It looks like later in the day as well. But when I say later in the day, latest I'm seeing is like 12 yesterday, 12 p.m., not 12 midnight.
So the thing is like they report tomorrow. You know, so they report tomorrow after close. So you can see Intel right here. So like what kind of a report is planned for these guys? Like, are they just going to blow it out of the water? Like 2.4% short float rate there. And just wondering, is this sort of a look? I mean, if you guys are playing options or anything like that, is this the time right now on any kind of dips where you get involved? Because someone's either front running this earnings report. That just seems crazy to make these kind of moves 1 day, 2 days, I guess, ahead of earnings. The market was down 2% yesterday, and it's questionable what's going on today. So, yeah, all right, that's Intel. And, it is pulling back right now. Our position board, we got to get that all fixed up. I'll throw it back over to you.
We are, and if you're a Canadian trader, you want to boost that exposure, Globex is bringing you Beta Pro, and that's your chance to tap into the NASDAQ 100 and 100. You've got those leverage ETFs, and more importantly, they've got built-in FX hedging. Amplify those short-term moves and minimize the impact of currency swings. You can be bullish, you can be bearish. They're built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Make sure you read the risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing or trading, and check out and scan that QR code you see out in front of you on the screen right now. I want to shout out to them. I have Trump in my ear.
Oh, do you?
He said the word shooting, and it sounded like, defecating. So I was like, what did the president just say?
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to listen in while also speaking, which sometimes can be a bit of a,
Good
bit
talent.
of a challenge.
Good talent.
Oh, no. What? Oh, wrong stock. I suck. No, I just went to, I was bidding out on KHC, Kraft Heinz, going to put a bid, and I just punched out everything of Intel. So wrong stock, so I just took 10 cents on Intel when I meant to take a piece out. I took the whole thing, so I'm going to try to get back in. That 52.50 looks like it is going to be a topping tail candle, at least for now. That's not where I want. Let's go to 20s. Go back into the 20s. Might have just had the top there. All right, that's kind of annoying, but I'm going to wait. If we get a topping tail candle, there's always a chance we could come back in, put a head and shoulders in. That 52.5 looks like the place to be on Intel. Bitcoin, still holding VWAP. Still holding the volume-weighted average price. The president's talking about Somalia now. If we bounce off VWAP, I'll look for a lower high, somewhere around the 50.85 zone. I'm short at 77, which is not ideal. I think a price in the 80s would be a heck of a lot better there. But getting back in Intel is going to make a little bit more sense as a priority.
I like that. Trump is spitting bars. Yeah, look, yeah, you might have had the top there for Intel for sure. This has really gotten my attention here. We are just basically waiting to get stopped out of this. Like, I thought the short, go ahead, Adara.
Trump just finished here. He said, I'll see you around. Thank you very much. He is supposed to be meeting with foreign leaders. That's supposed to be off camera at 9:45, so that's already late. But then he's also supposed to be meeting with business leaders, apparently at some kind of lunch at 11:25 a.m. Eastern. So that might be on camera. I'll certainly keep you all posted. Just get an update there.
So I really want to flip over to the long, now that we've sort of broken higher. It's our confidence, as we had mentioned this confidence as we were getting into this trade, making the stock market great again. These are the small little dips. The market's going to double from here. Like, these are the kind of things that hedge funds and some of these quants really get behind, because now they have like a reason to try to run this market a little bit, because they feel like potentially the president has their back. So I'm a little nervous here after a 2% down day yesterday that there's a lot of room to get back to the upside. And if Davos was not as doom and gloom, which it doesn't look like it. I mean, the market, President Trump has done his predetermined speech there. He's going to take Q&A now, but at the end of the day, the market is not negative here. It's liking this talk. So we're going to stop. There it is. We're going to stop out of this right now. We'll fail. I mean, we're wrong on that, but we should have switched over our mentality a little bit there into that, as the whole market right now is taking out some of these highs. Great trade by you, Donald. I mean, you really created this market bounce, and that's exactly what he wanted to do, I feel like. So there it is, man. Nice move higher in the NASDAQ. I don't think we got taken out at the top. I still think there's a lot of room to run right here. So actually, not a great trade, but not overly upset with how we traded it. So, but yeah, there goes the TQs, man. Higher from here. I think it's probably time to flip long. We'd just rather wait for a little bit of a better price, but there it goes. Upside on the NASDAQ now.
Yeah, the market's still going. And remember, he's taking some questions. So we still have to listen out for the president, even if the prepared remarks are done. It's not over yet. Let's go to Adara. We have another update.
So it sounds like apparently this moment with Trump was actually supposed to be a Q&A, or like a moderated talk instead of a speech. It ended up being a speech, I guess, because Trump gave a speech. And so now they're trying to ask him some questions to kind of go back to the moderated fireside chat that this was intended to be. So just an update. Trump is still speaking right now. They indicated they're going to ask him about Greenland, but they didn't want to open with Greenland. So keep an eye here on CRML and some of these metals plays. Those could move because, again, it is almost 100% likely, based on these comments, that we're going to get a Greenland-related question, at least one. Back to you.
Can't tell him what he's supposed to do.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, but he is going to get asked about Greenland, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, for sure. And certainly, and again, he said bye, so it's what it is. I mean, apparently that also means buy Kraft Heinz. Like Bitcoin's holding, which is weird, but Kraft Heinz is trying to break. So initial move is good, but I'm jumping out. We just broke what was VWAP at the open, which is a 22.5 zone. So walk away from that one. We'll see if we get back in Intel, but I'm not completely convinced about this. I feel like the move already happened twice in INTC. Like there was a 52 double top. There was a topping tail candle. There was no chance to get back in at that price, and I'm not chasing the move on what was the strongest stock. It's going to have to show me a different setup, like something new. It could be a head and shoulders, like holding the side at 52 and then short the lower highs, something along those lines. But yeah, not going to chase the move. We kind of had that one and keystroked it. IBIT's still holding out. Well, let's get to the super chat in a quick little segment, but there's a lot of names that we haven't covered that I see you guys putting in the chat as we speak. Dylan, thank you for all your insights, and same to all at Trader TV. Also, thanks to whoever was mentioning RCAT in the chat yesterday. You're up 900 so far.
Yeah,
that's what the community is all about. So remember, whether we're trading or not or looking at it or not, I guarantee you our community is all over it. And if you type in the $, then we know it's going to be of interest. What's going to be there? I haven't looked at this yet today. Intel, PAVM, that wasn't. PAVM was the one that we brought earlier this morning. I think it was the first small capper to go. AMD, Netflix on earnings, Palantir we haven't discussed, CRVS from yesterday, Tesla, Serve Robotics, and Oklo. We haven't even talked about the nuclear names, which the president did tout heavily. They came back in as well. I think they could be worth a second salvo, actually.
We finally got a little smart, finally, which is not normal. We went long. So there's the long, there's a quick out, man. We actually made back 30% so far. We got some out there at 65s right there. So we just kind of put on the exact same amount of shares. So our average price, we were short at 51. I think it was 21s or something like that. We stopped out there at 50. So we do wind up losing 30 cents. So we'll take 15 cents or so there. And I guess it wasn't 50 cents, about 12 cents. And we'll see where we can go, hopefully a little bit higher. Okay, go. I'm at 75s just to see if we can get something out. And if we're going to look at this trade now, I mean, I've completely flipped the switch here on this to go into the long now. You know, lots of room to the upside. Yesterday, we obviously had a monster move down. We opened up low, we got going, and then we tanked. So this would be the area for concern here, 52.20, 52.40s, somewhere around there. If we get that high, I mean, if we get that high, then we'll be high. So that would be good. Yeah, PLTR got hit off the open. You know, this happens all the time when the market gets hit a little bit. And then there's the rebound for Palantir. So nicely traded there, PLTR, if you guys are on that. And just to go back, like, I wanted to short silver. It was the #1 trade idea. Oh, no, sorry. So Alibaba was, you have to go over to Alibaba, was to go short silver. That just didn't hit our 86 target, but there it goes. Silver, nicely cooking there. We're waiting for 51.80 as there goes, man. Fire the hot dog cannon off on the TQs as we are long on the market. I wanted to bring this down here just to give you guys a little bit of a look at what the market's been doing today. Yesterday we showed you this board and it was hella red. You know, today, not so much. You're pretty green overall. I mean, shout out to Adara, man. I keep saying the smartest one in the room. Oracle down another, you know, in this. Yeah, congrats, Adara, for that one. And thank you for saving me a shit ton of money, too. But Oracle, the only name that's down of any real concern. Obviously, there's another one, Adara, Boeing down as well. But we love the way Boeing looks. Boeing's been a great stock. Microsoft down on that side. And then here's the consumer non-durables, the names that, you know, are that chase for value, you know, as we look at trying to get some dividends and trying to look at, you know, maybe big names in Europe as well. With the recent sale, yes, we just got that TQQ fill, by the way, putting us flat. The Coke, P&G, Philip Morris, Pepsi, all these names with that Kraft Heinz sale today.
Well, they haven't,
you know,
technically sold yet.
No, but filing to do so. Wow. I mean, yeah, so that's not a good story. But there goes KHD. So hitting some of these consumer non-durable names to the downside. Always nice, thankfully, because I know it's yes, let's go, man. What a good flip up on the TQs. Incredible finance today. It's not that the moves are huge. You know, this is a nice looking board. JP Morgan, let's go, man. This is going to be a good trade, hopefully, right there. As this is what the TQs are doing, baby. Nice move higher there. We're waiting for 99s. Yeah, my president there, Donald Trump, continuously creating some nice action in this market. But yeah, it's funny how I go from short to long, and you know how quickly the tune
flips over on this side, as that's what the markets are all about, right? You gotta be like water there and be able to adapt to what you're doing there. But there it goes, man. Nice move higher in this market for now.
Yeah, certainly for now. And until yesterday, IBIT will short this pretty much the entirety of the day. There was literally until the end of the day before we got out of it. We haven't broken 51 yet, which is, I mean, we're basically at 90,000, 89.8 or so. So it's going to be that 90,000 level that if it breaches, then I can look at the other direction. But until that happens, this one was one of the things, even when the market was bouncing in the morning, it was unable to take out that initial high. So far, exactly the same thing. Intel is still looking strong. But Intel almost back toward the highs, 7%. AMD did get there. AMD is now taking the baton and said, hold my beer, Intel. It's at 245. I did hear the president, there was some questions certainly about tech and AI. So he was briefly addressing a question about AI, whether or not that has anything to do with this move. We're going to go to a dare. It's already 10 o'clock, time for happening now.
Seconds away here from pending home sales and construction spending month for month here. Pending home sales coming in at negative 9.3%, it looks like, for the month of December. That's month over month. Construction spending month over month, positive 0.5%, above estimates of 0.1%. So again, we got a negative print, larger than expected for pending home sales change month over month, negative 9.3%. We were expecting roughly flat. Previous print, positive 3.3%. Construction spending month over month, again, positive 0.5%. Market just keeps pushing higher, maybe aided by comments from U.S. President Donald Trump, who is still speaking at Davos, though now is actually a Q&A portion of this fireside chat. Basically, he did talk quite a lot about the market, saying that he will make the market react positively once again to good news. He said this used to be the case, it stopped happening, and he wants that to happen yet again. He did mention Greenland quite a lot, which led to some moves in the likes of CRML and other rare earths and metals plays like MP Materials. MP is the ticker for that one, and the metals company TMC. So certainly keep an eye on this space. We also had the moderator indicate he's going to be asking questions about Greenland, though not yet. Currently, Trump's talking about the relationship with China, saying that he has a good relationship with President Xi. We have to talk about earnings, because we actually did have a pretty major one last night. Netflix, NFLX. Hopefully you got that with us right here on the earnings recap show, Trader TV Live. But NFLX did post EPS and sales beats, so their guidance for Q1 2026 not so rosy. Their operating margin guidance and their operating margin for this most recent quarter also a bit disappointing. But in terms of earnings, we have another big one tomorrow after the bell. That's going to be Intel, INTC. Massive gap up and push higher for this one once again. No news, though. They did have a handful of upgrades and positive analyst notes yesterday ahead of this report. So INTC continues to be on watch. I'll keep you guys posted with all the Davos news. We are also potentially going to be getting oral arguments in Lisa Cook's, that's Fed's Lisa Cook's Supreme Court case related to Trump's attempt to dismiss her back on August 20th of 2025. So that could apparently be happening today. I'll be listening to those oral arguments if they do come to pass. We'll keep you posted. In the meantime, like, subscribe, and head back over here to Sean and Neil.
Yeah, thank you, Adair, for all of that.
All right, the NASDAQ now huge, man, almost up 1% as we continue to climb up there. I like that. He will single-handedly make the market go up. So that's exciting. On good news, of course. So I guess it's just by turning on the plunge protection team at all points, right? I mean, the minute there's good news out, just get all your boys in there to buy. I don't know how else to make the market go up. But okay, so Amazon, 232. Amazon's been in a little bit of a drawdown. We talked about many of these names into the 50-period moving average. Amazon just looking to break out. I like this long. We've had some good developments down here, trying to bid off of that 231. Let's see if that continues to go a little bit higher. But maybe the market is slowing down just a little bit. I did want to go over to Netflix because that's on a nice run, man.
It just pulled back.
Yeah, to $85 there. So yeah, a little washout. We did like the long down there at 80. I'm sitting at 80, but we never got that. And, and then it just pops upside. So a nice little trade there for anybody that was able to get long. I'll take another piece out here at 82. Well, I just offered 80. There it is. We got it. So yeah, on this, I mean, we just bounced off $52 there on the NASDAQ. And like I said, I still think we can get going, but there's the 50 period, sorry, the 200 period moving average. So that's kind of where I think we can max out at, like around here, 52.20. That's where we want to make sure that we have about half left. Well, actually right now we have half left, so we've actually got out of maybe too much here. So let's wait to see 52.20 with the high break of 52.50 here for the TQ. So I'm just going to I'm still waiting at 51.99. I don't know why, but we'll sit there. We'll see if we get a fill on that. The high is 96, and then we get higher. Trump saying we'll see what happens on Greenland. And then I just, go ahead, Neil, because I want to, there's a news piece here that I want to put up if I can find it.
Yeah, actually right now, looks like silver's trying to break this downtrend. It did not get all the way to the 84 quarter level that I was looking for, but it's going to do this. I tried getting rid of this wick. It just keeps on coming back, that dark pool wick, which is messing up the scaling. But if we can hold VWAP here, this is an all morning long trend break, which it did off the open twice for a couple of good bounces. So I'm going to slip in. Once we close confirming above the trend line, we got 3 points on it. Take the first long in SLV. The other thing is, yeah, I still feel like that was the opportunity to short an Intel is gone at that 50, off of that 52.5. That was it, and we're right back up at the top. No head and shoulders forming yet. So I'm going to stay away from Intel. Bitcoin still holding underneath the 50.
Trump's still speaking here. He's echoing mostly his previous comments on Greenland, though he was asked about Greenland. But we also have live oral arguments here. It is, in fact, the Trump and Lisa Cook case happening here at the Supreme Court. So we'll be listening to those too, just kind of for a broader perspective on what's happening in this case. I will also very likely cover it on X at TTV Research in more detail if you are curious about the Supreme Court case, because it is being viewed by a lot of thinkers here as potentially massive for views on the Fed in terms of its independence. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. Still listening to Trump as well. Lots happening this morning on Trader TV Live and in this market. Back to you.
Metals is getting destroyed.
Like, is it down 4%?
Again,
Yeah.
well, it's not that it's down 4%. It really just dropped 10% from the highs. So I know it's down 4% from the close, but it just dropped 10% clean. SMR can't even get going. This is the first thing that the president bumped during his talk was actually the nuclear names. So it's trying to get back above the prior high. This is what I wanted to see, like hold the prior day high, which is finally happening here, and then maybe a join over the volume weighted average price. I mean, if we're going to go rallying, there's still room. Even just closing above the 20 level here, there's room to the 2050, and then 21 is the wick high as well. So silver is still resisting a little bit that trend break, but SMR is now starting to go. This was the one that, and then, I mean, all three, Oklo had a small move, they got an upgrade. Any else move, just SMR, the most volatile and strong. So now you're breaking out above the volume weighted average price. So I'm going to jump in, just give it to the 20, level to be a bit of a joiner. And as I said, silver, now it's breaking the trend line.
Dude, Intel Micro SSR upside. I know that doesn't count, but Intel's up 10% right now. It just hit $53. I shouldn't say 10%. It's up 9.25.
What is the all-time high?
All-time highs. No. We're way higher than that. Isn't it all-time highs like in the 80s? Hold on a second. Let me just pull up a chart here on eSignal because it'll just be quicker. If we're anywhere near all-time highs,
no, we're not.
It's what out of this?
Definitely over.
Yeah. Let's go to the monthly chart on Intel.
For sure, it's at least.
Yeah, I said 80 something, but it looks like 76.
Oh, because that's the level I'm thinking.
Yeah. So right into here, if we can catch into the 60, you're still a ways away.
You're still a ways away.
Look, man, no problem with Intel here, and I don't want to, scare anybody or anything like that, but this is like, Intel 6 months ago was $19, it's now $54, and you're coming into earnings again. So this is what it looks like on the monthly chart. I mean, if we scroll down into a weekly or something like that, you could just see this is not like, I mean, sure, it's like Intel, but we've seen these moves happen. I just fear, I'm taking some out, all right, more out here. I might get it all out. Well, you like to hold a little bit for earnings just in case someone actually does know. Well, this is already a dream, man. But yeah, Intel, like just an absolute monster there, and might just take that money and go on vacation.
It's going to be a triple for the U.S. government.
Yeah.
At 57 bucks, it's a triple.
They don't. They've never said that they had any plans of getting out of that.
I don't know how. Yeah, see, I don't know how that works. Like, they've never said they have an intention of getting out, but at the same time,
Big move.
like, what do they have to? I don't know what disclosure rules are when the U.S. government takes a stake.
Well, they lost money on most theirs. Like
Yeah,
they didn't
like-
make money on GM or anything. There's a whole bunch of different things.
They don't have to telegraph. They don't have to file to sell. Like all that kind of stuff.
What does
The same. By the way, IBIT finally broke. So one time it goes to VWAP. It just broke the high. So
Pavement.
yesterday, which was the cleanest and overall just short. Once it takes out the high, that's definitely a different trend that we're putting in there on Bitcoin, which is now above 90,000, by the way. So you probably arrows up, at least temporarily, although remember what Brian Shannon said the other day, which is that he has an anchored VWAP that it's been running into from the highs, which it can't seem to break, but there's also the prior trend line on the daily, which you got to watch out for on INTC. So SMR finally breaks away from the volume-weighted average price.
Oh, it's
going to
going?
long this one off VWAP here.
like
and
that.
again, I'm only picking them because they moved the most. So they had the best reaction to the president this morning saying we need nuclear energy. And it wasn't just that. He was also crapping all over solar and a few other decisions made in Europe. Let's put it that way.
All right. Intel's the one that's got me shook here, but like this is a good Netflix. I'm just trying to figure out what the levels are because we've zoomed out to Netflix before and have seen this level. And you did get the dip buy opportunities into 81 yesterday, but this is right at a level where we've seen support before. I generally think it's a day 3 play here on Netflix. You could spike up again, like. How official is that deal now with Warner Brothers? Like, I know that they're talking 27.75. I know the Warner Brothers board has suggested in favor of it, so I guess they're out for vote. So, do we know anything more about that, Adara, with where that stands with Warner Brothers and Netflix? Because
technically, the original. What's so crazy today
WBD is 28.50.
The original Skydance tender
is expired.
Expired today.
Okay.
So I mean, I would be proceeding under the understanding that you got 27.75 cash at this point, unless Skydance makes some kind of a change, but it's still trading above that price.
Right.
That's the issue. It's trading in the 28s.
Okay, Dara?
It looks like Trump's done now. I was just going to say, it looks like that the Q&A is done, speech done. Right now, it seems like he is complete at this point. If there's anything that changes, I'll let you know.
All right, I'm going to go. I am short Intel now.
Someone's still yelling.
I've had enough of this. Let's just see if it pulls back. Like, honestly, take a couple hundred shares and let's just see what winds up happening here. Like, if we do get a pullback, that high is 53.20. Let's look for this area here, 52.50. So we'll put a bid down into there. We have been getting out of some of our TQs. I mean, it's not necessarily looking super attractive at these levels. We'll take some more 73s out now. If Trump is done, he was really pumping the tires of make America great and make the market great. And, the market will go up on good news now. So, yeah, if he's done talking, I am a little skeptical of me getting my 52 fill. So we'll take a little bit out right now. We're going to watch out for this stock right here. We are now in new position alert. We are now in Intel as that's trying to make a move lower. So let's see if we have some kind of a pullback option here for us on Intel. We just said that we are looking, let's go 52, what is that high? Let's just put a bid here and see if we get it. 52.70, okay? So we'll put a bid down here at 52.70 and we'll see if we can grab that. We'll get out a 10% down there. And then the next area will be 52.50 or so, this breakout right here. And then we'll move off of that because if we're going to give ourselves 30 cents worth of room, we should, take 30 cents if it's available to us. But yeah, that's my little talk there on Intel. Let's see if it can create a profitable experience for us here on the short of Intel.
And let's ask you this, everybody. If someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change? Or just the upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large sim and live funded accounts every single day. And they've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast, same-day, and daily payouts. Right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off, so buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code in front of you on screen to check them out. Want to shout them out for sure. All right, we might be making a bit of a curl. I don't want to see a head and shoulders pattern set up here on SMR on that VWAP bounce. I still would I'll still reload it on what would be a trend if it tags it a third time. It's not really yet for me on that little break away from the volume weighted average price, but you are still, I mean, the market's kind of stalling out a little bit. So I have to have at least some concern about the pullback. I'm waiting patiently. IBIT's still at that 90,000 level. It broke out the high, but I'm, again, just going to wait patiently for it to test yesterday's top. That's ways away. Like, we're a full percentage point away from getting into that high, but we are starting to form like a trend that could break out for me as well. So got to watch out for that one pretty closely. And then Netflix, man, like this one is not stopping there. I thought there'd be more of a trend play where you could play off the volume weighted average price if it held 82. Like this was key support on the daily chart. There just hasn't even been a dip on Netflix at all. There's just nothing to sink your teeth into anywhere close to the volume weighted average price. Very strong day for them. Tesla we haven't discussed, but it's starting to have weakness at the 425 level. This is exactly where you thought there might be some trouble, yesterday's lows, and we have been unable to break away. So this is not going to be the one, Tesla either. So yeah, just going to be looking at this SMR for the potential dip back in to the volume weighted average price, and then look for the next opportunity in there. The president's now sort of done the remarks and the Q&A and all that, and the question becomes, okay, well, we've had our jockeying, and we've had outsized moves off the open on a lot of things. You just look at SMR as an example. You look at AMD as an example. Now where are they going to settle back in? AMD looks like a trend break as we speak, though. All right. It's hard to ignore this one. This looks like an obvious trend break. So it's going to confirm that there's almost no chance it's not going to confirm this trend break here, because there we go. It's confirmed the trend break on the 3-minute. That gives me the prior bar at like 247.5 or so. I'm going to stick in front of 247 and see if I can get picked up on this one. Whoa, it's already slapping back up. Fails, sail 47, fail 47, fail 47. Get it? No mas. No mas, did not get it. So 247, there's your trend break, and then immediately pops back up. I did not want to chase it. Try to smack it on the way back in, and we did not grab that fill. So it looks like you could be getting a bit of a top. The other thing I'm watching, I had not taken my eyes off Intel. It's also got a pretty distinct trend. Just go from the open, connect it with this little bounce. It's getting very close to breaking trend itself. I'm going to zoom in the black chart for you. So if we break down underneath this trend line, I also like Intel for a quick little salvo. Just looking at yesterday when we trended up and then eventually broke, to me, the path, for myself at least, the path to green yesterday was waiting for the spots. It's like, okay, so your original open plans, like that level doesn't hold, that level doesn't hold, then just wait for your setups. And I'm gonna, like I said, giving this one to the prior bar, which is about that 47.5. If we break it, I'm out. If we get back down into that 46 area, it takes them out. VWAP seems a ways away at this particular point. And also no reload on SMR. SMR did not dip. This man is not in here today, is he?
No, you mentioned yesterday that you
thanks.
you wanted some espresso. So
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that from now on. I'd like the look from Randy of the espresso.
Yeah, same. That's a good one right there.
Easier.
Okay. Yes. All right. Oh, my net went down. Oh, okay. As the market continues to rip up. Geez, what the? My whole thing about Trump being gone, therefore market go down. No. Nice.
I thought I liked him like the Fed.
Market extension.
That if he bounced us, then he would reverse us.
Yeah.
How he usually does.
If he yes, yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. So, but yeah, no, not at all. Thinking incorrect. We'll be flat on the TQs, obviously, after all this. We did go short initially, then we go long and making it back, so we'll be up. But down on the day here because it just happened. So we just took a hit on Intel. Like I came back and I was like, oh my God, the market's going. I actually forgot that we put this short on, but we were getting out at the high of the day. So when that hits, we're out breaking through 30. There goes Intel, man. I mean, I wish we would have bought the dip instead of sold the dip, but I thought that there was a back end trade there. Obviously, incorrect amount right there as Netflix. Is it doing the same kind of a play? Yes, it is, man. It's tried to. I was thinking Netflix was a pullback right here as well. Sorry. So I don't know. I think ever since we're now connected to those screens behind us, it is a little bit shady here to get over to the screen a bunch of times. But maybe Netflix is now finally thinking about turning itself around. We have bounced off of the 21 period moving average rate into there quite nicely. We haven't gotten as low as the 50 period. Maybe that's a break lower right there through $84. But watch out for $84.50, $84.60 right there coming through. Nice take on the TQs. We really like that one. And, for everybody that sold yesterday near some of the lows, I don't think you need to feel so bad about it, but the market obviously is ticking a little bit higher right now, so just be careful trying to have too much FOMO. This is a long game, and if you are swing trading, then you've had a couple good days where yesterday you might have been able to put on some shorts early, and then today maybe the long, as we had sort of talked about what that meant, bouncing off VWAP early.
Critical metals.
And well, yeah, I mean, I don't want to say specifically all longs, but critical SMR is up huge. Lots of good names flying around here. We're just along the NASDAQ and waiting to see if we do get an extension over here as well. And I actually am trying to be stubborn with Intel, and I do actually want to go short. This name is now up 10.5%. Just doesn't make much sense to me. And we could have done the easy thing today, which would have been short Kraft Heinz. Let's see what that's done, and that's gone the other way.
It bounced too.
So there you go. So that's what I mean. Like, you get all this sort of idea, and then all of a sudden things start going oppo a little bit. Do I short Intel now?
Oh, I just got.
When do we short it?
I got wicked out. You know where I put my stop? It's going to be the prior bar
on AMD.
But that was AMD wicking out. I have the trend line drawn for Intel. I mean, like, either breaks the trend line or gets to 55. So that's kind of my thought there to try to play that one. And then, okay, now SMR goes, really. SMR got right to the lower high, let's just say there was a seller at 80. It's visually obvious here there was a seller at 80 because it immediately dropped like 20 pennies. And now it's ramping even higher. So there's nothing stopping this. It was a good break off VWAP, but when it made that top at 80s, there wasn't even a pullback to get you to the volume weighted average price. So I'm out of both. Now I'm going to just have to wait for Intel to give me the reversion, or we'll get to the super chat in here, or wait for something else new to set up. One of those things we were watching earlier, like a Netflix. But GITS for Tech Lion, Global Interactive Technologies, Inc.
Look at SLV. Okay, thoughts on JITS? Go ahead.
JITS, 220%. That's insane. Remember, this was a penny stock, and unlike, I forget the name of the one we brought you yesterday with the gorgeous-looking daily chart, this is more of a habitual line stepper daily chart. Parabolic move up and back to the lows. Reverse split and back to the lows. So watch out. Like, the $3 level is obvious resistance, and then the 380 as well. But this has more the feel of, yeah, you're going to want to make sure you bank some profits on this. This has the profile of a
SLV just cute, by the way. Yeah,
the market going higher.
Good call there on JITS. But look at silver. Huge move down, man. Right now on the 5-minute, just brought it into the 200 period into $84. We like the short. We're not in it. There goes silver downside. What's up, Adara?
Time to start here with CRVS for this small cap recap. We have quite a few interesting ones here today. Corvus Pharmaceuticals, they had a pretty big move yesterday. Then after the bell yesterday around 4:40 p.m., suspending a $100 million at-the-money stock offering that was filed way back on August 6th of 2024. So suspending a stock offering, CRVS to the upside. It's worth noting market cap on this is quite significant, around $1.6 billion, but so is the short float at just over 20%. BNAI next up here, Brand Engagement Network. They were actually on our watch list this morning, our Trader TV Live watch list, which you could, of course, subscribe for free. They landed a $2 million AI deal, specifically with regards to Africa and expanding, getting these licenses here to expand into Africa's government and commercial markets. They also made a deal here as part of this overall transaction with Nelson Mandela University. That's a memorandum of understanding there. BNAI has a 45% short float. Last but not least is PAVM, PavMed, 900,000 share float. So pretty small float. Roughly 4% of that is sold short. And a subsidiary of PavMed received a contract from the Department of Veteran Affairs. So nice look here for PAVM. Slight government tie-up there. Lots to keep an eye on today as we send you back over to Sean and Neil. Please remember to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content.
Yeah, there it is, man. Yeah, thank you, Adara. Yeah, here we go, man. We're going to be positive again on Intel position pending as it just makes a move lower right there. We waited to see if there was any sort of a slowdown. We got a bunch of I mean, 3 or 4 red candles in a row on the minute chart. Doesn't mean that this thing's tanking by any stretch of the imagination, but here we go, man. We got a position on. It's Intel. We just covered some there at 20s. I'm still waiting at 10s. I'm actually at 11s. We'll see if we get a pushback right now on Intel. But yeah, man, give me those 11s. Yes, okay. So a huge move right now for Intel. We are now positive right now on Intel, so we'll spend a little bit of money on that one as that is starting to get lower right now into the 21 period. We haven't seen anything. We haven't seen VWAP. We haven't seen the 21. Well, we saw it right there. We haven't seen the 50. So right now, I think it's a good, decent spot anyways to start to cover Intel down here.
Yeah, it just broke it. It said, I waited for it to break the trend line, so I'm also in. There's the 3-minute from the first initial bounce. And I'm looking for the prior high on that bounce. It's like 52.67 or so as the entry point, or exit point, I should say. IBIT finally broke its trend from VWAP as well, so waiting for the entry. It just got in. We'll give it to the prior bar high as usual, as you're starting to see things slow down a little bit. And then I just heard in my ear GLD, or gold, I should say. So, I mean, we look at GLD, but gold falling back in here. Is that closed? No, it hasn't closed the gap. Not even close. Okay, so gold isn't even close to closing that gap. Still have another $4 to go before you close the gap on GLD. But all that strength, I mean, let's be real. When the market goes up, some of that safety in gold goes the other way. And that's been a bit of a theme, and you're seeing it play in again here today. So if the market turns around, I think that gives you kind of an idea that maybe would be the time to maybe look for a bounce play in gold.
All right, I think that was a great cover there for Intel, where we got some out. You know, obviously waiting for lower, but we just covered some there. I mean, our best out is 53.11. So that was a really good move down, because now it's right back, flat again. So, you know, taking some profits out. And like I said, man, I'm trying to use a little bit more shares, trying to have quicker stops, and also take profit when certain key levels are hit. So let's wait, man. We still could get blown out on the top of this name. That's like 54 bucks, you know, is where we may have to hold this one too. But it could be wrong and break higher and get into this level. And then we got to think about what we're going to do. But there's the nice move down there for Intel. You know, we could stop out up here if we break through 60s and then just worry about that top wick later. That's 81s. Right now, I'm not going to reload this short. Let's see if we can get another bid. I'm actually bidding 20s now. So if that falls back in, we'll look to take some out on Intel. At the TQ, still motoring. And actually, right now, the Nasdaq's at the high of the day, so let's not be foolish. Let's get some more out if we can. We're at 09s right now. There it is. We take that fill out at the high of the day right now, as, you know, we were short once and now we're long. So let's wait to see if that continues to print out for us. You mentioned Apple was a little nasty yesterday. There's Apple 250 again today. Let's see if we can break through that level. We got as high as 249, as low as 246. So still in the trap zone right here, it seems like, where you don't want to go long or short yet. Waiting to see what Apple wants to do, but it looks like the market is continuously extending its gains right now. But AMD 7%, like that's at 250 right now. Man, I remember shorting that yesterday. Mistake. AMD up. I believe
it's all the way back.
I'm wondering what's wrong with Intel here. AMD is up 7% on similar no news. Intel, I can wrap my head because tomorrow's earnings. I just very excited to see this market start to bump higher here. As here's another pullback a little bit for Intel. Go ahead, Adara.
AMD did appoint a director yesterday after the bell. This individual is Casey McClure, previously CFO of Accenture. That's kind of it I'm seeing for AMD, nothing from today.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's that big of a deal, but...
It doesn't seem like a major thing, but
like
I don't know.
Big of a deal. What's worth noting, I just want to quickly show you a name. So you think it's all rosy in Shipland? Whatever is going well is not going well for SMCI, unfortunately. That one, we don't have locates on. We do.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we should.
Okay, so it's lower highs being made. If Intel reversion comes out, then I'm going to be looking at that name. Because there's two ways to look at SMCI. You can say, well, if the market turns, it's already weak. But the other way to play it is if the market continues, that thing could break its trend and join the rest of the party. We cannot seem to break down through the quarter level and the 53 on Intel at all. While IBIT broke trend here and is now starting to make a move. So it's broken the trend, looking for 51, and then the volume weighted average price on this bad boy. Patience, name of the game, right? Like that's what worked out yesterday. So, you know, if it doesn't work, just wait for your next opportunity in there. and then just try to control your losses when you're wrong, just so that they don't blow you out of the water. But I am interested in SMCI all of a sudden. I don't want to lose sight as well of SMR. SMR all the way back, and we didn't get the top, but it's a heavy reversal back into VWAP. Let's just say it's pulling back in rather heavily. This is not a gentle pullback into the long weighted average price. It just dropped 3% in like 5 minutes or so. So if there's a good bounce here, I don't mind jumping in, but I'm not just standing in front of VWAP on SMR.
Yeah, Tesla's going right now. I definitely see that one. I'm going to stop out at 53.60 if Intel goes, man. I just don't want to sit in here anymore with Intel as it's going higher, man, and it's not stopping anytime soon. So we'll get on the bid in the 30s and see if we're able to cover something. What in Tesla right now? That continues to go higher as well. So there we go. Nice move there for Tesla as it's continuously going there. Hold on a second. I got to get something ready to go here very soon. But there goes Tesla, 428. Nice little high made right there, up 2% and going. We looked at Rivian before, RIVN. We're out of Intel. That short did not work. It just got blown out higher right there. Rivian. Oh, by the way, there goes the mark. I mean, it's too bad. Like, we should have just stuck in this futures trade because we did give some back there on Intel. But Rivian back down into 1620 and change, going a little bit there for Rivian. But there it is. The TQ's higher, and there goes Intel. Don't tell me it blasted. Yeah, okay. So it took out that 60 area and then goes higher. It looks like the one that we should have sort of reverted or looked for the reversion on was Netflix. I mean, this was the other name that I was really thinking about up here at 85. I mean, we had sort of just hadn't been able to break it for the last 40 minutes. Basically, I didn't realize it was 10:30 already. Through the last 40 minutes. So that's going to be a good short, it looks like. I still want to catch Intel.
We just opened.
I know, on the way back. And then silver as well. Wow, man, we missed that opportunity. Down to $84. We said not the crash. We said a sort of a move down was coming there on SLV, which was up about 1% earlier, now down 1%, so a little tipsy-turvy there for that. Netflix trying to hold out. And then I'm just waiting. Like, how wrong have I been there on Intel? I mean, this just keeps on going back.
It did this yesterday. The only difference between today and yesterday is today's move is bigger, realistically. But it's almost the same stair step to the upside. It was it was really at this time that it made the high. So I felt like I waited it out right. But, first one kind of worked, but I keystroked the bejesus out of that one, getting it all out. But still holding on, making higher. If I'm going to just get rid of this, I want to look at the 15-minute first. We get to 55, that's a level on the daily. I'm waiting in VWAP. If we get to VWAP, I'm going to jump out of that trade as before. So just before we go back up, I mentioned SMR. Now, it broke right through the volume price, but still holding on to price. So I might take a second shot. I like the fact that the top is 21, but the president seems like he can. Let's go there.
Over here quickly, we're going to talk about Ogen because millions of concussions with 0 approved therapies. Oragenics, which is symbol over there on the NYSE symbol, Ogen, nasal brain approach to concussion treatment, with the market expected to be $8.9 billion in addition to drive what comes next. See what meeting today by making sure you do check the Oragenics QR code. Give them some there, especially if you or anyone you know suffering from concussions. Thank you to Oragenics for that one. Look, I here the market rate ripping, so up one. I mean, I call this a really good stuff. We had one little pullback, but it got less. There's the we thinking short that Donald Trump, right, which is always a worry. But he was talking positively about the stock market, which should surprise nobody. I mean, we've sat here and called him a market, the president's stock market president. The stock market was a good one as well. He was talking about news is good news and bad news is he'd like to see good news creating market fluctuation higher. So for right now, that's what we're talking about. It's NASDAQ from Trump. Didn't see aggressive about Greenland. From what I heard, maybe that's you guys can tell me. But market seems to like what they're hearing now. And look, if Greenland was that much of an issue, the EU would be an issue. And right now, the NASDAQ and the ADS, both seeing higher highs as we speak. So yeah, man, all aboard this NASDAQ and the market train. I'm going to take one more piece out here on the TQs and try to let the rest run higher, man. It's a good thing to flip long. This will still be in that big L. So right now, watching out for the NASDAQ, trying to go higher, watching multinational names like Apple, see if they can kick. We like Alibaba earlier as well. I didn't even look at that really today. Had to move down, but kind of where we opened up with. So I think you want to look at names that are stagnant. You want to look at names that are flying around. And right now, that's a lot of focus is on Intel.
Well, that's sort of the thing. Like you want, like there's a lot that's making out.
Intel's at the highs right now.
You don't necessarily have to worry about things that are flying around. There's certainly plenty of them. Netflix pulling back into VWAP as we speak. IBIT bouncing halfway. So you need to it needs to confirm this 51.2 is resistance on that trend break. If it breaks, once it gets down to 51, I go from prior bar to effectively, it's going to be a break-even stop. So I'm just moving the stop. Just realized I canceled the other one and let's put in the new one. So if we break out above this 51.2, then I'm going to jump out of the trade. SMR is still not really going. It's doing a pretty poor job bouncing off of VWAP. So I'm going to double check to see what the other nuclear names are doing. Oklo, they did have an upgrade today, so they had some positive news, and they're doing even worse. And it doesn't feel like these ones want to go. What's NEE doing? Load. That's just as weak. So SMR is the right one in the group. Just needs to get going off that volume-weighted average price, everybody. Certainly, wow, Intel 54. I guess it does want 55 after all. Zoom way out.
When you said that, I was like, there's no way it's getting to 55, but it definitely looks like
it's 25 minutes to go. The second we're done here, I'm putting an offer in front of $55 if it hasn't already gone there myself.
Yeah, it doesn't look like you're going to
I'm going to sell another 10% of Intel myself. This is crazy. It going into the earnings.
I think I'm going to get out of it all.
You get a bump like this going into earnings, and anything could happen. The fundamentals are going to have to matter at some point to this company, right? So I think this is an opportunity.
You would
11.
think so.
Well, I can't remember the last time I saw something running this way that was already up this much going into an earnings print, right? It's
no. I'll probably sell it all. I might only hold 10% left. It's too much of a move higher. This is absolutely
Insights 2020.
Yeah, exactly. This is an absolutely monster move.
Because you don't mind sometimes if you're going to sell anyways. Then you just sell cover calls going into earnings, which is that's the other play. If they get called away, heck, you wanted to take some profit. If it does, whatever, you get some premium as well. Either way, but anyways, doesn't really matter. Intel going to be reporting tomorrow, not today.
Yep.
For everyone out there.
Thursday night. We'll be staying late with you guys on Thursday night. We want to thank everybody that stayed late last night. We had a great turnout, so the after-hours show was a killer. So stay with us
names tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah. I wanted to. So I'm getting lighter, man. Right now on this futures position, we just have a few shares left, maybe 20% left, honestly, of that position. I'm pretty happy about that too. So all good over there, guys. All right, let's just keep this party going. All right, so that's Intel. J&J, I like their report today. I said I really think that they're a name that you can diversify with and be pretty happy holding here for the long term. So J&J, nice move. We'll see if we get lower. I was hoping for 205 right there. It doesn't look like we're getting anywhere near there. Let's just find out. Wow, this market is just extension. Keeps going higher right now. Eli Lilly, yeah, buddy. Another 2.5% on that one's head right now for Eli Lilly today, as that's really extended out there. A little nervous there as it dropped out as Novo Nordisk sort of beat them to the punch with their oral, but not that that really matters. We do know that Eli Lilly will be there. Eli Lilly has tons of production capabilities, so we're not too worried about Eli Lilly, but there goes the NASDAQ again. Huge upside move, and it looks like Amazon also. We looked at Amazon earlier, and I said I really like the base that it was forming down there. It just did give you VWAP one more time. I said 230. That's going to be a good one. You bounce off VWAP, and now you're looking to take out the highs. That's a good, as I know Shreve always says, good structure on that play right there. I still keep looking over at Netflix and at Intel because these are the two plays that I think are due for a little bit of a pullback. Netflix maybe not, but I think Intel for sure. So just waiting to see if we can make our money back on this one. We just wicked high at 54. Still don't have like a volume profile here. Like I would like to see, that's obviously the open, but I'd like to see a little bit more of an exhaustion candle on the upside before getting short. But we could go short now against 54. It gives us an easy out, but just because we have an easy out doesn't mean it's an easy long. Or sorry, an easy short. So I don't know. I'm going to hold out on Intel, but that name just keeps on going higher here.
No, there's pretty much nothing stopping some of these names. But if you're looking at the Mag 7 in particular, the laggard today is distinctly and definitely Microsoft. Not particularly sure why it's looking so bad or relatively bad, but you're still down 0.75 here on Softy and struggling to get off the volume weighted average price. So if you're looking for a dumper, it's these guys. Apple was weaker earlier, also weak earlier, but that's back into green. It's above that 47 where the dump off happened. This feels like a, does that not look like exhaustion on Apple, everybody, yesterday? And as long as we close over 247, maybe a bit of a reverse of trend before we get to the 200 period. That would kind of stink. If you were waiting for the 200 period to dip by Apple, and then yesterday ended up being the low, and we just witnessed that at the close, it's certainly possible. For me, next, it's like whatever, unless Intel gets to 55. SMR now trying to close above the volume weighted average price. It's the only nuclear name sustaining its move right now. Oklo looking bad, NEE looking bad, so I just want one more shot potentially at this. But the thing I don't like, which is giving me pause, is those lower highs also confirmed a trend break. So technically I'd be breaking a rule going long here because I'd be going long after it just broke the trend line. I don't really like it. So I'm going to stay away, maybe give it a couple of beats, maybe a 115-minute candle to close. On that, IBIT looks like it is going to try to get into VWAP in here. First time, okay. Second time loss, we'll look to get into the volume weighted average price. Bitcoin's back underneath 90K, but we're just bouncing back and forth. And we get a couple $100 above 90,000. We get a couple $100 below 90,000. No big breakaway from either. But for now, waiting for this 50-80 for a fill. Bitcoin not as strong as the overall market, which shouldn't really surprise anybody if you've been tracking the two lately.
Yeah, I jumped the line a little bit here with Intel by going short right now against 54.10. I mean, you know, an easy out doesn't mean that this is going to be right, but this is the first sort of 5 minute. You know, the last time we went hard. The last time the only time we went short was, oh, that's the daily chart, my bad. Right here, when this broke. Right there, we thought we had the short. Obviously, it blasted through. So we're trying to wait for that one candle here that does give us that. This is looking more and more like a doji star up here, but it needs to close underneath and start to go down. Like we really needed to break through 53.60s before this short can really be confirmed. So yeah, you guys know where the stop is, man, and we'll wait. If it does break through there, then we're going to be out, and we'll take another L right there on what's generally our friend. I mean, it's my friend in the long term, but not here day trading as we continue to hold this short into, well, not continue to hold it there. Like, okay, well, we're going to get stopped out again here on Intel as it's taking out new highs. 54.10, the new high on Intel, will stop us out one more time. So we'll go O's here on Intel, unfortunately, and not smart enough to figure out when this is going to break lower. So yeah, keep taking some shots and using less shares there. So when you're right, and when you're wrong, you're not absolutely destroyed. So that's what we're doing right now as it goes right back into the money for us. I'm going to take a bid if we can get a 90 fill, honestly. Just take a little bit of pressure off, 10% off, and then hopefully this name will fall back in, because the more and more I sit in here and try to tell you guys that this short will work, it just doesn't work. So yeah, you know, hands up there. We'll take a small hit on this, but it doesn't look like Intel wants to work out for us. Let's go back over to Adara. It's 1040.
Let's talk here about this sector map, which is generally very green, almost the exact opposite of yesterday. So let's start with what's really strong. Health tech, Eli Lilly up 2.5%, leading this entire sector with the one notable exception of Johnson & Johnson. J&J trading lower on earnings day one. Producer manufacturing strong, energy minerals strong, transportation, health services, consumer durables very green here. We've got commercial services, industrial services, and even finance. Some of these larger banks, JPM, Berkshire Hathaway, relatively flat, but a lot of these other names, including AXP, Citigroup, Blackstone, all to the upside. Let's talk tech, because one sector here is strong, the other one has some glaring signs of weakness. Electronic technology, pretty much all to the upside. Intel up a whopping 11% the day before earnings, and AMD and Micron not too far behind, up 8% and 6% respectively. Tech services has a lot of strength. Google up 2%, and Meta up about 1%, with Accenture up nearly 4%, but then Oracle, Apple, and Netflix all down roughly 2.5% to 3% each, with Netflix actually posting or providing weaker than expected Q1 2026 earnings guidance in its report last night. The only other sector here beyond technology services with obvious signs of weakness is consumer non-durables. In fact, pretty much every stock in this sector is notably red, with the exception of Nike. Nike up 2.5%. Yesterday, the company did announce some leadership changes on a regional basis. So small level leadership changes for Nike, managing to save the stock today. Lots to keep an eye on, though, of course, today in this market. But again, if you're looking for something that's a bit weaker, I would point you in the direction of consumer non-durables or certain tech services names. Back to you.
I'm going to say, if you're looking for weakness, Walmart is having some trouble today. It looks like it's still red on, like Walmart's still red, just sort of scanning names that are setting up. It's close to 11 o'clock, so you get a little particular about the setups, and was just going through my list of things that were in play. And after the drop yesterday in Walmart, this was on my radar. It just recently broke the trend line. So if it loses VWAP, yeah, this one looks like, I mean, it's counter to the market currently. A lot of strength in the NASDAQ. It makes some sense thematically for a couple of reasons. One, if there's, it was already the run up going into the add to the S&P, or sorry, the NASDAQ 100, and then you're getting a bit of the sell after the fact. So I like that kind of a theme. And then if we break VWAP, it makes some sense. All right, Bitcoin's still, I mean, it's sliding down, but it's not abjectly falling. And I'm still waiting for, Intel's not going to get to 55, it doesn't seem like. It's still another press higher. There hasn't been like a head and shoulders. There's been topping tails and trend breaks, but there hasn't been any distinct follow through. The second it shows me the other end, like the backside of the trade, like on the 15-minute, there was one 15-minute candle, then there was a trend break try. There just hasn't nothing else is set up for me just yet, but I am taking another shot at this. It was the after 11 o'clock that ended up being the fade on this stock anyways. You had some opportunities yesterday to take some shots at it that kind of worked out, but it wasn't until you got to noon that this one started falling for good. Vin, are you still in AMD? In my long-term account, I still have some left, but you know, I'm one of those people. You feel really smart when I was like, I'm not trimming my NVIDIA, and AMD's the one I'm trimming back in October of last year in front of the 250 level. But you know what? If your intention is to buy the dip and you don't buy the dip, all you've done is put some money into cash and then don't do anything with it. Thankfully, I mean, whatever. Like, I also bought AVAB first day of the year. That ended up working out for me. But I'm kind of mad at myself because this triple bottomed at $200 on AMD. It's kind of telling you where you should be buying this thing. So you can wait for the 200 period moving average all you want on stocks. They don't have to care.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right? I mean, it's a lot to wait out for some of these names, and that's why we think about investing versus like day trading. And if you have a day trade plan, that's great. And like Neil said, to get back into it, but it can be quite difficult for sure. Yeah, okay, so I finally went short on Intel. We need a little ways to go before we actually make some real money back, but let's capture this right now at 72. We are short right here at 97, so we're 30 cents in now on Intel, and here it comes finally giving us, all right, let's take some more out here, 66s, thank you very much. So now here we go, 30 cents in the money. Look, we just got stopped out up there, so we said we're trading a little bit lighter right now. It's funny because Squeezo there in the chat said that I looked like I was revenge trading. And yeah, maybe, but not this time. I mean, not using heavy shares, so I'm not like mad about my P&L or anything like that there today. It's just we shorted it twice and it just didn't work. So now we'll wait to see if this short was really nothing. This short at 53, it was more in here where we thought that we were being part of this move down. That didn't work. We thought we would short this move right there, and then it just broke higher. And then this one, we talked about it. This was really well planned out and no problem there. But we still needed to go down in order to make any money back. So that's the other thing. But it is like all aboard right now. We do have a big trade here. This is going to be obviously a big P&L name here, and it's the TQs. So it continues to extend out higher right now. We'll see if we can get another offer and take this out. We are now $1.20 in the money on this. So I'm not going to sit here and complain about this move. So it's been a good one. And then now we're 35 cents in the money here on Intel as well. So yeah, let's see if we can get a drip, right? I mean, 53.50, that's 53.35 right there on Intel. I'm going to put a bid at 53.50. You know, there could be a lot of option plays here with Intel, with earnings coming through. So if everybody's running and buying these calls, at some point, you know, a dip down is going to create another run towards premium, try to buy some or average in if you bought up here. There could be some people running to buy this dip just to get a better average price in case this move does continue. So I'm going to continue to take a little bit out here on hopefully the downside of Intel, bidding in the 50s right now for that one. Brands something here, VNAI.
Now at AMD's now 9%.
AMD, like some of these names just continue, man. Brand, what did I just call these guys? BNAI. Brand engagement, oops, that's Blue Ocean. BNAI, brand engagement, up 50, 40 and change percent. There goes Intel back upside. So you got to be careful with that. We just got to have some more of the TQs.
That stock from the morning.
Yeah, this is the stock from the morning here that had a nice move up to 11 bucks. Basically halted there for that 10 minutes and has been going lower off that halt. BNAI. No point in really zooming out on this one. We've seen it really, climb higher here. As we said, higher lows still being made. So BNAI looks to be on a nice move higher here, despite its recent halt and tick down. Yeah, that's it, man. I like, we didn't go over IBKR. I don't, like I didn't.
It was like
yeah, okay, it's not doing anything. So I was wondering how that would affect Robinhood right here today. Robinhood down to 108. So okay, Robinhood doing its own thing right now.
It was like
actually Robinhood up 2%. Okay.
Interactive broker. Disappointing. UAL moved around a little bit, but not too crazy on their earnings as well. But like staring down AMD, all day trend now. Like it had the VWAP trend line break. Timing is a little bit everything. If you get it on the initial wick, you could have scalped out. If you get it on the second wick on confirmation, it broke out. But now that pullback gives me a new trend line to work off of. So we're gonna have to really be patient with AMD. Maybe not so much. ARM is up 8% as well. But I noticed something very different between AMD, ARM, Intel, the market. It does have a head and shoulders already. I'm looking for that head and shoulders pattern on one of these parabolic chip names, and ARM has already done it. So you do have some lower highs working here on ARM to fade off of this one into 116.5. We always have locates on this name. We do. Just double checking. I don't want to make the assumption, but we do have locates. So if it makes another press and tries to break this trend on the 3-minute, then I'm probably going to jump over into that. Now, IBIT doesn't seem to want to get all the way to VWAP. Contemplating, like it broke the trend. That little dip got to 90. I was looking for the press into 80s. Still have a break-even stop, but I'm probably at some point going to move it down a little bit and maybe even just take out those 90s for sure. So yeah, I'm gonna have eyes on ARM now as the chip names have been all going ham. And of the three that are up almost 10%, it seems like ARM is the one that is on the back end of the trade. 10 minutes to go, which you know what that means. We've got money talks with Adara.
I have a lot to talk about here, but I'm going to try to be brief. We'll start quickly with the U.S. dollar, which is still, again, running into that resistance at that 99.5 level and unable to get to 100. Right now, relatively flat on the day after 2 days of selling off last Friday on Monday here and also yesterday. So let's see if today breaks that losing streak or if we actually pull it a green or flat day for the U.S. dollar. I want to talk a little bit about what's on deck for tomorrow before I get into the Fed's Cook Supreme Court hearing, which is very fascinating. Right now here, 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, we're going to be getting GDP quarter over quarter. That's the final print for Q3. Forecast here is 4.3%. So again, Q3 GDP tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Then at 10 a.m., we're going to be getting some PCE prints. Usually these don't come out at 10, so it is worth noting 10 a.m. tomorrow for PCE. PCE prices, that PCE prices are at 8:30, but PCE, like the actual index, year over year, month over month, core and non-core at 10 a.m. tomorrow. That's, I believe, for both September and October. So that's, October and November. So lots of PCE data that is going to be on deck tomorrow, in addition to that GDP print about an hour and a half earlier. I want to talk about this Fed's Cook hearing, because basically what's happening here is the Supreme Court does seem very skeptical to take this argument that Fed's Cook was being dismissed by U.S. President Trump for cause. Now, why this is so significant is because it does threaten the independence of the Fed if policy leaders can be fired, because they're not cutting rates or for policy decisions or what have you. That is the worry of the Supreme Court, and that is overwhelmingly what's been expressed by justices across the spectrum. So I think that's really worth noting. We've only heard right now from the Trump lawyer. We haven't heard from Cook's side, so I'm going to continue listening and I'll keep you posted. But either way here, this Fed's Cook case could be a very interesting one. Another thing that I think is really important that's been mentioned by a lot of these justices is they're not quite sure if this case even belongs in the Supreme Court, if it should be fast-tracked. They believe that, you know, maybe start with the lower court, have things progress from there. But either way, interesting stuff here, and certainly interesting for the U.S. dollar and potentially for the state of the Federal Reserve and monetary policy going forward. Back to you.
All right, good talk there. Thank you, Adair. I want to remind everybody that you can become we call it a premium member, but it's $5 a month. It's like next to nothing. And what it does is it gives you access to right here, man. This is the best sheet in the world. This is, thank you to Sharif for putting this together every day for us. It's between like 12 to 15 pages every single day. So you're a gold trader. Here's a whole page on gold. Sets new all-time highs. What are the macro and geopolitical sentiments here? What are the trader takeaways? There's natural gas. Arctic blast, Sharif, oh my. Tesla, robo-taxi, any information you want is all here. So whether or not you're on the can, whether or not you're in front of a TV, whether or not you're doing anything, this is very easy to read, man. It's all just a Google Doc, PDF. You can grab this, very easy, talks about absolutely everything. And you would think, okay, if we're gonna put that out every single day, that's probably, $50 a month. I don't know. I have no idea like what something like that costs because we get it all right here. But if you just hit join right now, it is $5 a month right there. You're going to get all these cool emojis. And I'm sure someone will put it in there right now, and you could use some of these emojis there. The Sharif one, the Randy one. Shout out to Randy. And then right into there, members only morning research note. So look, we get a lot of people, gifting these. That's very kind of you all to do that. But just go in, man, for $5 a month. Hey, just don't get that coffee today. Skip coffee for one day. Educate your damn self. Get going on that one. I think it's or make it at home, whatever. Same difference. But at the end of the day, for $5 a month, I'm telling you, give it a shot. And then if you don't like it, just unsubscribe. I mean, I feel like the value is crazy right now as we all look for.
It's a very refreshing way to start your morning.
Yeah, like McDonald's review. Yeah, there it is. Have that refreshing watermelon, one of the best fruits around. But you can also test it out. If you like it, great. If not, just continue. But the reason why I can say that with most certainty is you're 100% going to enjoy the morning notes.
Well, that's the thing. You can either sit there and compile it all yourself and do that work, or
first of all, what's up to Ed
for a
over
quarter
here in
a
the
day?
chat? Where's my guy Ed?
It's a pretty good use of your resources, in my opinion.
Where's Ed over here?
Obviously, I see a lot of people in the chat mentioning a couple of names, and one of them we did not talk about. AMD's trying to break the trend line as we speak. Rigetti. We were talking about names that were weak and stink. Rigetti is definitely one of them. It looks like it's a short for sure. But finally breaking the trend line, the all-day trend is going to be AMD. Big Cheddar saying, heck of a salesman.
Yeah, that's not what I was looking for. Someone out there was like, oh, it's worth it for these accents alone. We have accents? Like, that's the thing. Like, I never...
Accents?
Like, when I was in Buffalo, I asked the lady there, I could definitely tell. We have a Chilean accent over here. The Chilean nightmares in the building. How's it going?
I've never thought, I don't know. No one ever recognizes their own accent.
Yeah, no, I was in Buffalo, and I could definitely hear, like, upstate New York. I mean, look, I was, like, 100% could tell what was up with that lady at the hotel when we were in Buffalo there. And I even asked her if we have an accent, and, of course, she said yes, but I don't know. Do we? Can we put a poll up? We have a couple minutes left. I don't know if it's too late now. Do we have accents here in lovely Toronto, Ontario, Canada? Yeah. One of the most... If not outside of New York, we may be one of the most diversified populations.
Easily.
Easily, I would say.
Easily.
There, I don't know. Maybe not that easily, but I think it has to be true. I mean,
I would say easily.
Anyways, maybe we have accents, maybe we do not. But right now, what's accenting this net right here is Intel. As there it is, man, flushy. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower on Intel. We're into 53.50. These are sort of the levels that we finally thought about. We did get the back end of this trade, so there it is, finally coming through in there. Yeah, we have a maple accent. That's right. We sweet, baby. That's what we're talking about right now. But we got to figure out too. In multiculturalism, we do have what's for lunch. And right now, every single day, I have a problem with the caterer today. It's an Italian flag.
Yes.
Fine. Normally good. The first thing on Italian flag.
Yes.
I'm Italian.
Hilarious.
Well, my father's born there.
That doesn't make any sense.
we'll be enjoying chicken fingers today. So the Italian fine food of chicken fingers, but
I don't care what sauce you put with it.
I don't know, that doesn't matter either. But the next thing says spicy rigatoni. Mix up, you know, the fine Italian food of mixing chicken fingers with rigatoni. Definitely something. So I think there's a misprint here with roasted seasoned vegetables and then Caesar salad. So I think we got everything right besides the chicken fingers. So I'm going to say it's probably, we've never had chicken parm or anything like that.
I would do.
Maybe it's that. Okay, here we go. Look at all Brendo and company. Look at all these members, man. There it is, man. Heck of a salesman. We got one right here. Tori, welcome aboard. Welcome, Adam. Welcome, Eugene. Welcome, Big Cheddar. You're about to make some big cheddar on this purchase, I'm telling you right now. That $5 big cheddar, you're going to subscribe 10 times over. There it is. YXIXXIONG. Welcome. TLR Tradertv. Welcome. And for 36 months, it is our friend, it is the myth, it is the legend, it is a plane crash coming through, and this is Mr. Westermeyer popping out.
What up, Daniel?
We look very much alike. There we go, Mr. Westermeyer, now on 5th year of watching. Definitely should be a member right there, so thank you for that. Another member just came in here. What's up, Other Zinc? Okay, we're reloaded. Thank you so much to another member. What's up to D. Costa and Miller? D. Costin and Miller.
C. Austin.
DC Austin makes much more sense, Neil. DC Austin Miller is in the building right now. Do we have an accent? Hell no, we do not have an accent. Apparently we do.
Well, I mean, if you're Canadian, then you know you don't hear it, but let's be real. Everybody, almost everywhere has a bit of a dialect. I just never hear it. If I go out east, I'm like, oh man, I know what Canadians sound like when I go. But if I visit my brother, I'm like, man, that's distinct. But I guess that's what people say when they hear us. For sure. A boot. We're out in a boot.
Yeah, because we say that all the time.
I actually have to try to say it that way, I think. Man. I mean, I don't know. You guys tell me. We do see there's a super chat about BBAI. What's going on with BBAI? What up, BBAI? Not up? It's kind of weird. Like, you would feel like this would be a BBAI kind of day, but we just showed you Rigetti wasn't really working. This one trending back in. Hey, Brian Shannon said he didn't like it. But guess where we are? We are 10 cents away, maybe 15, from the 200 period. So on the rail saying you had to buy at 570, that's because you're probably buying in front of the 200 period moving average. It's been bouncing there. I'd look for a bounce intraday here. It's about 560. You already have a low at 565. So I'd look for a bounce off that 200 period moving average. That makes some sense. It's already trying to do so. If it breaks the trend, yeah, that could be a bit of a play here for trade. But it is that 200 that you got to watch out for on the one is the big bear. Just a spoiler alert, we still got our good friend Obi filling in as Joe recovers from the ACL, doing great in the chat a couple of times. But it is 11.
No, hold on a second, because we're going to lose all these guys. I just want to say thank you to everybody that's still signed up here. What's up to David the Red? Hopefully you're David the Green today. Shout out to Sean Hodge right here. 59 damn months. That's another one. Face slapper there. Thank you so much for all of that. Right there. Spark Shop 5259. Thank you so much. Be Havish Jade 23. Thank you so much. And then Sir 3 Braille 852. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everybody for your continued support. It does mean a lot to us. I'm just a salesman or not, man. You guys will enjoy that read. It's just, I don't think you can go wrong with it. So someone just said, what's for lunch, man? It's the Italian chicken finger rigatoni combination today. So we'll get that for you, and hopefully we'll be able to show some of that. I'm going to go get a haircut, and I know what hair. I will see you guys very, very soon. Go get the haircut before it starts to snow. Obi, is it snowing outside? Sharif, is it snowing outside? It is. Uh-oh. We get our boots on. We all strapped up. Midday show. Good job today, and we will see everybody.
Notice that
at 2 o'clock. Half an hour. Yo.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Obi. He is freaking Kenobi, and I'm Sharif. And welcome to everybody, and thanks for everybody for signing up. Thank you for the Katina man for that fantastic quick explanation of what the note is. That's a plethora of new members signing up there. A plethora, Katina, man.
All right.
Let's say hello to everybody, man. We got Kirk D, let's go. We got Julia. We got Lear for life. A shout out to Chris Trace. Brody's in the house, as well as Will Ramos, I should say, Matt Trader. We got Dark Skin, I don't know how to say that.
Okay.
We got T27, Tito's in the house. Shyam Bhutani, Andrew Chow joining us, as well as putting up freaking numbers. Shout out to the Rainmaker, Wall Street Gambler, Spin joining us, Bedhead Guy. Shout out to Johnny Loved Butter and Henry Puro. We got Mr. Yankee Stock. Shout out to Buffalo Soldier, Dark Traders in the house as well. PD Rider. I got to do it. It's customary, baby. JL 822 and who else? Michelle Meir, Medical Marinero. We got Wyatt. We got Blue Arrow. We got Mr. MXYZ. Good morning to everybody, and good morning to you as well, Ob.
Good morning, Sharif. How has your morning been?
It has been
usually
fantastic.
come in from the gym. So what
Yes.
what was today's date?
On the menu today, Ob,
Yes.
was a continuation of what it's going to be later in the day. You looked me dead in the eye and had the most serious note. Yes, I know you like continuations and reversions, Obi. We did a little back, a little
Sharif
chest
works out
today.
twice in a day, by the way, guys.
I do.
I talked to him last time. He's like, I do a light workout and then a heavier workout.
Exactly.
That's sick. And I gotta, I'm trying to get back into it. There was a time when, while I was in school, like,
Sir.
in order
I see
to
the
avoid
pictures.
studying,
I saw the
studying right after classes were done, we'd hit the gym for a few hours, and I'd just be like, okay, I'd have like a podcast or whatever. That would be my lazy way of studying. But
boy.
yeah, no, I'm thinking about getting back into it. What's a good way to kind of just ease?
Start small. I'm speaking for myself. When I pick up new habits, I pick them up little, not all at one time. Otherwise, I feel like there's a higher attrition rate.
Yeah, it's like you overload yourself.
Exactly. 20 minutes, half an hour, then you expand from there.
All right, cool.
All right, let's get down to yeah, exactly. Let's ease into the markets. There's a whole lot running today, guys. I'm sure you guys already have eyes on PAVM. It is the biggest, the baddest stock, I should say, in the market at the moment, up 291%. It is halted upside. It's a little bit off the day high. The halt level, I believe, is 24.21 with a 24.49 high. But take a gander at these higher lows. And as Obi would say, look at the structure that's holding. Let me make my case to you guys. Bull flag breakout at 8:15, likely when the headline came out. We consolidate. We get a bull flag number 2. Nice breakout there. We consolidate. But look where the consolidation holds, right? Prior area high, prior bull flag range high. We continue bull flag number 3. We come back down. Look where we hold. Prior breakout range high. And now we're kind of just putting in that higher high and higher low. Doesn't have to be a bull flag party. We already got a few of those, but we're going to keep a very close eye on PAVM. It's got a little bit more expensive, mind you. I mean, it started out its life today in the pre at $6.20. Now it's trading at $24.49. That'll have to factor in to the risk management, size positioning, as well as the things that we always talk about. PAVM, there it goes into another high of day. It is now $26.99, and it's up 325%. We got to keep a close eye on this one. We don't even have it up on a trading screen yet. I wasn't ready. No, I was, but I wasn't. Here it is, guys. Okay, let's take a quick look now. The spread is wide, to be expected of this name. I could have just told you that based on how it was trading on the chart. It's decent, 30 pennies, as wide as 50. Continuing to watch. The new highs, they're coming in fast. They're coming in furious. It's 27.50 high right now. Keep an eye out on this one. Look for a test of the previous halt level. As I mentioned, the halt level around that 24 area. So sometimes what you end up getting is the filling of that intraday halt gap, right? It comes back in, it tests that 24 level, then it's on its merry way into another new intraday high, 27.50 high, trading at 26.30. I have a lot others to talk about right now. GITS was going to be one of them, but GITS just lost it in a freaking hurry, and it may lose spot on the side chart. So we're going to have a look at AMDL. by no means like the big bad mover that we're getting on PAVM over here, PAVM, but AMDL, they're stepping up, good structure, very little in the way of bamboozlement, nary a breach of the 10 EMA on the 5, and I'm talking about literally from 9:30 onwards, so we're talking about an hour and a half here of clean moves above the 10 EMA. And then you have a couple of less savory ones that we're just going to keep on there because, well, there's nothing really to fill their spot. SEGG was the monster we saw yesterday. It had a pretty tumultuous aftermarket as this one did gap down, I want to say, at around 2 o'clock. And then it was a long-ass gap, and then halt, and then it ended up opening substantially lower than where it closed. Trying to catch a bit of a bid today, but something tells me we're going to have a whole bunch of bag holders from $3 and up, because that's where the flat bottom break ended up manifesting. So that's SEGG. AMDL I already talked about. ADTX is kind of, a multi-day runner by now. We've gotten kind of used to this one. By far, the weakest day it's had in a while, but hey, man, 34.75% is 34.75%. So if this sets up a bit better, it's definitely on my watch list. BNAI is also looking good, but it lost the volume weighted average price, so it's going to have to weasel its way above that 9.5, 9.75 for me to get involved. And then NUAI up about half the amount percentage-wise as BNAI. But hey, man, the chart looks better, quite frankly, above the volume weighted average price, trying to take out that prior area high at 640. This one had a great day yesterday as well. We're holding yesterday's lows. We're not above yesterday's highs right now. We're basically at them. Take a look at that candle right there at 12:15. That is yesterday's high, and that went to 632. We're currently showing 629, 622. What I don't like about NUAI is the unbroken chain here of lower highs. Area high into 650, another area high into 640, and now we have another lower high into 6 1/3, 633. So you need to be on the lookout for that trend break on NUAI. At least I would be before weaseling into this one. So we're going to keep, of course, close tabs here on PAVM because it's still doing its thing 25, but it's not time for me to enter in quite yet, Obi.
Nice, good stuff there, Sharif. We see that, do you feel like small caps are coming to a little bit of a wind down, or are we still in the middle of the season, still hot right now? How do you feel about that?
I personally feel not yet.
Yeah.
Russell is not the end all and be all of small caps, but a good gauge. Up the most today of all four major averages, 1.4%, followed by the Qs at 1 1/4. So, and you saw what happened yesterday. Yeah. It was a feast of different small caps. So.
Yeah. I'm just sometimes I'm like sometimes things end with a bang, and that's why I'm just like, all right, maybe we're coming into a little bit of a cool down here. But VIX, another day, reclaimed 20 this morning.
Oh man!
And Netflix earnings, talking about that 82 level. Guess what? Price got a little balanced today. We came all the way to 80s, but there was a lot of buying happening in the 80 halves and the 81s this morning. Makes sense. We're in a bit of a demand zone. 82 was that level, and ultimately 81 was the wick low from prior. And guess what, Sharif? 82s is the current day low, intraday low here on Netflix. Let's pull up the book here. On Netflix, you can see here, the low is, okay, so it's giving me session low, so never mind. The intraday low is like 81.97s or something. So I tried to take the long here. I was very late to it. I tried to push into this 84 because the tape was very convincing, and we're breaking out of this opening range high as well into that 84, 83 halves-ish level. I think it was 60s right there. That push was pretty aggressive, but choppy. Extremely choppy. A lot of selling, a lot of buying, just wiping the book both ways. I did get a little bit aggressive on the short, on the back through, because I was like 85, a bit of a key level, maybe a little psychological as well. Let's see if it can't get through. The first big slam comes in right underneath 84.90s. I'm like, all right, I saw that happen. I'm like, okay, I'm getting aggressive into 84s because 84s was it's the next whole dollar level after the opening range high break. So I'm like, if 84 breaks, then yeah, there's definitely stops that are getting hit from longs that pushed into it, because I was also a long that tried pushing into it, but got chopped up. Didn't really get chopped up, but took a little bit of a muted profit as we just chopped around that 84. Didn't really get any orders past 84. I think I got out like 91s there after my last ad at 97s. But getting stopped out of this one, that wasn't too bad, but I did get pretty aggressive there on that 84 push. So it kind of got slapped up there. But here's the thing. You got to stop out so that you can take the next trade. And I have every, I have no doubts that I have the ability to take the next trade. So I'm just like, all right, I'm going to wait for this. 85 comes in, flushes. I start small. I'm like, this could wash 85 a little bit. Take a little bit here. 85 comes in, and then sellers start stepping in. There's a size on the ask above 85s there, Sharif. So I was like, all right, this is go time. Now I'm punching in, and now I'm ready to get aggressive, but not really getting aggressive right away. Maybe that's the issue here. But anyways, can't be picking tops and bottoms there. Getting chopped up is sometimes is part of the game there. Because the sellers are coming in a very dominant fashion in and around 85s. Right? So we come in, I get more aggressive 84 halves, we pull down, we pull back up. I'm like, okay, now no reason to cover. Let's look for a lower high, because take a look at this. This conveniently placed, I think this is an 8 EMA or 9 EMA right here, conveniently placed exponential moving average shows the break of trend. That happens after the key level false break. So failure to follow through 85. Now we made a lower high. I'm like, all right, it's game time right now. 84 halves, I'm taking more. 84 back through 84, I'm taking way more here. I covered the first push into VWAP. I covered a little too aggressively. I don't have too much left, but that was one of my main trades. And then now I'm looking for a potential continuation below VWAP for those sellers to step back in. We came into that long-term demand level. It was support. We talked about this. We were talking about this multiple times yesterday. So let me show you guys on the daily chart here on Netflix.
Like it.
NFLX. Let's do a quick chart review right here. So these were some of the targets. So again, we're gapping down on earnings. Remember we were talking about yesterday, it's been using any and every reason, any sort of volume that's been coming in to sell off. And guess what happens off of earnings?
What happens?
It sells off
right away.
Right here. So this is what I'm looking at. This was a significant day here, and that's the April bid, Sharif. This is where the whole market bid up from. So that's the key level. I'm looking at that. Let's get specific. What was that level? That was 82.11s. Now, if we go to an hourly chart, we'll see what printed in the after hours. Now, I know some people don't like to use the after hours prices. I say I don't care. As long as it did volume, it is a valid price in the market. 81.27s. That's that price. So guess what we did this pre-market? 81.27s. We held 80s. We reclaim some of those key prices going into the open. Nice strong bid. And I'm like, okay, well, we came into an area of demand, and now we're seeing buyers, prior demand. Right? Now, how far can this go? So I marked out this pre-market chop here at 84s, and I'm like, all right, 85s as well, bit of a key level. I'm going to look for a bit of a reversion if sellers do decide to step right back in. And that's exactly what they did at 85s. 84s, not so much. There's a little bit of a chop, but the behavior did start to change in and around this 85 level. Sellers did start to step in, and I am not holding any of my size, so GG's on that. Got to get much better.
Only reason I know that is because of StarCraft.
With that, yeah.
That's the only reason I know what GG means. Otherwise, I have no idea.
But that came straight into VWAP. So my P8 VWAP is all the way up here.
Right.
This VWAP is right here at 83s. Now we're pulling below that as well. So now, again, didn't really hold too much. But where's the next trade? The next trade could still be on Netflix if it holds that VWAP now and consolidates underneath it for a continuation. And the market as well, Sharif, market was hella strong off the open. Now, if this starts to turn as well, that's a little bit of tailwind, right? So that's what I got involved with. Intel was the next one, Sharif.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Intel.
I feel like there's a story.
Oh, my God.
And it's going to have a very thorough explanation.
3 days in a row, we knocked.
I heard you smashed it last week.
Well, I wouldn't say smash. Smash is relative.
Yeah.
Smash is relative.
I respect that.
Can definitely be doing much better. If I'm not max size, am I really smashing it? That's the reason, right? If I have true conviction, why am I not using everything I have and throwing everything in the sink at it, right?
Yep.
So I did have pretty strong conviction.
Good.
Day 3 didn't come in, but today 50 was already testing in the pre-market trade. You can see how cleanly we were holding above 50. Coming in off of the open, just straight up. The breakout, I think the level to take this was the pre-market high breakout. That's your opening drive trade. 50, 60s if you like them. Right there, if you're brave enough to take the opening print, then yeah, sure, take the 50, 30s and risk to 50 because we're already trading above that. But we move all the way up to 54s now, and we're going. This was the level. Look at this daily breakout. Daily breakouts are absolutely amazing. Intel right here. Let's go to the daily chart, and you can see here the kind of action that we had over the past 3 days. Now on a daily chart, it doesn't look that convincing because it's just more of the trend. We're just trending up very, very nicely. But you go down to an hourly and you see what's been happening over the past 3 days. Strong wick, supply at 50. Strong wick, supply at 50. Not as strong of a wick, but selling off into the close. Supply at 50. We're coming in, gapping up above those levels and pushing into it. Your opening drive trade begins at 50-40s and then 50-60s as well as we push up. And that gives you 54s on a 15-minute chart. We're still well within treasury. So that was the trade. But guess what I did?
What'd you do?
I saw that and I was like, I missed it. So I'm just going to switch over to my scalp playbook, and I'm like, all right, I know the longs are very strong, and the longs are on today. On the first pullback, get short, boom, back to VWAP, scalp it out. On the next significant sign of selling, get short, scalp it out. After that, I did not see any sort of serious selling. I think maybe here at 53 halves, but I was busy with Netflix at the time, so I didn't really pay attention. But Intel and Netflix, some of the best opportunities in the market today. Netflix, arguable, it was very, very choppy. But Intel, you had to be fast for the long through 50. You have to think about it. If it's a really good trade and it's crowded, it'll probably happen real fast.
Oh yeah, no question.
Right?
Absolutely.
Good prices are not going to wait around.
It doesn't give you time to think.
No.
And that's the same. In
you had to have some orders in there.
Can't agree more. Come on, you Gunners! I see you, Benton. I see you, baby. First in the Champions League, first in the Prem. We're doing it freaking live. City got smacked yesterday, and more pleased I could not be. Random Premier League yell, but I saw Benton saying, "Come on, you Gunners," and I have to respond. All right, here we go. PAVM halted down. Before it halted down, though, you boy took a quick scalp trade. Long at 26, we took it up into 27, and I believe 2/3. We're doing it live on this one, but it is halted down. It is halted down at the moment at the exact price, $24.29. Halt time, exactly 11:17:54. The earliest this will be open up is 11:22:54. Mark your timers or whatever method you are utilizing on your side of the screen. PAVM still above the 10-5, and in fact, I like it a little bit better here. Okay, look at this breakout level. Once, twice. He is the one. Thrice over here, and then we took out finally on the breakout when it was halted up actually at 10:55. We took it out substantially, having opened up I think 25, 26, something in that realm. In any event, this is very, very strong and very, very directional. Okay, I'm involved right now in another one, AMDL. We got long 95s. I've wet the beak up into 10s. I am kind of lofty in my expectations, but let me tell you something. It's got a beautiful 1, 2, 3, 4. This current candle is undecided whether it's going to be red or green. It could be five green candles, but super anemic. Ascension, finding clear area of resistance at the level, $21.10. Don't know why, but it's an observation that I have to articulate because it's not clearing the 10 penny level, despite the fact that it's been up to 22 pennies on the day. Spent very little time there though. We're holding here. We're going to have we're going to keep an eye on this one for a possible breakout. But we had a lot of new members thanks to Sean and him mentioning the morning note. So I wanted to tell, because somebody was asking me in the chat, he's like, am I going to get the email with the morning note or what's the situation? So I just got to show you exactly where to get the morning note every single morning, and it's out before we go live. So what you're going to do is you're going to mosey on over to the YouTube, the Trader TV Live YouTube homepage. So this is it right there. And then you're going to see the tabs at the top over here: home, video, shorts, live, podcasts, etc. You're going to click posts right there. Click posts. And then when you do so, this bad boy will show up. And for those who have memberships, it's going to show this green rectangle that says members only. If you don't have a membership, you're not going to see this post. And then you're going to see Sharif's morning note. You click read more, and there she is right there, right at the bottom. Read the full PDF here. You click that bad boy. It takes you to a members only Google Doc site, and there you go. Every single morning it'll be right there. Use it, and let me know what you guys think and what changes you think that I should be making. And trust me, there are changes coming. It was slated for the new year, but with this kind of thing, I have to run a beta for a long time to see whether it's feasible that I repeat it every morning. But the changes are coming. A lot more TA is going to be coming to the morning note. We're talking RSI. We're talking a whole bunch of different things, chart patterns that, that it can pick up. So a lot more technical analysis coming alongside the fundamentals on the story. So get it while it's only $5 a month, because there's a birdie that told me something.
Okay.
And I don't know if I'm
what kind of birdie?
Liberty, a Brendo birdie.
Okay. I was gonna say, is it what?
Changes may be coming to that, so get it while it's still hot. What are you laughing at, Ram Ram? Oh, what's going on over there, Ram Ram?
Tell us the joke.
Yeah, she's laughing at everybody, bro. She's all the time. Trend line and this trade, one that Alex, take a look at that. What am I? It ran went down to 15. Oh, I give me 31. Be looking for the seller that certainly meets that it did during regular. It has to be above the get involved. But into and this or high. $30, so an implied high. SE is especially always What I would like to see breakout area, break crest on 5 minutes. Should say squeeze from double G. This one as PA blood. And here we go. Another this 250 possible using area high 255. That's looking. I think 240 might be of a retracement. So watching for looking for entry.
Yes. So I'm just going through some of the stocks this morning. We already pretty much in detail Netflix and Intel is higher, but AMD another strength. We that 5 just could not stop on AMD. So that's where I've been well, but strong up 6%. So no, for around no idea. Was another back. It was a pop validation pretty full all the way and then straight PD strong one in the chip sector continuing to push higher. See that currently higher and almost every, especially 3 push, right? Beautiful happening here on weekly as well. Won't stop. The SND.
Say that now. You know, yeah. I don't know, but
definitely. Very continue to push.
And did he oil?
Oh, using
we have to go with Dara.
I have a quick to probe now. FLX obviously bid. Union Commission is going to be also keep do nothing. Is trying to 9,000 support. Comment how of course live from he said he attributed that to a lot of Brad capital opposite from China also said finance Davos, including the leadership.
All right. Live. The 70 penny a day. Something's wrong. It'll be in a minute. But asking me realistically sure. You want to be 50 of that, but really get, you know, in strong. Sir, it's a 20, you know, this price was 20 pennies. The high bit of to add more, you know, price. So, can watch your MDL break even at the and trade for me. So we're much, but I got to keep here at into the $0.50 penny area, the $0.50, or we back area. Drops find support like at the moment. Oh, comes. Oh, we're already at it. Let's keep an eye here. Let's see if this is the money fill. So let's get my order ready to see if we have an aggressive move up here. Let's go ahead and keep an eye out on this one. Just keeping an eye out. I want to see retest of the area. Here it comes 42, going 42s, 41s now. Okay, let's give this a try, and there we go. We'll get out at mid-30s, so we were not going to be risking that much. So go ahead for half the amount, okay, through 35. So let's see if it holds up at 35. Stop is in play. What do I have now on SEWG at 43? So we're break even now. Let's go ahead and put a couple of profit takers in the high 40s and high 50s. So if we do get that price descent, and there it goes right back up, filling me. Beautiful. Okay, now we need that continuation though through the $0.50. We get a nice little fill there because we had a resting order, but we have to look for continuation now. So 57 is the next area I'm waiting. Right back down into the low 40s we go. So this one finding support momentarily at the 10 EMA on the 5. Is it a sustained area of support? That's the kind of the question I'm asking myself at the moment. By the way, stopped out on AMDL for the last remaining amount here. So my focus will be on SEWG. Oh.
Yeah, so I see this headline on the screen saying Denmark rejects Trump's demand to negotiate takeover of Greenland. Saying the foreign minister. Okay, cool. Whoa, that was a nice little drop. Market dropping as well. We talked about that potential reversion happening. So I looked around. I'm like, all right, let's go shopping. I'm curious to know what's on sale or what's mispriced in my opinion. And whoa, that's some aggressive selling coming in here as well. So Google was the one I decided to participate with. But
I don't
you
think
can
the
see
Europeans are going to bend at all on this.
Yeah, I don't.
I'd say
really
they have way too much in their history to bend
I
You know what I
don't
mean?
know anything about like too much about the details and everything, and it's definitely not my place to kind of
Why not?
say just because I can say whatever I want, but I just again not necessarily my place to be like, all right, cool, like that's the way things should or should not go. But which way should the market go? Maybe I might have an opinion, but you know, I'll keep that to myself as well because I just want to listen to what the market is telling me, and the market was telling me, hey, we might be done that bid. And you can see here how aggressive that selling comes in with the prior bar break of the 15-minute candle on the NASDAQ, and the constituents as well dropping down pretty aggressively. I was looking at IONQ because I think Adira mentioned that someone was talking about quantum as well, I think. So yeah, Microsoft here, Microsoft breaking through its day low. Let's just go through some of these names and see. This is what I was looking at and which ones are really more distinctly different than the others. Apple hasn't really broken its low just yet. So maybe this one's coming in, prior day low coming in at 243 halves. So maybe this one's lagging behind Google. I really like this one because this one was extended back into an area where we saw some selling coming in here. We couldn't really get past it. And then the market starts to dump as well. And I obviously don't have enough size on. And literally after I got in, it just slapped down another $1 on this. So I think maybe some more developments. Maybe that was the headline where that might be why we're selling off as well. NVIDIA at the same time, not as extended as Google, but back into an area from yesterday where we did see some selling, especially in the pre-market, and that's coming in for a break of trend. 183s down to 181s right now. Tesla, I thought about Tesla and I'm like, is this really a chase? Tesla was already down here at 126s. I'm like, I can definitely try to take some inventory into 125s. I like that holder. Oh, wow, Amazon's really cracking right now. Amazon actually, here's the thing. Google was very strong. NVIDIA, relatively strong as well. But Amazon here actually did a lot of chop. It went through a lot of trouble, pulled back into VWAP. So it did have a lot of pullbacks, and then slowly started grinding up to its highs and then just consolidating in the upper quartile of today's price action. But with this action now, with the market reverting, look at this aggressive waterfall. No stop at VWAP. No, stopping for any sort of, passengers to pick up or drop off. Straight to the downside right here. 228s is the day low. 228.68s right here, and that's coming in real hot and heavy right now, Sharif. So wow, I definitely did not take enough of Google here. Where's the next trade? Seems like Netflix. 83s might be the place here. Netflix is the one where I was like, okay, well, let's look for that VWAP hold. Let's see if 83s can hold with any sort of distinction. If not, then we take that continuation below VWAP as well. That's potentially the next trade I was looking for. But 83, a bit of a bounce here, back up to here. But I do want to reiterate that Netflix has a bit of a discrepancy between VWAPs depending on the platform that you are using. Now, VWAP here on our P8 platform is sitting at 83.40s. Just go to a different platform right here, NFLX, you can see we're on top of VWAP right here. That's coming in at 83.17. So that is a pretty big discrepancy on, in my opinion, 20 to 30 pennies difference. And that's coming straight into 83s as well. If this market continues to flush, Sharif, we might see some prices we have not seen since the opening session.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, this is definitely looking like it's going to be weak. Why is Intel up 10.5%? What?
Daily breakout.
I didn't even notice that. Yeah. Because I
rarely
rarely look at these names unless it's in the morning or at night when I'm doing prep. But
daily breakouts?
I don't look at them during the midday at all. You know that.
Daily breakouts, regardless of like cap, regardless of like whatever, daily breakouts and breakdowns are some of the best trades in the market.
Agree. No,
especially
totally
when it's been winding up. We saw for 3 days it couldn't go, and the pre-market was distinctly different today.
Right.
And it just all 3 days worth of pressure just gets swiped
right away,
right off
straight
the open.
Joe.
Right. Exactly.
As your boy Joey Opsh likes to say, guys, continuing to hold SEGG here. We've been holding on a 2-candle basis on the 5-minute chart at the 10 EMA on the 5. But that's, you know, not really what I'm in this for, right? I'm not looking to break even. You know, we're getting kind of the look that I want here, which is we're holding off at that 40 penny level in addition to the 10 EMA on the 5. All right, there we go. We get the print. Let's look to see if we can reclaim the $0.50. There's a whole bunch of selling in and around that $0.50, 48s, 49s, even 50 penny level, all acting as a local area of resistance at the moment. But we've got 41s on, so we got a bit of a buffer. My stop is at 35. You know, let's see if I move that up or not. If we reclaim the 50 penny area decisively, we'll move up the stop so we can give myself a little bit of room. There's 48 again, and you can see the selling coming in right around the $0.50. So not really surprised about that because the $0.50 is, you know, the psychological area of resistance, but we had been above it and been above it in a big way, moving up into 74. So I didn't think we'd be struggling with it this much, but it seems like a fake trade down here. I don't really see the buyers jumping in quite yet. So I'm not definitely going to add to the position, but I'm not going to stop out either. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one and see if we can, you know, weasel into the $0.50 or what the situation is. But got to tell you, the high flyers that we were looking at this morning and saying, you know, there was a bunch, they've all slowed down. Whether it's AMDL, you know, get stopped out of that, or SEGG coming right back into the breakout area. PAVM had 2 down halts in a row. Now it's trading below the 10 and the 20. It is, though, above VWAP, and it hasn't broken trend structure. So if you're looking at area troughs, it hasn't broken prior trough low. Okay, so clearly a trough over here at around 855, obviously above that. Then we have a double bottom over here at 1010, 1015. That's an area trough. And then we got that trough right there at 20 3/4, which was the halt level. We're above that right now, and all those area lows are above their predecessors. So that's the look that I'm trying to say. So don't take off PAVM off your side chart quite yet. It hasn't broken down entirely. But as you can see, BNAI looks like hot garbage. ADTX, even hotter. UAI can't be any hotter than this. But somebody gave me this. I think it was Yannick. QuantumScape, QS. This is all sorts of shades of the pandemic. This was a big name during 2020, 2021. QS, QuantumScape, they don't do anything quantum. They're battery related. So don't make that mistake. It's interesting to me because VWAP kept featuring here. There was earlier at 10:25 and then rocketing up into the high of the day, and or the dance with no pants over here that it did at the volume weighted average price. It sent the way, and if it loses this 75 penny area, it's going to lose its spot on the side chart. Reason being 75 area hold, 945 at 75. Another area hold at 1025 at 75. It's where is it right now? It is 79. So it's got a couple of more pennies here before it loses its spot on the side chart. But I got to tell you guys, these small caps, other than SEGG, not looking that good. They are in pullback mode at the moment. PAVM is kind of the only saving grace, but it's not setting up in the right way quite yet. So we're not going to pull the trigger there. MDL, I'm going to be watching this at 2 areas. Firstly, sometimes we see money fills at the 20 EMA on the 5. Sometimes we don't. So that's why I have it on there for exactly that reason. For times where it features, I'd like to know about it. If it doesn't hold up at the 20, I'm looking for this consolidation area, what I perceive to be the consolidation area of the bull flag that broke out at 930. So this area top over here takes us to about 20, 40, 20 and a half. The range, though, between $20 to $20.40 or 50 cents. So we have a 50-penny buy range. It's in no man's land, though. Well above that 1990, where the volume weighted average price is, well below the 10 EMA and the 20 EMA. So it's going to have to be, you taking a shot over here. But I see a buy zone possibly between $20 and about $20 and a half. So when that comes in, I'll be watching quite closely. But we're getting prints over here on SEGG as this one continues to melt up, so to speak. Where do we get the print here? We got it at 57s. We've got 41s on, and I've got no more orders waiting at the moment. So let's go ahead and post one at, where we're going. We're going to go to 69, right? And that, won't necessitate a high day break because a high day is 74. But I don't want to keep taking prints at random areas where, there's no reason to take prints at that area. So looking for a 69 print, and then if it takes out 74, likely going to add it to this position for squeeze into 3. But don't forget that this one was much higher yesterday, and as a result, it could have a lot of bag holders who will keep the price down. We're going to pause the big desk.
Keep an eye on some of these gaming stocks companies. Unity is an example. TTWO, though, usually does a lot less volatility. That's kind of moving here as well. Ubisoft announcing they have cut their full year forecast because they're going to be doing some restructuring. So again, then you have these game stocks like TTWO and Unity trading in sympathy. Once again, Ubisoft here cutting its full year forecast, announcing restructuring. Some of these game stocks trading lower. Again, you and TTWO are two to look at. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll continue to watch SEG coming into the 60 penny area over here. Seller at 60. We just flashed 60 there for a quick second. Looking for a squeeze. There's 62, 63. Looking for 69 and a squeeze above the high of the day in the 74. If this breaks 74, I'm adding for squeeze into 3. Continuing to watch. Seller at 62. All right, we can't shake that seller. Keep your eye on my level 2 very left side of the screen. Look for green and orange. Those are at the ask or above the ask. Shows buyer exuberance. The opposite is true. Red and blue shows seller exuberance. 65 printing now. We just need a bit of a squeeze in the 70. We're not getting it quite yet. So have to pack the patience here on SEGG. But I like the look of this one's jib. And as I say that, it drops down into the 50s. You suck, Seg. No, I'm kidding, of course. Don't hurt his feelings. And Nick, $2 super chat. Sharif, thoughts on ABNB weekly long list?
Okay. Airbnb, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Yeah.
That one's up.
I was watching an interview with that Chesky fellow, Brian Chesky, the CEO, and he's an interesting guy.
A lot of these, they started off as a VC candidate, right? I think.
Oh yeah. Aren't they one of the YCs? I'm pretty sure they're at a Y Combinator.
Maybe.
Anyway, well, I'm pretty sure they're at a YC. I'm not 100%. Anyway, this is the daily. This goes back all the way to June of what's called 2022. Wow, consolidation. Indecision is what I would say. Let's go to the weekly. So what was he asking? He's like weekly long. Okay, good. I hate this chart, man. Look at this downtrend. This is a very, very clear downtrend over here. And unbroken, man, from pandemic highs, 220. We go into late 2021 when Powell said not transitory. And then another area high over here at 170, lower high, 163. And now we clearly have a bit of a local area top at 140 on Airbnb, 140 to 145. You're getting up to that trend line, certainly, Nick. But that's a pretty, clean, unbroken lower highs on the weekly. I know I'm thinking of.
Sorry,
as soon as I say weekly, this guy get pumped. No, but seriously though, I would be looking for a clean break above that. And the thing is, I'd be telling you, look for 140. Look for a 140 break, a decided 140 break, but I'm hesitant to tell you that, and here's why. 140 reject all the while from October of last year to basically, I want to say early Jan of this year, 140 reject. Then you spike, and you spike bigly. Look at this move here, from 135 all the way up into 165, but the next day, you're already selling off, and within 3 days, you're right below that 140. You do it again over here in June of 25, and then again in July of 25. You try to take out 140, you lose it. So, you know, I was looking at 140. It looks like a very clean area for a breakout, but when you do some more analysis over here, it certainly looks that there's a lot of false breakouts on that 140 level. I don't like Airbnb on the chart. I don't like it from fundamentally. I've seen what the Europeans are doing with Airbnb, and I don't know, it may come to North America. Basically, they're starting to restrict it to no end because the cost of living is going up so much that they're having, you know, to put these restrictions on how you can do it and whatever. And I know we did that in this city as well. So I don't know. I don't like it, Nick. I just got to tell you the truth. And I don't like it for a reason, for the TA there. But that's my look there.
Nice, nice, good stuff there. I was saying yes because of Google. The market is coming down. Got into that reversion, that 331. I was like, the whole time I'm like, I don't have enough, I don't have enough, I don't have enough. Hey, what? Guess what? Stop complaining and look for places to get more. That's what I told myself. And then through 329, we're below 330. I like that. Through 328 as well. Now, Sharif, we're holding a little bit above or under now. That's why I was like, yes, because it was coming into prior day's level. So let's just quickly take a look at Google and what I'm looking at right here. Beautiful, beautiful extension off of the open, straight bid, very similar to that of the market. And I'm like, all right, this is the prior day's structure right here. Prior day's high, 327.70s. We did chop around for a little bit. On a 3-minute, you don't really see that chop around as much, but we slowed down a bit. So I was like, all right, I'm taking off a decent chunk here because VWAP's nearby here on this chart as well. VWAP's at 326.40s. That's about $1 away from where we are here on my right chart. But this is also where that consolidation in the morning was, from about 10 a.m. to about 10:30. So 30 minutes, we chop around for about $1 here, 327s and some change, down to 325s and some change. And right now, that area is confluencing with VWAP. Volume had not really dropped off until this selling really started. You can see that selling coming in right here in and around 11:27, and volume also kind of dropping off here, not as significant as some of the buying that went on. So I'm going to continue watching this, maybe a reload underneath prior day's high.
Before we go to Adara, guys, NAMM is breaking out. I don't know why I didn't have eyes on this. It's up about 100%. This is the best looker right now in small cap gapper world, over 100%. Here comes $2. Just want to give you that, guys, before we go to the big desk.
Let's talk about Kevin Hassett here. He is making some comments, including on tomorrow's GDP print. He believes that there could be 2 GDP quarters north of 5% in the future. So just be aware, Kevin Hassett looks like he is still speaking. I'm also seeing this headline come around X. I did mention this about an hour ago here during our Money Talk segment, but seems pretty unlikely that the U.S. Supreme Court is going to, I guess, allow U.S. President Trump to immediately remove Fed Governor Lisa Cook. So once again, appears that the Supreme Court will very likely deny Trump's request to immediately fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. Again, I mentioned this and got more into it during a Money Talk segment about an hour ago. That hearing is still happening, and right now they're questioning Lisa Cook's lawyer. But either way here, seems unlikely for any kind of immediate action. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. Yeah, continuing to watch NAMM over here. $1.99. Oh, that's what the high of the day is. Not surprised about that. Very, very strong, very directional. I had this one up, guys. I thought it was low on volume because I had a bit of a dumb moment, and I had it on the 5-second chart. So I'm sitting there looking at the candles. I'm like, why is this so sparsely traded? But clearly when you flip back to the 1 or the 5, it looks fine. So on me, I've been watching this for about 15 minutes now, just thinking that it was sparsely traded, but up big on the day. That's a mistake, an oversight by me. $1.80 could be a nice dip trade here on the 1. Certainly resistance initially at that $1.80. $1.80 doesn't hold. I'm looking at that 160 to 170 area. A very clear breakout area at 160. It's almost a double top, tested twice. Finally breaks out at 1135, 1136. So this one is good, and it's about to hit triple-digit territory, and it's got that good price range that a lot of small cap gappers like. That $1, $2, $3, $4, $5 kind of look like seg, but I think we're a little extended here for my liking. If it breaks above 2, let's see how it does, how it acts, what it looks like, what the selling, what the buying looks like into that $2 area. I don't think it's the right thing to say, you know, I'm just going to take it above $2 because that's, you know, the end all and be all. No. I need to see a little bit more, analyze exactly how much volume is coming in, how decisively we're taking out two, how many buyers step in on the bid to kind of support that $2 hold. So watching closely here, looking for $1.80. $1.80 doesn't hold. Looking for 160 to 170 hold on NAMM.
Yeah, so I got out of everything there. I did get a little aggressive through that 327, relatively aggressive, nothing too crazy. But pulling right into this VWAP area, sure, it's about 40, 50 pennies, 60 pennies lower is that VWAP. The market continues to sell off a little bit here, and AMD, another one. We were looking at that one as a potential pullback here, and that's starting to break trend. Let's see how our friends Micron and SNDK are doing. Okay, some slamming happening here, but again, I expect these ones to hold up higher because of just what they've been telling us over the past few days, weeks, maybe a couple months now. SNDK, okay, SNDK is not phased at all. Oh, sounds good. My RAM is still continuing to increase in price. That's great. Seems like my.
I've been wanting to upgrade to.
Dude, I need some SSDs, man. I need some M.2 SSDs.
What do you got on your computer? 16?
Not on. No. For hard drive. I have.
My bad, yeah.
I have. What do I have? I have 32 gigs of data, of RAM.
More.
No, it's not too bad for what I want to do. It's nothing too crazy. I do have one more stick left. I was building what do you call it, gaming PCs during COVID.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you were telling me that.
Yeah. So I was doing some of that, and I still have some leftover parts from the PC that I ended up building at the end of that whole thing. But yeah, I have one DDR5 stick just left. I think I showed it on the show before. But if you guys know, dual channel is much better than having three sticks in there. But my SSD, man, I only have 500 gigs.
Oh,
I need way more than that.
You need way more.
I need to throw a couple terabytes in there, but because that's definitely filling up with a bunch of downloads. And yeah, Fabian's saying that's my retirement, exactly. If prices continue to go in the trend that they have been,
yeah.
I mean, I haven't seen any major pullback in price of RAM. No slowing down either. And SNDK and Micron are a great indicator of some of that action there.
Certainly.
But when it starts to pull back, maybe that's when I sell the RAM and then wait a couple weeks and then use that money to buy two more sticks.
Don't you want to sell it before so that you get the best price and then you hold?
I mean, maybe, yeah. But here's the thing. I don't know where it's going to stop.
That's fair.
I don't know where it's going to stop. I'll take that bit of a hit, that first pullback.
Waiting for confirmation.
Yeah, exactly. I'm waiting for confirmation and maybe throw on some SNDK puts as well at the same time. But we'll see. We'll see there. Yeah, so we are slowing down here on top of 327. This is a little bit of a key area from, again, before. This was that consolidation, right? And I was looking for that continuation down. This market is beautifully selling off. 50% reversions all around. Maybe a little bit more than 50% now coming in and holding that level. So maybe we'll look for that second leg. But as of right now, Sharif, it is 12 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
It's happening now.
Yes, sir.
And your lesson of the day with Neil.
See you guys shortly.
Right back.
And news, keep an eye here on TMC. The metals company Verge reporting that the U.S. is fast-tracking permits for deep-sea mining. As you can see here on this most recent 15-minute candle on TMC, it seems to have liked that catalyst, at least initially. Keep an eye on maybe some housing stocks as well. Kevin asked it just now, saying that big housing policy announcements are coming soon. Let's take a look here at the overall market, see how we're doing so far today. We did have a pretty big reversal after a strong start to the session, fairly consolidated pre-market session. What happened here with the S&P 500 is we had a pop as U.S. President Donald Trump praised the market in part during his pretty long speech here at Davos. It's worth noting he is still at Davos, though, guys. At 1 p.m., he's going to be sitting for an interview with CNBC's Joe Kernan. That's going to be between 1 and 2 p.m. Of course, I'll sit here and keep you guys posted if there's any update there. Another thing that's been happening all day and is continuing to happen as of right now with rebuttal arguments are these oral arguments in the Lisa Cook Donald Trump case to see basically whether President Trump is able to remove Fed Governor Lisa Cook based on his Truth Social post announcement before any kind of cause has been adjudicated. One thing I have to talk about as well are earnings reports. We've had a whole bunch of them today. Netflix, Charles Schwab, Johnson & Johnson, Halliburton, etc. But NFLX, probably the most noteworthy by far of all of these. Netflix revenue reaching new highs, or annual highs here anyway, around $45 billion for fiscal 2025, that the company did guide a little bit weaker than expected for Q1 2026. Again, we have to keep an eye on Intel that's going to be coming up after the bell tomorrow. INTC rallying the last couple of days, but potentially in participation for that report. So we're going to have to, anticipation for that report. So keep an eye here on INTC. Tomorrow before the bell, we'll get GE, General Electric, and PG, Procter & Gamble. Before we send you over to Neil, we have to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Millions of concussions, 0 approved therapies. Origenics, trading on the NYSE as OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. So see what's ahead and book a meeting today. Without further ado, make sure to like and subscribe as we send you over to Neil and a lesson of the day. Neil, what is the lesson?
It's the Hulk smash. I mean, I just heard both Sharif and, well, it wasn't just now, but it was maybe like 20, 30 minutes ago. I think Sharif was saying you smashed that, Obi, and Obi was like, oh, I didn't have as many shares as I wanted, so it's not a smash. So I'm just going to differentiate between two things, because I think there's always two ways that you can grade a trade, and one, it kind of sucks, but it's going to end up mattering more than the other. But I'm going to show you something that looks really good, and when you smash a trade, you can look at the individual opportunity that it is, right? So what I would say is, okay, so short at VWAP on IBIT looks really good, right? Like short to here, it's effectively, I'm getting like about 80 short, and you're risking like 10 to 15 pennies, not even covering till it goes first percent. Now, a little bit of this is fluke. When the market was absolutely falling all over itself, it was easy to cancel bid and just see where they start bidding it up again. And there was really nobody stepping into it, so it was kind of free falling in Bitcoin for reasons I'm not even sure of at this point. But it was just happening. So risk to reward, it looks absolutely fantastic. And the short into VWAP also looks absolutely fantastic. Like in terms of an actual, like the trade risk to reward, great, smash. However, the way I sort of see it is, well, for a trade that clean, was that my best Bitcoin short of the last month, or let's just say the last couple of months? And the answer is no. Cleanest, yes. Best, no. Why? Because I didn't get it all in. Unfortunately, because I missed an obvious reload up here. There's just all sorts of little things. And then on top of that, it needs to be multiples, because this is the real definition of a smash. And no matter what anyone tells you, I actually think, a trade structure-wise is the first part. Whether you have something that works risk to reward, certainly if you can win 50% of the time, be up on it, that kind of a thing is going to be good. Judge the trade by the decisions are good. That is a very good starting point. But the single most important thing that's going to matter to your actual profitability when trading is when you get a smash trade. You're like, oh, this is a huge trade. Oh, this is a big trade. Look at it. It's obvious. The result of that needs to be bigger than when I lose on that setup or that stock. So for me, why I'm not pleased with this is I did not make 3, 4x when I lose on IBIT. I didn't. I basically made like 1.5. That doesn't cut it. That's good, but if it's that clean and it's that big, it needs to be multiples, and that's sort of the way that I judge myself oftentimes. It's actually frustrating in a certain regard, and the reason that matters is I can tell you with 100% honesty. There was a WFC trade, blah blah blah, after their earnings, and it was like one opening rush trade that was perfectly clean. Like that one short that was perfectly clean where I did get everything that I wanted, literally made up for every single losing trade for the rest of the week. And you need that to be true when you smash one. That's why I understand exactly what Obi was talking about. When you have something that is perfect and you get it, and the entries are good, and the setup is perfect, and then everything worked out, I want that to be 5, 6, 7x my losses on that type of a setup. Or it's just you need to make it bigger. And it's not to say you can't be happy about a good trade. I have no issues with that. But when you're aiming for long-term consistency and you're trying to make money as a trader, you really need to be capitalizing, because one of the things that gets traders in trouble is, you know, if you look back and sort of look at their month or look at their quarter, and then you're just simply looking at the extremes on the P&L side, right? Like you're looking at what are my 2 or 3 biggest winners, my 2 or 3 biggest losers. That ends up being the problem. It's like, yeah, they got some nice winning trades, but what's going on here? Those aren't multiples of the biggest losing trades. And that's what you want to have happen, especially when you get one right or get one perfect. So I understand, I know I sound critical of myself all the time when I'm discussing trades, and I know Obi comes off as that way as well, but you know what? That's the price of consistency and profitability. It sometimes requires you to do that, because I would love to tell you that I'm happy with my result and I bid, but I'm not. I could lie to you and be like, oh my God, look how freaking great that short is, was a perfect entry. No, I left 3x on the table in this trade. It's that simple. I missed my compromise. I even said it when I got into this reversion short. Okay, like there's the break of the trend. When it gives me the confirmation, I did not get my ad, and then it came right back up, and I just refused to add again. I don't know, was I gun shy? It was trending up as opposed to, I can try to come up with excuses. Yesterday it just trended down, so I shorted a bajillion times because it never trended up. So maybe I was a little gun shy because of that. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Like that's something that I just wanted to be able to improve on. And then so the rest is going to be history. So make sure when you are judging your trades, or at least defining them, hey, smash is great. It's always a good start to have a perfect or really good execution. But the other side of the coin is, well, did you get everything you needed out of it? Because what does that look like when it loses? And if the answer is, and I'm just going to throw out some numbers for you, and I'm going to use terms that used to happen around here on the trading floor. Like there was always this want to get a G note on the day. And what it basically came down to is like if you netted like $1,000 based on the commissions and blah, 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 like at that point you were, okay, if you make a G a day, then you're more than doing well on the trading floor. And so what would end up happening is people would have that as their litmus test. And oftentimes there were 2 types of traders. There were the ones that on a good day, they're breaking the grand, but they're averaging $500, $600, $700 a day, that kind of a thing. But when they're losing, they're not putting in 4-digit losses. Those were the profitable traders. The traders that would, and oftentimes, weirdly enough, they were the ones that would hit the G the most, that would hit that G note and do it maybe 5-6 times a month. The issue would be they would have losing days of 2, 2.5, 3 downside. And even if in a 20-day month you have 4 or 5 G note days, how many losing days where you got waxed do you need to give them all up if you're 2, 3x? Not many. So they had a razor thin margins when they were on a hot streak, great, but if they were on the slightest down streak, they were in a world of hurt, everybody. And I think that's the thing that you got to keep in mind. One more note, I just want to, look, I'm just going to go quickly to an individual stock here before I throw back to the Midday guys, because I've been talking about Bitcoin and how it's falling, but the market is absolutely getting smoked. And I just want to point out, Palantir, I was joking around about the 200-period moving average the other day. It's not a joke now. This stock is within 2 percentage points of testing the 200-period moving average on the daily. This ain't just about crypto that's falling in here. You have a lot of names coming in, some pretty key levels coming, but just make sure you judge your trades the best that you can, everybody, and appreciate the kind words to Save Man Woman. That's the value of the show. Everyone has their different styles. But I heard that out of Obi, and I was like, I like that. I like that he keeps that perspective, and you can see it in the consistency, Obi. I know I see it anyways. But good luck, everybody. It's getting nasty out there in this market. The fact that we're going to have a reversal again and could go red, that is not good.
Much, Neil.
That is
Appreciate
wisdom
that.
embodied right there,
Definitely.
kind of an extension of what you were talking about. Great to have you guys on, man. You guys are, I'm getting wiser through osmosis. All right, let's get to this one. We got 88s on NAM. It's showing me 08s right now. We're looking for a continuation breakout. We've cleared 2, and the bamboozlement is, look, everything has every one of these small cap gappers has some form of bamboozlement, but you like when you see stuff like this, when a big move up and then you come back in, you get a double bottom hold off the 10 EMA on the 5, and then you clear 2 decisively. But that's not a good looking topping tail candle that we're putting in right now. So the stop moves to break even. Now, here's the deal. If we do lose 2, I'm going to look for a trend structure hold. What does that mean? That means I want it to hold at the 10 EMA on the 5 if we lose that $2 level. If we don't, if we continue moseying up, taking out 210, then chances are we see 250, 2 mid, whatever, 30s, 60s, something like that. Let's just do a quick daily to get a kind of a feel. So obviously we are above all these levels. So we could be seeing something in the realm of around $3. Seems to have a lot of support at $3 or resistance at $3 on the daily. So keeping a close eye here on NAMM. It's the best looking small cap gapper for me right now, Ob.
Guys, let me ask you this. If someone handed you $1.25 million to trade, would your process change or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Futures Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large sim and live funded accounts every day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same-day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off, buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code to go check it out. All right, guys, market's taking another leg down here, and guess what? Google did get to its VWAP, so target acquired, target achieved there. AMD as well, pulling right back in. SanDisk, here we go. That's the one. That's coming in now as well. So a little bit of a late one to the party here. Micron, you're probably coming down as well. Oh boy, this is looking absolutely beautiful. Let's take a look at the rest of the market here. Yeah, NVIDIA continuing to go. We were watching that Apple daily breakdown. Man, this thing sometimes just moves like molasses relative to its friends. Hasn't really extended that far away from its low day breakdown, only about 0.4% here. But Amazon is also breaking down as well. You can see consolidation. While the market was maybe attempting to hold that 52,200, but we're taking strong legs to the downside right here, Sharif. Almost a back through open here on the market. Wow. So 100% reversion, a V-shape recovery, as some like to call it here on the market. There was a name that I was watching, and I borrowed shares for it this morning because it was going absolutely crazy, Sharif. Lucid Group.
I've heard. People keep saying it in the chat.
Look at this. This thing ran up 13% and another 14 for a total of 14% on the second leg, all the way up to 1135s. Currently just consolidating sideways. Does not give a hoot about what the rest of the market is doing right now. So 1097's consolidation lows, just chopping sideways with a high of, 1011s, 1013s, let's get specific, 1113s right there. So let's see, Lucid, I don't know, I wanted to short it, but it's showing absolute relative strength right now with respect to the market, so I might stay away. There are better shorts on watch in play. And I'm not looking for something that's, it's not a good short. It's not like a short like Apple. Like it's not really doing anything too crazy. But NVIDIA is coming in almost to its opening prices as well. So that might be something interesting. Let's take a quick look at NVIDIA here. Opening price, where are you? What are you? Opening price of the 930 candle is coming in at a clean 179.05s. Currently trading at 179.41s, but opening range lows, you can see buyers maybe stepping in here at 178.70s. So a little bit of a chop here in the opening range, but we've entered the opening range here on NVIDIA, and let's see if we can get all the way back down to the opening prices and maybe even break day lows, Sharif. This is making a straight beeline to the downside. So sellers back on again on the day today. We saw that gap down coming in yesterday. We got bought up once again here off of the open. but giving it all back, and then we'll see if I'll be able to say, and then some, after we get back from that.
Just before we go to Adair, guys, NAMM is taking out highs as we speak. Into 21 it goes. We're looking for continuation here into $3 on NAMM. Separately, I need to tell you guys about AMDL, because AMDL just got to VWAP, 21.22 high, dropping to $20. I'm not going to try to catch a falling knife, but I'm going to watch to see if the buyers are stepping in at VWAP right now, because we have a lot of room to move back up. So AMDL and NAMM. There goes NAMM into another high now. It's up 133%. The breakout is on right now on this one. Keep your eye on it. We're going to the big desk.
Microsoft at low of day, guys. MSFT week alongside the rest of the market. A brief note, probably nothing major, but maybe something to be aware of. Looks like Microsoft is investigating issues here that are impacting Microsoft 365 services. So Microsoft here, MSFT with some service issues, it looks like. Back to you.
Pretty much, yeah. No, that will definitely add some more fuel to the fire when it's already burning. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Where's, I'm thinking about it. Where's the next trade? This selling has been pretty aggressive. Maybe we take a bid, right? Maybe we look for the buyers to step back in. This is where the buyers stepped in off of the open with aggression, right? We went all the way from 25,200s to 25,500s. 25,500s. So that's on the NASDAQ. So let me do a quick scan of the top volume gainers. I'm also, of course, I'm watching this this Google here. We're holding that VWAP, so that got to one of the targets if you had VWAP as a target, but we'll quickly go to the volume gainers on the day. And hey, there's Intel coming in at first place, still holding higher, 53s now. Slow and steady wins the race.
Tell them what you were telling me earlier.
Slow, smooth as fast.
You know where I saw, I remember the first time I've ever heard that was, you ever watch Modern Family? You know Phil?
No,
one of the dads in Modern Family.
Yeah,
it's hilarious. So he's saying it one time. It always reminds me of him every time I hear that.
I mean, it's a good saying. Sometimes I like to kind of repeat it to myself in stressful situations.
Yeah.
But
it's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mantra.
I appreciate it.
All right, so NVIDIA is number 2. ONDS, man, this one has been running for a couple of days. Well, yesterday it was definitely running, and then running to the downside on Friday. So I guess it's not really running. This is not the one I was thinking about. But okay, so yesterday we had a strong day. Selling coming in pretty aggressively since 10:21, so much before the market started to sell off, almost an hour before the market started to sell off. This already had broken. Look at this, that's beautiful. Opening range low breakdown, pre-market low breakdown, does not look back from any of those. Sure, the volume's been dropping off, but in between, we were seeing strong spikes to kind of even that out, where we have pretty much slowly decreasing volume on the day, coming almost back into prior days open here. We reverted a decent chunk of this action, but we've been in this range. So I see right here, right off the bat, 15s couldn't get through, maybe step down into 14s, 14s can't get through, and now we're attempting to maybe break the low of the range. I have no idea. Netflix coming in at 4th place, Sharif. Earnings day 1 was the name of the game today, and sold off right into that area of support from prior, 81s, 82s. 82s was clean off of the opening print here. So low off of on the 930 candle is sitting at 81.93. So just wicks that 82 prior support, and then off to the races. It was very, very choppy, very aggressive. Again, was not easy to try to take inventory through the opening range highs. You can see how every candle overlaps each other pretty decently. But again, whenever things get a little choppy, I just like to go up a time frame. I'm like, if the 1 minute, if the 1 minute's too choppy, if the second charts are too choppy, if the 3 minute chart is too choppy, let's move up to the 5. Let's move up to 15.
Let's do it.
Right? Sure, your risk your risk might get wider, but you don't have to deal with the headache of all that chop when you're using higher time frame structures. So and Netflix was absolutely beautiful. Both the long and the short. Tried the long, short came in quite nicely, as well as seller step it right back down after some balance. SLGB, Smart Logics. I mean, you were smart and logical if you played this in the pre-market session long, but right off of the open, man, this thing straight to the downside here. What do you got for us, Sharif?
I got to tell them about PDS Biotechnology, guys. It trades actually under the NASDAQ under ticker PDSB, and they're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on that HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 actually can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers, sadly, than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the U.S. in a few years. If you want to learn more, you need to check them out at www.pdsbiotech.com. Shout out to them. All right, we're doing it live right now on AMDL, but we're kind of out of the money. So here's the deal. This is a volume weighted average price / $20 area psychological support. We're in at 9s. It's showing me 6s. I've wet the beak a couple of times into the 20s, but there's no continuation, nor is there a break of the lower high trend. So look, I'm going to draw my line in the sand. It triggers at 1998. We're out. Simple as that. Until I start seeing that change in tune, that change in trend. Well, what am I talking about? Well, I want to see higher lows and higher highs on the 5-minute chart. Why do I want to see it? What is that telling me? Well, that's telling me that buyers are overwhelming sellers incrementally. That higher low doesn't happen by accident. That higher high doesn't happen by accident either. It has to be an equilibrium shift into the buyers as opposed to the sellers. So we're not seeing that at the moment. I just took a shot in the dark. I'm like, hey, VWAP, $20 area. You're not risking all that much. It loses 20 bucks. You're out 9 pennies. All right, we'll give it a try. And we already wet the beak here, but it doesn't mean that if I'm wrong on this trade, it loses a side chart position. No, if it starts changing, as I mentioned, higher highs and higher lows off that key level, AKA the volume weighted average price, your boy gets right back in. So that's AMDL. Now let's get back into NAMM. This one, ugly, ugly topping tail candle into 228, now back down into 9s. We had this one, I believe, at 79, then we added at 88. We've been wetting the beak up into 20, keeping an eye on this one. I had a bias that this one weasels on down into that $2 area, you know, maybe even a bit deeper into the mid to low 190s where the 10 EMA on the 5 is hanging out. Doesn't look like it's going to do that quite yet. This current 5-minute candle is a bamboozler, though, and let me explain why. So we're always looking, you know, for higher highs or lower lows, whatever. We're looking for trend. This candle here has a lower high and also a lower low as compared to the topping tail inverse hammer candle that closed at 12.15 on the 5. So right now, this candle, you know, if it engulfs the prior candle would be awfully bullish, but it's got to take out 228 to do that, right? Because it'll have kind of ensconced it from the low side and then the high side, if it does that. It hasn't done that now. So all this candle is showing us is a lower high and a lower low, despite the fact that it's a bottoming tail candle, which typically means buyer exuberance. Why is a bottoming tail candle, you know, buyer friendly? Because it's showing you that even though the price dropped into this case 205, buyers were super quick to step up and buy it up, right? Do they have enough juice though to take out the sellers at prior bar high? And so that's what we're talking about now. All right, so we're going to keep a close eye here on NAMM. NAMM looks really good. It's above the 10 EMA, above 2, above VWAP. It's got a lot going for it right now, but we're going to set up a little bit, hopefully set up a little bit better on that. So that's number one. Number two, I already talked about AMDL, nothing more to say about this. Now, I want to talk about GITS because, you know, I've been thinking about adding, you know, another tool to the playbook, so to speak, right? And only being long these small cap gappers kind of limits the opportunities that we have. And the reason I say that is, you know, not every day we're going to have quadruple, you know, triple digit winners or, you know, high double digits. Not every day in the world of small cap gappers will that happen. There's going to be days where the pickings are slim. And those, you know, sometimes they come in waves. You can go a couple of weeks where the best names you're looking at are 30, 40, 50%. So adding another, you know, skill into your you know, Arsenal, thank you. I should have known that, given that I'm an Arsenal fan, is not a bad idea. No, so going on with this thought, continuing this thought, GITS. Let's talk about this one. Clearly, a whole bunch of lower highs. That's not really up in question. And you can kind of draw a parallel trend line, right, which shows you that it's a bit of a downward channel. Some may argue, Sharif, that looks like a bull flag to me, even though it's lost VWAP. Well, you may be right. You'd know that if it decidedly breaks this trend line, and even more if it takes out that prior area high at 270. Until it does that, we're going to treat it as a loss of VWAP and a possible return, back into the area lows. 91 pennies the area low. So what am I saying here? So what I'm seeing is a stair step down in the same way that we see stair steps up. So look at this area low over here. From basically 1030 to the breakdown at 1105, we were using 220 as support. Now, since 1105 to currently, we're using 220 as resistance. So support flips to resistance, and it shows kind of like almost that stair step, that next, stair down. So why am I interested in this? Well, if this one loses 2, which is clearly using a support here, 195.2, this could be all the way down into that halt level at 157, right? And it looks very, very flat bottom breakish. The fact that all these candles close or open at the same level means that there's an algorithm or a trader that's clearly targeting that 195 area. Let me make my case. 1110, 195 close. 1115, 195 open. 1120, 195 close. 1125, 195 open. 1135, 195 close. So what's the trend preceding it? Well, it's a whole bunch of lower highs. So I'm liking this possibly for a flat bottom break. But what does that mean? That means I got to get shorts for this, right? Which is a whole other bag of other thing that we got to discuss. We'll do that later. But GITS here, below the volume weighted average price, that meets my requirements for a short, and it's doing a flat bottom with lower highs in and around 2. So I like this GITS for a possible short here. It's still up 80%. We'll see what the situation is on this one, but I'm going to keep watching it for a possible entry. Back to NAMM though. This one, I'm happy we didn't get into this because look, the candle that we were talking about that could have been engulfed ended up being a red candle, a red doji candle, and it's being preceded by a very, very bullish red candle at the moment. So I'm looking for a 2-hold. We don't get a 2-hold. We're looking for that 195 10 EMA on the 5. If that loses as well, then you should be looking between 175 to 180 for the volume weighted average price. That's what I'm keeping my eye on NAMM. Otherwise, we're just basically holding break even here on AMDL as that one is doing nothing. SEWG, we had a good trade on this one. It's also losing the volume weighted average price in and around 230. It is, though, however, putting in still higher lows. If you look at every area trough, every subsequent trough higher than its predecessor. So be on the lookout for that. A decided break of this trend line probably means we revert back to the closing print, which is a $1.82. So SEWG in focus, NAMM in focus, GITS in focus, and then AMDL, obviously, I'm involved in that. Got to be focused on that.
Thank you very much, Sharif. All right, so some of you in the chat have asked to go over CoreWeave. We can do that right here. CoreWeave, 100 test happened just a couple days ago, 100 push right there. We could not hold above, guys. Gap down, consolidation. Today we're selling off even more. Now, of course, market tailwind, of course, doesn't help this out. But back below 90s. Now, so let's go to a higher time frame and take a look at what this thing has been doing. I know it's been pulling off of its highs, all-time highs, 188s. Great IPO and a great push of that opening, if you want to call this. Again, it's all fractal, right? Opening range high for the first week or so on CoreWeave was about $64. That breakout took us all the way to 188. So talk about an opening drive roughly in the first few months that lasted about from May to June. And it gave you 187%. Since then, we broke that trend, and since the break of that trend, we've been only making lower highs and lower lows. We attempt to push up a little bit higher here. 150s, maybe we look like we're kind of recovering or holding a bit higher, but that cracks as well on the consolidation low breakdown, 120s, maybe ultimately 114s, 115s, and then cracking lower here as well. So this was that prior level, Sharif. And then we ended up holding and consolidating below that, and that was in and around that $90 level. 85s I have here. Let's get a little specific. What were some of those big lows? Physical. 84.40s. Yeah, and we're definitely getting a little physical with these levels now, Sharif, as we're pulling right back into this prior range high. So I like that, maybe. But a lot of these IPOs, man, they've been selling off quite decently, if I do say so. Not all of them holding up, except for FIGR. That one actually hit all-time highs just a couple of days ago. This one was the only one that didn't really have too much of a range off of the open.
Okay.
Right? Who would have figured? Sideways consolidation for multiple months. And then you get that range breakout on, when was this specifically? On January 5th, you get that range breakout, pull back into the top high of the range. So it gave you a couple of chances to interact with this range here. That was in and around $50 as well. Decent, maybe psychological confluence there.
Okay.
Gave us a high of 77s, but pulling back pretty aggressively on the day today too. Wow, this is absolutely beautiful. So opening range low break, boom, continuation. So another name. Let's check on our picks here.
Yes, sir.
See how they're doing, because I know I said that I started just a paper account tracking some of the names that I got long and short. Some of them might take longer than others, but let's go through some of those names and see how they're doing.
Okay.
We talked about pushing 10K into the name, so I was just like, all right, this account only has 30K. We're going to throw 10K into each of these positions at the closing prices of those days. Circle is continuing to push down. Wow, this one, I got to put an alert on this one because 69 is the opening price on Circle. 64 is the all-time low on Circle. Take a look at how this one's been building on the daily chart, Sharif. Absolutely beautiful. So, a bit of a chase here, right? But that breakdown, we're making almost a beeline for there. We'll have to see if this recent low at 64.92s breaks. But the opening range low from the first day was 64s flat. I remember that day as well. Kind of wicked down to 64s and then just slapped right up. And that was a great long off of the open as well. But structure breaking, we ripped all the way up to $298.99. So almost a 300 push. Lower highs, lower lows, and just structure breaking down. Very clearly, in my specific opinion, now
Yes,
I know
sir.
nobody cares about my opinion, that's fine.
Well,
There's a
we
market.
do. That's why you're here, brother.
I mean, I don't know about that. But 33 was the underwriter's price. And if the banks that underwrote the IPO want to defend any sort of a level, might be that price.
Yeah, good call.
Right? So all I'm trying to do is maybe bring this back to what I think is fair value. $70, in my opinion, maybe a little too overpriced. But again, who knows? I could be very wrong on this. We got the rest of the year. This could go all the way to 33 and then rip right back up to 100. Right? Who knows? BW was the other one. This one, bit of a pullback here. Again, letting it cook, letting it kind of build. Don't know if this one's going to work out as well as I thought, but you know, it is coming up into a resistance area. What I really liked on this one, on the weekly, Sharif, you can see expanding volume. So that I was using that as a bit of confluence there, maybe a push towards that $10. But we'll see if BW can make it all the way back to its former glory. Some crazy plunges this one took in 17 and 18, not so much 19. Right, wasn't really affected by too much of that action, but rounded bottom, potentially here, multiple years on that rounded bottom. So, and then the last one, SIDU. Now, of course.
Oh, that's your fave right there.
I mean, I don't know if it's my favorite, but this one's going to take a lot of work to kind of bring it back down.
What do they do?
But I have no idea.
Yeah, no idea.
I like the chart.
Yeah.
So
I don't even know.
yeah, it's that's way above my pay grade.
No, it's like, if it's a good news headline, the price action will continue high. If it's not, if it's bogus, in the world of small cap gappers anyway, it'll go down right away. Yeah. So, you know,
but here's the thing, this one,
waste your
I
time
think
reading the news.
A lot of time. I think this one's going to take a lot of time because there's a lot of participation. It's a space name. So this year might be the year of space stocks.
Oh yeah,
and this could absolutely, if this kind of traps around, this could absolutely blast and squeeze. Right. Right. So another name in this sector is ASTS, and I think this was one of Ramin's picks. Yep. Yeah, she's actually doing. Let's pull up that what do you call that leaderboard here? What's that? What? Hang on. Okay.
Stand by, he says.
Stand by. Okay. We'll wait and see. So Fabian has made this amazing summary of everyone's positions and everyone's where they're sitting at, and there's a leaderboard on there for all of the picks. All of the picks. Yeah. Okay. And I've been checking out every now and then. Ramin, last I checked, was on number one for 5 days.
Wow.
Total. All right, so I've been given the go for being able to open this here. So let's pull this up right here and see how everyone is doing. So tracker right now. Okay, so Adara is in the lead with about 8% change.
Bye-bye, Oracle.
Bye-bye, Oracle. Yeah, we'll take a look at Oracle in a second, Adara. Adara had a very confident analysis on Oracle, and I kind of looked into their stuff too, and I was just like, yeah, some of the stuff that they're pulling is a little fugazi. So we'll continue to see what kind of action Oracle brings to the table. That's me in second place right now, and Fabian coming in third place. Sharif, you're right there, number 4 right here as well. And then I didn't even know, what's that? Please talk about the last 3 people. I'm going through all of them, Sean. I'm going through all of them. Mateo, I didn't even know Mateo was in this. And then we got Ramin here. Ramin was falling from her glory. She was number 1 place for 4 days. And I think that was almost 4 days straight there. But yeah, a little bit of sell-off in some of those names. And then we got Joe coming in at 7. Lucky
He's
number
watching
7.
too, baby.
I know. Is he watching right now? I hope so.
Back and forth
but again, guys, it's only been the first month. Things can change. Things change every single day. Things can get blasted or rip higher or lower. We never know. But this is just we're in the early stages of this. Sean coming in at number 8 right here. Brendan coming in right there at a 6.5. Neil with a 6.75. And then the chat. Oh boy, come on, guys.
Boy.
7.7%. What was it? What were the chat's picks? I'm curious to know. What were the chat's picks? Tesla, Nvidia, and BBAI.
Oh
boy. All right. Okay. I mean, the market has been pulling back. We still got a long time. Again, I've shown you guys the chart for the market, just the spider, the 6-month and the 12-month. We are in a much bigger time frame uptrend, and I'm looking for this here close green as well. So we'll see. Tesla and Nvidia might slap right back up by the end of the year. Who knows? This was the summary was really cool here. So a lot of lines, but you can see who's been kind of in the lead over time. And I think this gray right here. This was Ramin's 5 days of fame here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I think 4 days. It said 5 last time I checked, but holding the lead there for a little bit. But yeah, it's an interesting what do you call race here of our picks. So thank you, Fabian, for making that great visualizer there for all of our positions, not necessarily positions, but picks for what we think is going to happen by the end of the year there. And I'm keeping a close eye on some of these as well. Not involved at all with any real account just yet. Circle, I might be looking at through that 69, I'll be honest. Yep. But we'll wait and see. ASTS, man, has been on a solid run. Oh, yeah, we were going to take a look at Oracle there. So let's see how this one's been doing, man. This one on the weekly, we'll go straight to a weekly chart, straight to the downside. In a bigger picture, trend break as well. Wow, we've got room to go, Adara. 120s is the next support here, and we're trading at 170s. And here's something that you don't see all the time. Stronger volume on the downside than we had on the upside. That's convincing as well. Good pick on that one. All right, so where is the next trade? Let's look for the next one here. Lucid still holding, man. LCID. I'm waiting and watching this one. I already have some shares borrowed. I might not even be able to or get to use them today. There was one moment where I was like, all right, this is a great short coming in on the initial sign of sellers. But Sharif, that came all the way into VWAP, and buyer stepped right back in for a push up into 1130s. And we're holding, consolidating, and it's been over half of the day, roughly. So I'm going to leave that one alone for now. We'll wait and see if that potentially comes in. Google. Lucky covers, we were holding VWAP right now, still trading in and around 327. So yeah, this structure plus confluence with some of prior day's highs as well, maybe confluence with some of Friday's prior week lows at the same time. Was it prior week lows? No, prior week lows are coming in at 325s. All right, we didn't get quite down to there, but we've had a lot of other levels that were probably a little significant since they're on Google. But the market also catching a bit of a bid here off of, what is this, 25,150. So 25.2s, we're still chilling in and around there. So let me know in the chat, what are you guys looking at? Nat Gas, Trader 6 saying, yes, UNG was one of my top names on the watch list this morning. So let's take a quick look at what Nat Gas did over the morning. So let's see how our friend Henry Hub is doing right here. And we can take a look at what the action in the pre-market was. So yesterday, had that gap up, and I was like, I'm looking for the long. All day long, consolidation, comes in the pre-market session. But these futures they trade all around, so there's no real if it's doing volume, it's doing volume, right? So the move happens off the consolidation break in the pre-market session for a 23% run straight to the upside, Sharif. Wow. That was probably the best trade. Prior day high breakout, or this session consolidation breakout right here, $4 breakout as well. However you want to look at it. Natural gas. Straight to the upside, but sideways consolidation, man, just trading within that range since the open. So I was looking at it, maybe if you were looking at a shorter time frame, the short came in nice off of a potential $5 rejection there in the pre-market. You can see the high was 495 in the open session, 497.8, so a bit of a failure to follow through, false break maybe, who knows, but it's consolidating and stepping up higher, bigger picture. This is a bigger picture trade. I even said this yesterday, because it was sideways chop. I'm like, this might unfold over the next few days. It doesn't have to happen in the intraday session. Right. So UNG was the vehicle that I was looking at this morning to take a potential trade for the continuation. I was very long biased, and that trade did not come in, Sharif. We tried to hold VWAP, and once that VWAP was let go, we got a decent move to the downside, 3% down from 40s, 50s, 1350s, nice, 1350 opening range low breakdown on UNG gives us a low of 1311s. It's traded about 37.75 million shares on the day today. So I was definitely watching Nat Gas there for whoever called it out in the chat. IBRX. I know that one's been showing up on a few scanners. Immunity Bio here. Nothing too crazy for me. Sideways chop, still trading within the opening range, or attempted to break out, attempting to maybe push it once again here. But nothing too crazy for me right now. PLTR has no strength recently, saying trade sniper. Are you telling me something here about Palantir? Because I'm looking for the backside. Trust me, I am. Okay. You know what? Sharif.
Yes, sir.
We looked at Netflix here yesterday, and I was like, multiple year run on Netflix, and it started behaving differently, and then it started to crack and start to be very, very seller dominant. Does this action look distinctly different to you than it has been since about 2024 to 25? Look at the range on these bars.
Crazy.
It's crazy. Let's step up. It's kind of choppy, so let's step up a time frame here. Let's go to the monthly.
Sure.
Oh boy. Take a look at this. Maybe it's time for Palantir longs to get a little bit defensive. You know what I mean? As the trend breaks. Hey, man, just looking at the chart here. Just looking at the chart. We can even step up even higher. Let's go to the 3-month.
Okay.
Oh, boy. So this range right here on the 3-month, high at 207.50s, lows at 147.50s. It's a bit of a range, but the legs are pretty strong. And we've been holding prior bar on the 3-month chart here. That low break, 150 confluence. I'm just going to put up an alert right here. Throw up that alert, Obi. Thank you. 150 is going to be key level for me. Like I said before, this thing has been absolutely strong. It's gone on an epic run, a generational run.
Generational.
For the past 2 years, coming on to 3.
It's been a while. It's been substantial.
So is it too far, too fast? Perhaps. I mean, I don't know, man. Following on this one, right?
It is. I think the world is rearming in a way, and AI is, infiltrating into the software side in a way where, there's definitely going to be some pullback.
But the question is, has it already been priced in? That's a parabolic move.
I know, but right? I think what's priced in are the contracts that they've announced. I think it's possibly the contracts that they get in the future. Have you seen how accretive to value their AIP platform is, it's insane.
Yeah.
It goes into your system. So you're a legacy company. Let's just say,
Yeah.
I don't know, who's around here? TD, okay?
Yeah.
TD wants,
Love the TD building, by the way.
it's not bad.
Have you seen it?
Of course.
Just all, like black on black.
It's so
They
sick.
tower over everything else. Like we are a real bank. You know?
Yeah. So they goes into TD system. It basically understands how the workflow happens, how the system operates on its own without user input, and then starts making recommendations, autonomous recommendations as to how you can increase efficiencies, what processes to remove, what controls to add. It's insane, right? Now, you're going to have to prove that the money is coming in there, but the way that I like it, you can't wait for confirmation on a lot of these investments. Yeah. A lot of it has to do with putting up risk, right?
Of course. I mean, people have been putting on risk, but I think all of that is great. But have you seen the chart?
The chart, absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Speaks different volumes. Right?
Like, here's the thing: a company can do all of these things, and they can be great. But what move? And I think I was talking to Sean about this a couple of days ago as well. Like, what moves prices? And Lance had a great post about this.
Yep.
What actually moves prices? And he mentions three things.
Go ahead.
I think it was liquidity, positioning, and sentiment.
Okay.
Right? Not necessarily what the company actually does. It's what the people think.
That's fair.
Right? So those are the three things that'll move stocks. And I'm going to get back to this chart right after we get back from Madeira. But ANF reminds me a lot of the run that PLTR has had. What's up, Madeira?
So I'll let you guys know here, U.S. President Trump now speaking yet again at Davos. Again, he's supposed to be interviewed by Joe Kernan of CNBC between 1 and 2. Now, with about 13 minutes before that window opens, he is speaking with business leaders at the World Economic Forum. This is about an hour and a half after this was supposed to start. It was supposed to start just before 11:30. I also want to let you guys know, we'll go to Sharif over here for the ad read. Just be aware here, Exit TTV Research, a new infographic series coming out here right now for Netflix and its performance at the Oscars. This will be coming out over the next couple of days and weeks. Back to you.
All right, guys, let's tell them over here, guys. Beta Pro by Global X Canada. Savvy Canadian traders, are you looking to boost your exposure? You can now tap into the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X Daily leveraged ETFs. They feature, guys, built-in FX hedging, which aims to amplify, your short-term market moves as well as minimizing the impact of those pesky currency swings. So, whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders that are ready to take on the market. You need to read, though, the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Shout out to the great folks at Global X Canada. No, but Ob, you were bringing up a fantastic point, brother.
Look at this one.
Go ahead.
Right, this is a 3-month chart on
sir.
ANF. This one went on that crazy run, and I was just like, what's going on here? They're not a defense company. They make great clothes. Don't get me wrong.
Sia, don't you have ANF? Didn't you invest in ANF? Yeah, I remember you telling me you got into ANF.
So,
all right, go ahead.
so this is a 3-month chart, and we went on a parabolic run on ANF. I remember this on the weekly. I was like, what is happening here? Why is this up? When I look at PLTR, yes, they do a lot of great things.
Right.
It makes sense. But why is it moving in that kind of manner? Because of the way people are positioning in, because of the sentiment around what they do.
But don't you think the
liquidity
sentiment is determined by, to some extent, the fundamentals?
Sure, yeah. But here's the thing: people put their money where their mind and their mouth.
Fair.
And that is going to be described to you by volume and price action on the chart.
Bang.
Right? Right here. This is a 3-month low breakdown on ANF. That was at 130. Look at how it got slapped down to 66s. Over a 50% reversion coming in on the prior bar break. That's all I'm saying. Prior bar break on the 3-month on PLTR could be significant. That's around $150. What's up?
Keep an eye here on LAES. This one popping nicely here from lows with Paradigm, thinking this one could go 10x. Again, Paradigm calling LAES or Seals Q Corp, which I believe is kind of in that quantum space. They think this is a 10x long idea. They say that it appears to have entered, quote unquote, the money zone. So a nice look here for LAES. If I get any more details on this, I'll let you know. I believe they were supposed to have been participating in the conference either today or yesterday. So LAES on watch. Back to you.
Very much.
All right, guys, let's have a look. All right, there's really nothing going on in the world of small cap. gappers. NAMM continues to put in lower lows and lower highs. SEGG is breaking down below VWAP. What I'm looking at now is PAVM. The fact that it's holding $20 like this, and for the most part it's holding 21 in this very flat line, and in fact it's been in this kind of consolidative position with marginally lower highs, by the way. I want to say since that down halt at 11:25, it is almost 1 o'clock. So I've seen this story before where this kind of big small cap gapper is well off the highs like this one is, and then finds a bit of a base only to rocket up in the more liquid time of the day. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to build a position into this. So I'm going to get in the range high here, which is kind of by default. I don't have really a choice based on the price action. And I'm going to set up these DCAs within the current range. Okay, the current range for me is about 20.75 or 20 2/3. And wow, it's already going. No way, man. I didn't even get to build my position, bro. What are you doing? Go back down. Oh, boy. All right, we're going to have to set up profit takers because it looks like it might be going. Anyway, we'll see if this one can kind of drop back down or what the situation is. So let me set up my dip trades on it first, okay, which I want. So I have 57s. All right, good. So we're going to go into the low 21s. And then we're going to also look to defend into that $0.75 area. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we're going to put just like that. So then we're building up the range. Now, if this one ends up breaking out above 22, I got to have something in order to wet the beak. So we're going to go ahead and set up at 22.25 for a possible profit taker. So what my thinking is on PAVM is I want to build up my position within this current established range, all knowing full well that we are putting in lower highs, but we're substantially above the volume weighted average price. For a possible move into the more liquid time of the day, maybe 24, 25, wherever this one feels inclined to end up at. We know the high of the day. That's not a secret. It's 28.44. So I've got 57s on right now, but I have a couple of DCAs. If it loses 20, I'm out, okay? And it'll be a bigger loss for me, obviously, which is fine. There we go. We just got a DCA. Now we have 44s on. So let's see if we can get that kind of lower end of the range. I'm waiting at 82s. It's showing me 06s, so not quite yet right now on PAVM. So this is a trade I don't typically take, but I'm going to give this one a try. I am alive to the lower highs. It's just really about whether we're going to get bamboozlement through 20. That's what concerns me because there are a couple of bottoming tail candles, kind of doji looking candles, specifically at 1150 and 1215 on the 5-minute chart that do breach those levels, but they're quickly recovered, right? There's no way for me to know whether it's going to get recovered or not, so I have to stop out, to employ sound risk management skills. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Also, AMDL is catching a bit of a bid. A beautiful hold off the volume weighted average price, and it looks like it might make its way back into that 20.50. 20.25 right now is what it's showing. Great hold at that $20 area, which overlapped with the volume weighted average price. So good continuation on AMDL. 21.22 is the high of the day. It's showing the $0.25 right now. It's a little bit above the 10 EMA on the 5. $30 takes out the, 30 pennies, $20.30 takes out the 20 EMA on the 5, which is a little bit higher than the 10 EMA at the moment. So keep your eye here on AMDL. Could be a great VWAP hold and possibly a move back into that $0.50. And if it gets really aggressive, the whole dollar at 21. So we're going to keep close eyes here on AMDL for a nice move back up. Whether or not I might get into this, let's see. Are we seeing aggressive selling here at the $0.25 or what's the situation? So keeping a close eye on this. I did try to build a position into this, but I kept getting stopped out through 20. Partly my fault, obviously, well, all my fault, because I had my stop a little bit too close to 20. So some of these, liquidity grabs, let's call them that, through 20 ended up stopping me out. But we would have had a good position on had it not been for that. But that's on me. Keep my eye on this one. I'm looking for a reclaim of that 20-30 area, and then maybe we'll get back in. But for the moment, we're going to be focusing on PAVM. Over here, 44 is on, showing me 18, but we're out of the money, looking for a hold of this general range and a move back into 22 and possibly above on this bad boy. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one and see if we can do it live. This one is super spready. 21.60 on the bid. It just showed me 20.99, so it's a 61 penny spread as we speak right now on PAVM. That needs to factor in to your risk management and your strategy, right? Resting orders, sizing, giving it a bit more room through certain areas where there is illiquidity. So keeping an eye on this one as it moves back into that 75 penny area. We've got 2 of the 3 entries that I've earmarked, but we'll see what this one ends up doing. My first profit taker is above 22 at 22.25. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now, guys. PAVM, this is still the #1 gapper in the market, up 247%, at least for the stocks that are trading above $1. I'm not really sure about anything below that dollar level, as I do filter my scanner to 85 pennies. So I know we have to start the news segment soon, but as soon as I think we can wait another 5 minutes or so and see kind of how this trade, ends up resolving. Watching here, 75 seller again on PAVM. That's the second time. Okay, 22. It could break out now. Let's see if it goes into the $0.25. And there it goes into 40. There's 50s. All right, good position here that we have right now. Let's see, continue. There's 23. The breakout feels like it's on right now on PAVM. At least it's taken out prior area highs, okay? So now we're gonna go, we got 21.26, it's showing me 21.50, we're going 23.25. Let's see if it can take out 23. It's done this before, guys. It's topping tailed and dropped right back into the range, and that is what it's doing again, dropping right back into that range. Now let's see if the shorts were luring us in, right? Because we've seen this before, specialist breakouts and breakdowns, right? Where you break prior bar high or prior area high only to be lured in and then the short is on, right? So keep your eye out on that. There's 22 again. I'm looking for 23.25. Doesn't look like it's going to be forthcoming at the moment, especially with the spread, but PAVM looking like it might be changing its tune just a bit, Hero, but I don't want to call it and jinx it. What do you got?
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, PAVM, man, I know someone that was trading it this morning. Those swipe downs, those were nasty.
Boys?
If you were,
My boy Ben?
No. Pod members there.
Okay.
Those swipes were absolutely nasty there. I haven't talked to Ben about it just yet.
I like Ben. He trades some of these small caps.
Yeah, he definitely.
Degen like myself.
He's nice. Definitely trying those out there for sure. Yeah, no, I think some of those I like to keep away, man. Especially like we talked about the ones that are in the market. I'm realizing 100%. I'm studying right now. It's just like if I'm not up at like 5 o'clock, and here I think we get access here at 6 a.m., which is
yes, sir.
I think it's because
got to be above that.
Blue Ocean is open till literally 4 a.m. I get Blue Ocean till 4 a.m. if I wanted to. You take a gap for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
Just keep it open. It's 2 hours. Some of the best small cap trades they just happen. You see them 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and it starts to kind of like some of them that do carry onto the open market. That's I think it's slightly different playbook maybe, but yeah, no, I like it. I like the action better in the pre-market. That's what I'm realizing as well. So different participants. We talked about this. In the actual open session,
sir,
you have multiple different kind of participants that can join in, but in the pre-market, it's a lot of PvP, right? Without maybe a lot of without any without too much institutional involvement either at the same time. So yeah. Like it better, less maybe potentially less competitive, but even then, I'd say some of those are straight up ranked, man.
And I feel like there's a lot of participation by small cap traders in the pre-market. The sole reason, not the sole, but the main reason would be, of course, the lack of volatility. So you're able to have those outsized moves, pretty aggressive moves with what happens there.
It's an actual market.
Say fair economics, baby. Can I just say one thing? But I saw somebody with my own eyes, trade at 7:30 a.m. KOSS, and if you know, you know, okay? What cost?
Yeah.
I think it was $8.
Yeah, I remember.
$150.
Yeah, I remember those days.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw with my own eyes.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the share size was. You really do know, but That's still a monster trade. I seen it. So you know who I'm talking about. If you know, you know.
Done seen it.
I done seen it. All right, guys, we're still holding several pieces here of PAV M, looking for that continuation into 23. I'm waiting at 23 and a quarter. We've got 21.10s on right now. It's showing me 22 and a half. I'm looking for a decided break of 23. We have higher lows and higher lows and higher highs, but we are meeting some selling here. I want to say into the high 22s, 22.75, 22 mid 60s. Let's see if we can get that price spike through 23 to say, you know, we've taken out some of the sellers, and then where we go from here, your guess is mine, whether or not we work back in to about 25, where a lot of these halt levels were, or we retrace into the high of the day, which is 28.44 on the dot. We'll have to wait and see here. Seller at 60, continuing to watch that same seller in the 60s and 70s, kind of their position. Buyers unable to overwhelm them at the moment, but we do have a good looking chart pattern, and we'll see if the momentum can take us above 23. So keeping a firm eye here on PM, but you know, come what may. To the 80s we go. Good move here, and there it goes into 23. Not into my beak wetter yet. We're gonna get 23, 25. Looking for continuation above 23. It's a 23.08, 23.20. The print, bro. 23.20 coming in again. No $0.25 print here on PAVM. We got 21.10s. Keep your eye out on this one. This one feels like it's strong. 23. Waiting. Nothing continuing. There's a huge seller at 23. Now that we've kind of earmarked that area, that's what we're going to take it out, cancel the prior order, so we'll take 23s, and now we're going to set up higher. We're going to go 24, 25 on the last remaining amount, because this is my last profit taker here. There it goes into 23. Let's see if the squeeze is on. Maybe there are shorts here that are in trouble. The chances are, though, that we could have bank holders here that were holding the bank, 26, 27, 28, right? We had a lot of price ascension earlier on. Sometimes the second time around, a thicker, harder trade to go. So now I'm moving my stop below 22, so we're going to lock in the rest here. This is a good winner for me on the day. It'll put me decidedly positive, but hey man, if we can do better, let's do better. Continuing to watch your robe. Do we have, what's current bar high? Current bar high takes us to 23.20, so I wouldn't have got printed. So happy I took it out at 23, because I had my order at 23.25. So continuing to watch here as 23 does act as a resistance level, but the chart pattern is what it is at the moment. It's a curl off that 21.20 hold, and now we're putting in higher hellos and higher highs. Let's see what kind of continuation, if any, here. But anything below 22 does end. Well, maybe I'll give it to 21.75. 21.75, that's going to be the end of the trade. And it's already coming down in a hurry over here. And so there we go. We get stopped out for the last remaining amount. Let's go ahead and cancel all the orders. Make sure that nothing triggers here accidentally. Just before we start the news, look at the bamboozlement on AMDL. This displeases me greatly. Let me make my case to you guys. I was singing this one's praise. I'm like, oh, look, there's no bamboozlement. Oh, it doesn't, you know, break the 10 EMA. It comes back into VWAP. A clean hold. Oh, not too bad, right? A clean hold of the volume weighted average price. We take out the 10. We take out the 20. It's a beautiful 3-candle green move up off VWAP. Then the bamboozlement strikes again, right at 2040, and it's look how long. It took 15 minutes to get up into that 2040. It took all but 2 seconds to drop from 2040 into 20. Nobody is spared. None of these stocks are spared from bamboozlement.
That's a AMD leveraged ETF? Mm-hmm. What is it, 1 times, 2 times?
Let's have a look.
Do you know? Curious.
200.
2x?
2x, yeah.
Okay, nice.
2x. So anyway, AMDL right back down into the volume weighted average price. No good. It's a no good. By the way, PAVM also bamboozlement central, which is why I had my stop where I had it. There you go. Breaks up all the way right back down, but it's still trading within that range. So I think if you guys are looking for that $20, you know, let me build my position in the mid 20s and then rock it back up. I don't think that that candle is the end all and be all. It's just more, you know, noise, as Ob would say.
Low volume, and it can't break down. That's definitely, I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on that. Yep. Again, we talk about liquidity traps, and it's had a bit of a move, and volume's fallen off, and the price can't fall off.
Yep.
It's just sideways, chop, 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 chop. So maybe worth keeping an eye on if it starts to rip into the close. that could some daily breakouts or intraday breakouts could be absolutely solid. But breaking down here is softy, distinctly different from the rest of the Mag 7s. And I think Adara brought us the news earlier that their 365 was down or something. So it's one of the only mags that has negative news as of right now. And look at the selling is very, very apparent here. It is distinctly different from the rest. Now, of course, I'm not looking at Meta. I always got to pull up Meta. Yeah, Meta's also pulling back here as well. But softy, looking at a bigger picture right here, you can see selling right off of the opening range low gets cracked at 448s, can't even hold 450s on this consolidation, and just off to the races to the downside here. 349s and 24 cents is the day low. Is that capitulation? I don't know. Strong volume bars, but if this market breaks this consolidation low here at that 25,150 and we start trading a little bit lower, then yeah, maybe softy has some more room to the downside. Very, very seller dominant here. I was watching it at 445s, but this was really, really choppy. Like if this kind of consolidation, I think, who was it? It was, I think, Save Man, Woman, Peace in the chat saying earlier that, you know, people have to learn how to short. I've heard this before, and I'm gonna kind of regurgitate it as well. Sometimes you just got to flip the chart upside down. It's the same thing. Same thing. Doesn't matter. If I were to flip this chart upside down, Sharif, this would be a consolidation at high of day. For how long? For over 45 minutes. While the market tries to catch a little bit of a bounce, right? I would probably like that breakout.
Okay.
Guess what? The short is just as good. Consolidating at the day's lows after a strong sell-off cannot bounce. It cannot bounce. It extended so far off of VWAP. Let's just measure from VWAP down to this consolidation. 1.5% for softy. That's a decent chunk. And it's doing relative volume, 1.25. We talk about when the Mag 7s, they have crazy market cap. You need a lot of dollar volume to start pushing relative volume on this on the day. And this is doing about 1.25, which is a decent amount. Sure, it's not 2 times, 3 times,
sure. Well,
but it's a decent amount. It's doing above average. And then you get that breakdown of that consolidation. Intraday breakdown gives you 443s for about almost 1%. Wick low gives you about 0.86. Okay. Actually, it might be 1% because I didn't measure it properly, but you can see here almost 0.96. So on the range break of that 45-minute, almost hour-long consolidation, the breakdown gave you 1% to the downside from 443s and some change down to 439. So if you got the 440 breakdown as well. So great price action on this name here. Did not participate in it, unfortunately, but good for review.
All right. We have a bit of a different format for the news segment today. As you can see, we've got the 2 ladies behind us. We have Sia with us. She's going to be taking us through the news article, and then Obi and myself, and on some stories, Adara, we're going to comment and kind of try it that way. So Sia, let's go, Sia. There we go.
Netflix, as we know, reported its 325 million global paid subscribers, which is its first membership update of the year. There's, however, despite this, certain anxiety around the Warner Brothers deal. It also confirmed that it will be moving the transaction to fully cash. And Netflix also, I want to make a note that said in a letter to its shareholders that it believes the transaction will allow us to accelerate our business strategy. What do you have to say about this, Sharif?
Yeah, because this was quite interesting over here. So one thing that stood out to me immediately, Ob, was the fact that they actually reported how many users they had, how many subscribers, paid global subs. They hadn't done that in over a year. And they made it clear to us that they were going to stop doing that. So to me, I'm wondering, well, why choose this time around? Is it because you're like 50? Well, let's see exactly how much off the all-time highs they are. What I'm trying to get at, are they in damage control at the moment? Are they trying to assuage fears? They're like, guys, look, you know, we're good. You know, everything's fine. We're adding a lot of subs. Okay, so let's go from that 134 that's post-split to the low this morning, 40%. 40% off the all-time highs that we put in, by the way, in June, end of June of last year. This is the weekly chart on NFLX, by the way. So that's the first thing that stood out to me. Why report now your subs. So first and foremost, that's it. And I do like the fact that they have acknowledged the intensifying competition. We've seen a lot of people kind of bite at their heels to kind of take users, whether it's from Disney, HBO Max, others. They're all really focusing on creating that great content. And you're seeing Paramount Skydance doesn't want to give up Warner Brothers for exactly that reason. I do like the fact that they beat on the top and bottom line. That's fantastic. Net income up to $2.42 billion, up from 1.87. That's healthy. It reflects stronger operating leverage as they're able to, some cost controls there. What I did really like, though, about the report, and I don't think it's reflected as much, is the ad revenue. We talked about this when they switched from a memberships-only tier to both, where you had an ad tier and a member and a non-ad tier. And I said the ad tier is probably going to end up bringing in more money. Reason is, you watch 5 hours, they get $15 a month. However, you on the regular tier, you watch 5 hours, they get 15. You watch 50 hours, they still get that 15. However, when you're on that ad tier, the more you watch, the more you get paid. And we've seen what Meta's gross margins are like when it comes to ads. It's 80-something% gross margins. So by far, probably their best and most profitable product. I'm talking about ads. Now, as users, obviously, you're not going to like that much, right? Because it's interfering. I got to pay more for non-ads. I get all that. But we're talking about, the business model here. So that immediately stands out to me. The fact that they were able to grow their 2025 ad revenue by 2.5 times what it was in 24, and now they're actually projecting a doubling of that in 2026. I think that's quite bullish. I have my reservations about the company, but let's call a spade a spade. When things are good, let's call them out good. When they're not, let's call that out. Now, what I am concerned about, and I think what investors are focusing more on, is the pausing of the share buyback program, because they got to be able to have the cash on hand to acquire Warner Brothers Discovery, which they've switched to an all-cash offer. So investors who are in this, possibly for the accretion by share buybacks, are going to have to wait and hold, because they're not going to get any.
They're not doing that right now. I like that you measured the pullback here as well. Looking for measured moves. We talk about Netflix finally being in an area of interest. It was in a free fall over multiple weeks, maybe even multiple months. You can see aggressive selling starting off here last June of 2025. That's where we did start the selling that initiated this break of trend, break of structure. Now, I'm curious to know, Sharif, will they be doing more of the same? Like you said, they hadn't reported their numbers in a while. It's interesting that they start reporting them at a level of interest.
I'm just saying.
It's almost, sometimes they just, the level of confluence of when certain things happen here, even fundamentally, relative to where the price is on the chart, is sometimes amazes me. But we won't talk about my tinfoil suit. Let's talk about the support that is happening here. That's coming in, Sharif, right at 81.93. We pointed this out a little bit earlier. Support, will it turn? Will it continue to be support? Are we in a different era for Netflix, right? Is this the next season? That's what I'm asking, right? It's distinctly different from the past few years. From 2022 to 2025, we've had a beautiful run. 600%, over 600%.
600.
Right? So
that's a lot of percentage.
I like that you measured the pullback, and the pullback from the highs is about 40.
It was 40 on the dot for today's low.
Yeah, roughly about 40% of this leg. We're coming down. We'll see. I like to look at 50%. So maybe that's why I'm saying I'm looking for a potential push in the 70 if that 82, 81, 80 area that we saw today cannot hold anymore. I mean, maybe they are trying to, what did you call it? You call it something.
What?
They're trying to manage their losses.
Damage control.
Damage control, yes,
right.
So maybe this is damage control at an area of interest from before, where people might be looking at this and being like, okay, you saw the days you saw the weeks there at this area had aggressive buying both times that it pulled back into here.
Yeah, this could
that
be
was in January of 25. Yeah, exactly. So at the very least, do we get a bit of a bounce, maybe back to 100, even though we are in a very strong broken downtrend, broken the uptrend, right? So lower highs highs maybe in and around here at 105. Who knows? That's what I'm watching. We're in a very key area for Netflix, and I'm going to continue watching this one to see how the season ends.
Just go before we get a Dara's comment. Thank you, Leanne, very much for the $5 super chat. Very kind of you. Sharif, Obi, I love when you guys do the small caps. You are the best technical teachers. Thank you. It's Leandra. Oh, never Leanne. I'm so sorry. I always call you Leanne. I'm sorry, Leandra. Shout out to Leandra. I appreciate you, Leandra, there from Obi and I, obviously.
Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's get Adara's take on Netflix.
First, huge caveat, guys. Netflix never said they would entirely stop reporting subscribers. I think that is the biggest thing to note for that tinfoil suit comment, Obi. And I think if they had fully said they'd stop reporting, that would make sense. But what they had said was they would only report it if there was a major milestone, for example, 325 million subscribers. So I think with that in mind, like the whole idea they're trying to cover stuff up by saying this, I think that has a little bit less merit. And I'm not saying I'm a massive supporter of Netflix or anything, but you guys know I love facts above all else. And the fact is that they never said they'd entirely stop reporting. And I did double check this for the sake of accuracy. What they said was they will no longer do quarterly reports because they actually don't think it's a relevant metric of the business. They literally said, we don't think it's relevant anymore. We don't really want to fully rely on it. We don't think it's the best metric to show how our business grows. They believe engagement, which as Sharif said, is really measured, I think, in terms of ad revenue. They think that is a more relevant metric than going here by quarter-to-quarter numbers. And you guys can check that yourselves, but it is 100% accurate. I just did the due diligence and the research there. With that in mind, the other thing I think we have to mention here for Netflix earnings is why are they having a struggle bus right now? Margin, operating margin, they missed this quarter, guiding lower for next quarter. Another thing I want to say here for our friends at NFLX, Q1 2026 guidance, weak sauce. They missed on EPS, they missed on revenue, they missed on operating guidance. Now for fiscal 2026, their revenue guide was above estimates, but we do have the fact that they're not going to be doing buybacks anymore to support the WBD deal. And we also have the fact that they're apparently going to be having, according to them, better H2 2026, the second half, Q3 and Q4 of 2026 performance than the first half of 2026. So Q1, Q2 might be a little bit weaker in comparison. And also, guys, if you enjoy random content, a la my weird little series that I did with Jerome Powell's ties, you guys know I like statistically analyzing random stuff that is market related. And with that in mind, I did mention it earlier, but there is a new series coming out right now. It is involving Netflix. It's on XOTV Research, and it's Netflix and how it performs at the Oscars. Netflix has been nominated, or its films have been nominated for 168 Oscars over the last 12 years, but they've only actually won 26. Why is that? I mean, we'll get into it. This is going to be coming out, as I said, over the coming days, weeks leading up to the Oscar ceremony and surrounding the Netflix earnings yesterday. But if you're interested in statistical analysis of market-related stuff, always check out XOTV Research. And again, guys, remember, Netflix might still report subscriber numbers if they deem them relevant. Back to you.
See ya.
So let's move on to another headline. So gold is setting a record-setting rally, is also stretching into another session, and the prices have surged past $4,800 per ounce. Pretty good. And personally, I would like to say that I was talking to Sharif the other day, and we were discussing how commodities, gold, silver, platinum, are a buy right now, and will always be, right? I personally got three shares of gold earlier this morning, I believe. I did. I'm really happy about that. But also moving on to the US dollar also did weaken alongside that is widening political risk. And analysts in certain market surveys are also increasingly projecting gold to be above $5,000 per ounce this year. And there's expected declines in U.S. real interest rates, potential Fed easing, as well as ongoing central bank buys. Honestly, really excited for this. I personally am getting more into investing in commodities and throwing it to Sharif. What you have to say?
The way I kind of see see these precious metals running, specifically gold, though maybe not so much the other precious metals, is kind of this push that we've seen by other countries to kind of de-dollarize, right? And there's so many different reasons for that. Obviously, because it plays in to American strength. If the American dollar is the reserve currency everywhere, it gives them strength in negotiating positions, and we've seen this many different times with the latest trade deals that President Trump is engaging in. So one kind of right away is you feel that central banks, maybe in coordination with the governments there, are trying to de-dollarize. But we also saw it with Russia, where specifically the SWIFT system, which obviously is based on the US dollar, was kind of weaponized against them. And this is kind of, I think, one of the growing themes that we're just going to have to wrap our minds around, where maybe that we have to kind of subsist in this kind of weak US dollar environment going forward for at least, maybe a change of administration until possibly American foreign policy changes. I don't personally see that happening in the short term, but really what I want to focus on is not the trade aspect. It is more the central bank thinking, the de-dollarization push, and sort of, I hate to use the word weaponize over and over again, but President Trump has kind of taken the U.S. economy and he said, look, you want access to the best economy in the world, you're going to have to give us something for it. And that's almost like weaponizing that. And we've also seen that from other countries as well, China weaponizing supply chains. So it's kind of weaponization of the economy is kind of force people to not really rely on a central currency anymore and maybe look to these precious metals. That's kind of how I see this whole trade unfolding, and I don't really see, the use cases for gold in the way that maybe you see with some other precious metals like silver or anything like that. That's kind of the way that I look at it.
Yeah, I think gold is going to have its multiple uses throughout time. You know that gold is used pretty frequently in electronics as well, right? You see places around the world melting old motherboards and chips to kind of extract some of the precious metals as well. So we know that gold content is going to continue to use. And silver, I don't know where silver is necessarily used the most, but I think it does have a very strong use case. Silver, like the fact that it's kind of squeezing. We saw that a potential, maybe hypothetical report of TD Securities getting squeezed out of a position. We talked about they're not the only ones. It's very, very strong, and some of the action that you're seeing is very squeeze-like action on a day-to-day basis. On here, so it doesn't show up every day, but when it does, the rips are pretty crazy. And it's obvious that people are trying to get out of a position here. GLD. Or gold, maybe not as aggressive as silver, but I think it was a few weeks ago we took a look at that ratio between gold and silver throughout the past. I think I sent you that visual as well. Beautiful, yeah. And the ratios were absolutely ridiculous. Discrepancy in the price of gold and silver.
Right.
Silver's catching up, right? We're kind of balancing that piece as well. I like the push on gold here. Breakout was absolutely solid as well. Here earlier on last year, September, I definitely was watching this one very, very closely because look at that flag, man. Look at that flag on the weekly on gold. So yeah, can't stop, won't stop. Does not really show me any solid reason to sell here. Neither on silver. Silver is continuing to get gapping up on the weekly, which is even more aggressive, and you can see that expanding volume. So unless and until I see this difference, we talked about this with it's holding. We talked about it with one of our guests on the show here as well, and he was saying how the trend hasn't even broken, right? So a solid break of that trend could give more to the downside. So that's what I'm looking for here. But as of right now, well within trend, holding higher highs and higher lows. So there's nothing stopping this. There has to be some sort of change or maybe some strong capitulation, a blow off top perhaps on
on a higher time frame. That's what I'm looking for on these.
All right, see ya.
Thank you. So we're also going to quickly dive into natural gas. Natural gas features have been surging as there's a brutal Arctic blast that's sending heating demand, and prices are trading sharply higher. As we know, the weather has been crazy. Natural gas features have been surging after the freezing Arctic weather has been spreading across large parts of the country as we know it. Forecasts have been showing much colder weather than normal, temperatures that are persisting into this weekend, and got to get ready for that. Major winter storm is also expected to bring heavy snow, sleet, and freezing rain across the U.S. before shifting, amplifying certain demand risks. Also, there are speculative short positions that have risen to the highest level in 14 months that are leaving the market increasingly exposed to a sharp short covering rally. Honestly, the sub-zero temperatures are also raising the risk for production freeze-offs in certain key regions such as Marcellus, and I would like to throw it to Sharif.
All right, so here's what I see. So another beautiful day for UNG today. Gap up, doesn't fill the gap, mind you. There could be a headwind for traders who are looking for the upside. Let me make the case over here. So there's a storage cushion, still a headwind. What does that mean? So the U.S. working gas in storage stood at about 3,185 BCF, which is about 106 BCF above the 5-year average. So through last week about 71 BCFs, which is solid but not yet aggressive enough, to meaningfully shrink the surplus. So this storage buffer is why some analysts are cautioning that the rally could fade if the weather doesn't persist. And one way we'll go at the EIA weekly storage report, that's on Thursday at 10:30 a.m. So what I kind of want to direct the conversation for you need colder forecasts to stick and withdrawals from the storage to accelerate. Bears, they're looking at steady production from shale basins and a winter that has so far, at least not this last few weeks, but so far has been milder than feared in the summer. So it was interesting to see 2 days in a row you get double-digit gaps up on and nat gas or whatever you're trading there, boil, cold. There's so many different ones. The storage seems to be viewed by some analysts as a headwind because they're not going to be looking to add or replenish sort of what they're pulling out. So they're going to have to pull more if they're going to replenish aggressively. And then we've seen this also with the U.S. With the oil storage, the strategic reserve, where they'll wait for certain prices to down maybe until key support level and then replenish the storage there. So not always just get more because they're running out. They typically make a bit more strategic as where they pick it up. So UNG, nat gas in general, the widowmaker for a reason.
Yeah, no, I think we're talking about how yesterday how the sellers have been very dominant on some of these assets, and cold winter can definitely bring in some of that action to the upside on these names, and we saw some of that happen overnight here on natural gas futures. I'm just looking at the Henry Hub here, and prior day we were already talking about this yesterday, and I mentioned this before. I was looking for the move yesterday. All we did yesterday was sideways chop during the open market session. The breakout comes in. When is this? Overnight, right here. When it gets a little colder. Midnight. 26. Was it 21st? Wednesday midnight. That's when the bid starts to happen. $4 breakout for the push all the way up to $5, almost $5. Sharif. We got all the way to $4.95 on this one. Guess what's happening today?
What's happening?
In the sideways chop. We're very astute in saying that, we got to wait for that Thursday results, those numbers that
yes, sir.
Really see if this move will continue. Is this all in anticipation? Is it just a little bit of a squeeze of players being like, okay, well, I gotta cover some of the swings I've been in because the cold wasn't here. You're right, the cold has to stick.
It has to.
Right?
Yeah. So what Obi is talking about is the EIA weekly storage report that comes out Thursday at 10 a.m. And it's literally the next critical checkpoint to confirm whether or not weather is tightening tightening the balances of the storage that we just talked about. They have their again, I really want to stress this. Up until I think last week, we were 106 BCF above the 5-year average in the storage. So you're going to need aggressive withdrawals, and I don't think just for 1 or 2 weeks for long. I don't know what the weather forecast is on your side of the border, but the meteorologist here that I watch on 6 o'clock news every day said we're going to basically, it's going to be the rest of January that's going to be like this, and maybe into early February. So on our side, it's looking a bit ominous over here. See.
We're also going to talk about Tesla. So Tesla's facing a reality check on its ambitious robotaxi and also the Optimus rollout timelines. Let's take a quick look into that. Elon Musk cautioned that the early production of the Cybercab robotaxi and Optimus humanoid robot will be agonizingly slow before accelerating. He also highlighted manufacturing complexity as the bottleneck, nodding production speed is inversely also related to number of new parts and steps that'll be involved. And both platforms, important to note here, from scratch. Let's go into a little bit of details about the Cybercab. The Cybercab is a 2-seater vehicle with no steering wheels or pedals. It's also designed for full autonomy, and Tesla reiterated it is on track for volume Cybercab production in 2026, that is this year. And in December, Musk also confirmed that robotaxis were being tested without safety monitors, which is signaling confidence, but is also a bit of a regulatory risk. What do you have to say about this, Sharif?
It's super interesting because on X, all I'm seeing are videos of the Cybercab driving around Austin. And so just, based on Tesla's history, we saw this with the Model Y Juniper. We didn't really know when Juniper was coming out. We had heard, different rumors that it was available or that it was being, designed and produced, not en masse. And then all of a sudden, we started seeing videos of them uncovered. You know how car companies hide the design by putting those leather wraps on top of it? All of a sudden, we were inundated with Model Ys driving all around Austin. So I feel like, as Tesla gets closer to that launch, it's kind of the same sequence that we've been seeing, where we start seeing them on the road again after hearing rumors of their production. So that's one thing. Second thing is, I just want to point out that there are rumors, and it's just strictly rumors, that basically the chassis and the format off which the Cybercab is being built could be, used in the future for a different, non-autonomous car. Well, maybe it'd have FSD, but we've been talking a lot about, Model 2 or Model Q, whatever that they're calling it these days, a smaller version and a more entry-level version of Tesla's, sedan. Whether or not it ends up being a sedan or not, but that's what some people are speculating, that the robotaxi chassis, the robotaxi battery pack, or whatever they're calling it, I forget what Randy calls it, could be used for another, for a different model. So that's one thing. Those two things, sorry. And then when it comes to Optimus, I really don't know what to make of this. He says he's going to begin production at the end of 26, assuming development milestones are met. I don't know what those milestones are. A lot of rumors about people seeing the third version of Optimus. I'm talking about specifically Jason Calacanis, who said that he accompanied Musk to Tesla's, I think, whatever their factory in their gigafactory in Austin, and he saw some stuff that made him really, really impressed. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. That's
Tesla, man. It's see, we're still in this trend, which I really like. You guys are gonna be overwhelmed by these. That's a lot of lines, right? I can't even draw like the line that I'm trying to draw here, but as soon as I push this on, they come right back on. So I'll keep them off. And this is the trend I want to point out. Look, these are the higher lows right here, right here, right here, right here. And we're holding that pretty well here. And I talked about if we do come back into the lower range of this trend, maybe a test of 400s might be in play if we're just going to use support and resistance. Prior levels here at 380s. This thing is in a much higher time frame uptrend as well that I do want to point out, right? Higher highs, higher lows. The legs are pretty aggressive on this one, but we're holding and consolidating above prior significant prices. So that 500 almost came through. We have a high of 498.83s here, right? I think that we're still poised for a potential push through that 500, especially with some of the developments that they're making and how their technologies are being more and more accepted. It just has to be, once they actually start making some money and things are fully literally on road, then we might see that follow through as well with people, again, positioning in for with a stronger sentiment. Right? So I think I definitely like this, holding the uptrend very well. But here's the thing: a lot of people get chopped up on Tesla, looking for the move to happen within a week, within a month. Look at the legs that this thing has. We'll go to a 3-month chart on this one. The 3-month chart. Look at the range on some of these candles.
It's all higher lows, though.
It's all higher lows. That's what you have to remember, right? That's what you have to remember. But you have to also be able to stomach some of the pressure to the downside. Just the range on this huge green candle that we had. This is the July 25 candle. So that's 3 months off of July. The low is sitting at 288s and the high at 444s. About $120 risk. If you're being like, okay, I'm going to risk for a prior bar. That's not small at all. But if you really truly do believe, then that's the risk. So it's you can play it different ways, but I do think this thing is definitely poised for a little bit higher. They did a split, I think, right? They've done a couple of splits, and this thing has been a $1,000 ticker before.
You know what I'm thinking a lot about? So you've seen the weakness in the European sales, like off a cliff, right? We almost report monthly weaker European sales for Tesla. So I started thinking, I'm like, all right, he took some political positions that may have been unpopular in Europe. Is that the only reason, though, that Tesla is down the way it is down in terms of deliveries in Europe? I think it has a lot to do with the Chinese EVs that are finding their way onto the continent for the first time en masse in 25. We've seen BYD, for example, 300%, whatever, year-over-year increases in registrations in England and in some other jurisdictions as well. So it's like, yeah, sure, the politics wasn't great. It was certainly a headwind. But I think when it all is said and done, it really does have to do with the Chinese EVs. And you see the fear that there is in North America about Chinese EVs finding their way here. Every jurisdiction they go, they proliferate. Just ask Assassino. Assassino, how many BYDs are driving around Brazil? A lot, he said. Right? They're just...
Competition stepping it up.
And that's the thing.
But they're also in China.
So hold on, I'm about to get to my point. So the point is, he needs a smaller, cheaper electric vehicle if he wants to move the needle in Europe. It's the Model 3 is like a limo in Europe. I'm exaggerating for effect, obviously. You know what I mean? But the point is, he needs another. Again, if he wants to continue to sell cars and he's not going to focus entirely on autonomy and robotics, if he wants to do that, I think he needs to move the needle a different way on that continent. Maybe he's not interested in selling to the second biggest, we're third now biggest economy in the world. But
his focus is definitely like in many different places. And I've said this before. Tesla, yeah, sure, they sell cars, but that's not what their end goal is.
No,
right?
We know that.
They're more of an efficient energy storage company, right? If anything, energy is the name of their game.
Yeah.
And he's talking about in the future having electric rockets, which is kind of crazy, but it's still the man has accomplished a lot of goals there as well. But regardless, trust me when I tell you, I love the backside, and Tesla is definitely front side of the move. So,
all right. How's NVIDIA looking? What's the headline on that?
NVIDIA is betting on inference as there's AI deployment acceleration going on currently. So let's quickly take a look at that. Base 10, before I start speaking, is an AI infrastructure platform designed to help companies deploy, serve, and scale machine learning. And what's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA is investing $150 million into Base 10, which is an AI inference startup that just raised $300 million at a $5 billion valuation. Also, the funding round was led by Capital G, the independent growth fund of Alphabet, and Base 10 helps companies like Cursor and Notion deploy and operate large-scale AI models efficiently and directly, which aligns with NVIDIA's inference-first thesis. Also, another key thing to note is that NVIDIA ended the month of October in 2025 with 60.6 billion in cash and equivalents, which gives it exceptional flexibility to invest, acquire, and defend its ecosystem. What do you have to say about that, Ruth?
Find it very interesting, Sia, that that Jensen is going to China apparently at the end of the month. My assumption is that he's going to do damage control over there because, well, the trade tensions between the two superpowers is at a head, even though we know that President Trump is going to meet with President Xi in April. I think there's a lot of political posturing ahead of that meeting. One of those, posturing, one of those postures, I don't even know how to say it, is by President Xi basically getting his regulator to say, no H-200s allowed in this country unless in very limited exceptions. Obviously, that doesn't work with Jensen, who has to be able to plan in the future. We know Taiwan Semi can't make the 2 million of them that were ordered by these Chinese customers. So how is Jensen going to kind of try to control his supply chain with the B200 and the upcoming B300 when, he's unsure about how many H200s he's going to need to produce, of course, with Taiwan Semi. So I think he's going over there to get his ducks in a row to figure out exactly what, he can expect in terms of orders and what would be allowed into the country. My only issue with his visit to China there is that it comes ahead of the meeting between President Trump and President Xi. So when he goes, nothing will have been decided or finalized between those two leaders. So maybe a little premature for Jensen to be going over there and trying to get, a solid order or a solid understanding of what the Chinese regulator is going to want, because it could change, right, with the negotiations with the states. But I do like this. I want to focus on this actual article now. So this Bastion acquisition by NVIDIA, it's a very specific acquisition and one that focuses on inference as opposed to training. So we've heard so much about lately that, data, the information on the internet that LLMs train off is running to a head. It's almost exhausted. We need kind of synthetic data now to train these large language models. So the point of that is to tell you that the training aspect of AI is really falling behind in importance to the inference aspect. And the inference aspect is how you're going to make all these amazing apps that are based on AI. So that's what he's doing here. He's hedging his bets on that. And we've seen other LLMs like OpenAI, Gemini, all of them really try to focus on inference as opposed to training. I'm not saying training is exhausted, but that is really what it stood out to me there. So this, what is it called? Bastion. We reported this to you guys yesterday, by the way, on the Midday. Raised $300 million at a $5 billion valuation. We'll have to see if they make money on that. But NVIDIA's got a lot of money over here, a little bit less than 2/3 of $100 billion there in the bank that they can deploy.
Yeah, for sure, man. I think we talk about AI being in somewhat of, I would say, I used to call it an infancy. It's definitely growing up a little bit. And we're getting to the point, Sharif, where, I forget who it was recently, but they said that we're coming to a point where software engineers pretty much from the beginning to the end, they will be able to deliver a full product and fully replace software engineers and teams from the beginning of developing all the way to the end product. And that's coming in very soon. And Jose and I were having a talk about this yesterday, saying that, everybody is, maybe in a little bit of trouble. Okay. With the exponential growth that AI is poised to have. We're already starting to see it. So again, NVIDIA is the shovels and the pickaxes.
No doubt.
For the gold rush. Their chart is looking absolutely solid. Sure, we started to slow down a little bit, but if the growth continues to happen, people are still going to need NVIDIA, and they are by far the top contender. Nobody else is coming close. You talk about China maybe banning some of those chips. Guess what? Those chips are still coming in because they know they have a superior chip, NVIDIA.
Yep.
That's why they still want those chips. They're going to talk like, we're going to put bans, we're going to put restrictions, but under the table, those chips are still getting into China. They're still developing AIs using some of that technology. So all of that is still going on, regardless of what's being shown in front of the curtain. Right? So I think that regardless of how the chips get sold, NVIDIA is going to still stay selling chips because this technology is still well within its infancy. And we haven't seen an exponential run.
I got to agree with that.
Right?
So,
but we've seen them pivot a little bit, where they made that acquisition of that. I forget the name of the company, but they deal specifically with ASICs, application-specific integrated circuits, because they know that that's kind of where they have to compete now. They have to compete with Google's TPU, with Amazon's Trainium, and all the different plethora of different custom chips that Broadcom helps design for mid-tier companies. So I think that they're flexible, and they have the money to be flexible to adjust with the trend. And it's not always going to be about GPUs for ever more. A more efficient chip, specifically for AI workloads, you through custom ASICs could weasel onto the scene and be the one that everybody's buying because of cost. Power efficiency. These GPUs that NVIDIA is selling at like 75% gross margins, super expensive, number one. Number two, they're very, very energy demand heavy.
For sure, yeah.
So
that's why they're talking about SMRs and stuff like that.
Well, there you go. Right.
But I think you're 100% right. There has to be someone that steps up to the plate and is like, okay, we are going to provide a far superior product. And unless and until that happens, NVIDIA is definitely top dog.
Top dog. By the way, guys, I think I was mispronouncing the company that NVIDIA invested $150 million into. I think Katina Man was telling me it's Base 10, which actually does make sense. So Base 10 is the one that I was talking about there. That raised $300 million at a $5 billion valuation. All right, Sia, what's next?
We have Meta. Meta Platforms has confirmed its Meta Super Intelligence Labs that has delivered its first internal AI models roughly 6 months into development. And the Chief Technology Officer, Andrew Bosworth, said that the early results are very good. The models are, however, not yet consumer ready. That's basically underscoring post-training refinement, which remains a major part of Meta's AI roadmap. And there are reports that suggest that Meta is working on a text-based AI model called Avocado, very cute, and image-video-focused models called Mango, stated for Q1 launches, my bad, sorry about that. Also, Meta's AI push is also under scrutiny after the criticism of Llama 4, as we know it, was not the best at its job. What you have to say about that, Barry?
I gotta agree 100% with Llama 4 not being very good, but look, they spend a lot of money. I'm talking about Meta and Mark Zuckerberg to acquire AI talent, acquire AI companies, and now they gotta show something for him. That's taking a big hit. I think Mark is giving him leeway, Mark Zuckerberg, in order to kind of get it up in a row with AI. So he's gonna get this right. So let's see that. We've been talking a lot about how they've been building internally. Now it's gonna see the product that we reported to you guys on Avocado a few weeks ago, and the image video focused model Mango a couple weeks ago as well. Slated for a Q1 launch. That should be interesting to see, so we can try it for ourselves and see whether or not Meta is really falling behind. But a lot of the stuff that he's done, Mark Zuckerberg, is to kind of hamstring his competition, where time is super important. So let's take the acquisition of Scale AI. What does Scale do? They're a labeling company, because these LLMs don't like to look at the picture and try to decipher what it is. They want it labeled for them so they can easily reference to it, and that's what Scale AI did. It was able to label all these videos and images so that these LLMs and the training models could understand them a lot easier. Well, why would you want to pick up something like that? Why can't you develop it in-house? Because everybody else was using Scale AI. I'm talking about Google, I'm talking about Amazon. A lot of his competitors for you and OpenAI, of course, were all using Scale AI. So by acquiring Scale, what he did was he put them competitors back 6 months, but they're all developing it in-house anyway. So that multi-billion-dollar acquisition of Scale and Alexander Wang and all the talent that came with him better show up and better do something here for Meta, because he's putting all his bets on AI in the same way that he did, with Metaverse, which didn't end up. We all know what happened there. Doing that while dropping to $88. It'll be in October 2022. October 2022.
Since 22, we had quite a run. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the Netflix chart where I talked about that beautiful V-shaped cover. This one's a lot more textbook than NVIDIA. We get this pretty much a very similar kind of action on the rebreak of that prior high that brought us all the way down to that 82 level, right? So when that broke out, they gave you what, 389 all the way to 790, almost 100% off of that breakout, that beautiful V shape. And since then, I've had a few anchors in here from specific events, maybe some earnings that I
kind of a trend happening here. And that trend supports, Sharif, if we just go from wick to wick, post-breakup, it's coming in all the way down in the 500s. It's definitely looking like it's slowing down its run.
Yeah.
They are kind of iffy in some of the products that they've been putting out, right? It's no longer, it's no longer about Facebook. It's about a lot of other things now as well. But price action wise, they have definitely slowed down in a sideways chop underneath 800. So I'm waiting for Bennett to come out with that next thing, whether it's avocado, mango, or banana. I don't know.
I don't care.
They definitely have that fruit.
Yeah, I completely agree. Just I want to pause here for a second to let you guys know that NA is back in business over here, and a clean hold, mind you, of the volume average price. It wasn't without bamboozlement, so you did get caught on that 110 pop into that 212, dropping all the way down, in fact, losing VWAP momentarily into the 180s, but there it goes. A clean hold most generally here of VWAP. I hope you guys used, if you were in the trade, you gave your stop a bit of a buffer below VWAP, but there it is, retesting or making, I should say, intraday highs at $2.28. So we actually just matched intraday high. So that 12.15 pop was matched with this 145 pop over here. So NAMM up 120% and not looking all that bad, guys. So in the world of small cap gappers, that's probably the one to keep an eye out on at the moment. All right, what's next, Sia?
So next we do have Alibaba. Alibaba betting on nuclear power and AI sources. Alibaba Group has formed 250 million yuan, which is $35.9 million, joint venture with China National Nuclear Power and partners to secure electricity for AI data centers. It's also doubling down on open source AI, positioning openness as a core pillar of its 2025 AI strategy. And its Quen model family has surpassed 700 million downloads, boosting confidence in Alibaba cloud adoption. What do you have to say about this, Sharif?
Like it, we've seen this with Alibaba. By the way, Baba's up 3.5% on the day. Not a bad look at all for Baba, where a lot is negative. So, how many times are we going to say these tech companies are looking to expand their energy footprint, mostly into the nuclear? So this is the China Nuclear Power Co. Great move there. They're also doubling down on open source AI, as Sia mentioned, as a core pillar of their 2026 strategy. I do like, though, very much how the Quen model now has apparently surpassed 700 million downloads. I'd like to see what the daily active and weekly active and monthly active users are to see whether or not it's just one-off, because if you like the model, they're more likely than not that you're going to sustain using it, right? So the headline number of downloads is one thing, and then the sustained use, I think, is a completely other thing. But yeah, AI-driven data center growth is straining existing power grids. I'm surprised to hear that in China, where I know that they were adding terawatts of energy. So interesting take. What's your look here, Obi, on Baba? I want to point out, what do you think of this trend break over here? Let's look at the daily. This is probably your world over here. Look at this. A very, very sustained downtrend, uninterrupted, and you have a trend break.
Yeah, so I think that's part of a bigger picture move that's been happening over the past couple of years, right? Baba found a bit of a rounded bottom, as we like to call it, here, with the lows coming in at 55 and maybe some highs at 115s, and that's starting to step up. So that's what I like to see in something that's trending on a bigger picture, where those flags, if you want to call them that, start stepping up, where you have those downtrends and then break out, hold, push up, and then now we're getting another instance of that potential flag where we pulled back into prior structure, stepping up onto 145s, 150s, and then attempting to break this trend once again. So I'm looking for more of the same here, Sharif, and we've got a long way to go if we're going to continue stepping up the way we are. Now I have some anchored VWAPs here from the break of this range that we held for how long? About from 22 to 25, so just about a few years there, and we're starting to step up on top of that range. We still have a lot of headwind if we're looking at prior supported resistance levels, but that's all the way from 2020, 2021. Again, sentiment have changed. What they do is starting to change as well. You're telling me they're getting into different businesses. And that could definitely add to the stair step higher as well. Volume signatures, not really seeing any sort of expanding volume on this step up, but maybe it's just not there yet. But I am looking exactly as you pointed out at those trend breaks, and if it can continue to step up like this, I think it'll be pretty solid. Just got to remember that is this one of the ones that's an ADR as well?
Oh yeah,
I think so. Yeah,
They're
for sure. So you got to make sure you're following along with the Hang Seng Index and what the action is that's happening there as well, because this is not all of the information.
You got to be able to stomach geopolitical risk, because at any time, you know, they're falling out between the United States and China, and these guys are delisted, right? And that was a concern.
It was a scare. I
Remember that? Delisting scare during, I think, President Biden.
That was a good buy as well.
Yeah. By the way, guys, NAMM continuing to go. You're into the high of the day, taking out that previous 28 penny high. It is now 244 to 140%, looking real clean over here. So keep your eye out on NAMM, looking good. See ya.
United Airlines is seeing record earnings path in 2026. United Airlines basically said that it could deliver record earnings this year, driven by travel demand across premium, business, and basic economy segments. The Q4 adjusted EPS also came in at 3.10, topping expectations of 2.94. And United and Delta accounted for nearly all U.S. airline profits in the first 9 months of 2025, underscoring industry consolidation. This is very cool. Very, very insane. What do you have to say about this, Sharif?
That's crazy. I didn't know that. That's so interesting to see that they're the most profitable. But really what stood out to me, and it's been standing out for a long time when we report on these airlines, whether it's Delta, American, whoever, premium revenue, not profit, because we know it's more profitable. The actual top line number continues to increase, in Delta's case, substantially above their economy revenue. So let's look at this. Premium revenue increased 9% year over year in the quarter and up 11% for the full year of 2025, all the while their basic economy tickets, that top line number, not even profitability, again, only rose 7%. So their premium revenue is growing now at faster than their basic economy revenue. And to me, that kind of is the epitome of the K-shaped economy, right? Where those who are not hurting continue to have, good paying jobs and a lot of money in the bank, continue to splurge on things that are substantially more aggressive. And Brenda and I did this, or it was Joseph and I, actually. We looked at what, we chose a random date, a random airline. I think it was here to, I forget where, it was somewhere in Asia, right? And the equal, or the, what's it called, the business class flight was like $8,000. All the while, the economy was like $800. So margins aside, which are the real driver here, this is very, very eye-opening. And I'm not surprised by it, though, because have you been lately on a flight, a long flight in economy? It is not pleasant. Not pleasant.
I think the last flight I took was with Porter, and those flights, I think, those flights are, they're quick if you're trying to go close by, but even then,
close by, though.
Kind of uncomfortable. It's kind of close. So, yeah, 'cause I've taken Porter to Miami, to New York, and it's just like it can get pretty cramped. You got to pack light for sure.
I feel like you've been on
Delta. What's that?
No,
Honestly,
go ahead.
I honestly really, really hate long flights because I do fly back home quite a lot.
I was going to say, yeah.
I go home to India to visit my family, and it's 23 hours.
Economy, yeah, that's the thing. See, have you looked at the difference in price between economy and first? Just,
absolutely. So economy, that last I checked, I think last week was around 1,600 return, which is not bad.
Okay.
But then when you go to first class, it's around 5,000 one way.
Okay, one way, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I can't,
exactly
one day I would
trades.
love to spend 10 grand on flights, but that day is not today.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll all get there one day. Yeah, so I completely agree with that, and that's what we've been seeing a lot more of. And you got to assume that they're wise to it, and they're doing what is in the best interest of shareholders, and that's to increase that top line number, to increase profitability, whether or not it means fewer people who can afford economy fly less.
Yeah.
And I don't think they really care. Right? Personally, I think you're going to find maybe a bit of an airline-specific thing where, 2/3 of the airplane to be on Delta is premium, and then 1/3 is economy, or maybe half and half. And you'll get the flares, the spirits, or whatever that will just cater to the economy.
Yeah,
That's kind of the feeling that I get.
I mean, they're definitely trying to pull a dollar on literally everything. I think my parents flew to I think Nova Scotia. It was a couple of months ago, and it was just fun. It was just funny to me. It's just something stupid. It's just you know how normally they give you headphones.
Yes.
So now they charge you like 10, 15 bucks
they've been doing
for
that.
headphones.
Oh, yeah,
I was just
they've
like,
been
when did that start happening?
Oh yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Just it's absolutely ridiculous. I think the penny pinching that's happening on in some of these airline companies. Yeah. Back in the day when you see pictures from like early flights where like so much room.
Those days are over. Boy. Those days are over.
Come on.
But I still gotta shout out WestJet. I gotta shout out WestJet, even though they were delayed. They delayed me 4 hours on the way back. They have the best internet. That is Starlink. They're calling it TELUS to Canadianize it. I respect that, but
I haven't been WestJet in a while, but
the best
I
internet
think,
out there.
Air Canada, not there. Delta, not there. American Airlines,
Well,
not
Delta's
there.
supposed to be the top dog.
Yeah.
In terms of premium, I don't know. But you see what time it is? They owe us a minute and a half.
Okay.
All right, guys. It is time to send you over to the big kahunas, the big boys, Neil and Sean, who are over there. It'll be Obi and I back again tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. I'll see everybody at the big desk momentarily.
Welcome back, everybody. And enjoy the conversation. Great job with the news there. But, I mean, everyone complaining about, like, airline quality. Like, there's an airline.
I just take the PJ.
I'm just saying, there's an airline in the West Indies called Liat. And so I don't want to hear anything if you've never flown Liat. They're just built differently. And look, at the end of the day, they show up when they want to. The gate opens when they feel like it. I'm straight. Sharif is chuckling about it. I remember one time it was like we got there, like you're supposed to get X amount of time before, let's just say the gate was supposed to open at like 8 o'clock in the morning. 7:30 rolls around, 7:45, 8 o'clock. We've been there early, it's like 8:15.
Did say on the ticket
8:20. Like they didn't care.
Dang,
But it's just Liat. Straight up. No, but that being said, there was a thing here with WestJet, which is a discount. Maybe discount's the wrong word. I don't know if say that, but
yeah, it's probably right.
Where they had changed the seating on some of their flights, so it was so cramped that people were just, you could look it up. Like people were sending in pictures, like an average person was going in there. You literally couldn't even move. It was so constrained.
Tight.
But at the end of the day, it's just a tough business. And it's a business which consistently has had trouble, constant bailouts and losing money, and they go in these cycles where they're tradable and good to being absolutely terrible. So, I mean, good on UAL for having some profits. Don't like what we saw today with them, but technically that one's still going to be to the upside. You can't love, it's actually still green today. So good for them. That being said, what happened in the overall market in crypto was a little bit intense. I know you guys probably covered a lot of it and you saw a lot of this, but like the rollover, like the acceleration in the rollover, you basically gave up the entire morning move. Like it took 2 hours to build that top, and then you effectively gave it up in like 35, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Like it was legitimately pretty intense. I'm looking back at IBIT, which is trying to get to VWAP. I don't know if it'll get there. It's close, but we're not quite getting back to the long-weighted price. Bitcoin at 88K, like that's still bearish. At the end of the day, like crypto, crypto's still giving up the ghost. We were just talking like a week ago whether we're gonna get to 100K or not, and all of a sudden, that just seems like a pipe dream at this point. So the president bumped it, but we didn't stay bumped. The market didn't stay bumped.
People in the chat, did I just short the Qs? Yes, brand new position right here against the 200 period. We've seen it bounce around a little bit. Thinking short here into the close. We are also short on Intel. And you're going to say something like this, then you're going to definitely get on the screen. What's up, Insurance Casino? Sean looks younger. What's he up to? Appreciate that. So you all, any compliments, man, you guys know I'm fishing for those. Put them in the chat. you'll get seen right there. And yeah, Majid, we just shorted it against the 200 period moving average. We actually, oops, sorry, that's Intel. We did real good, man, on Intel. I was telling everybody, this is my biggest trade of the year so far, P&L wise, on Intel. You know, it came up to 54 bucks, re-shorted that against that high, and then boom goes the dynamite. We actually re-shorted it there as well. It's starting to get filled. If this breaks higher through 40s, we're out, but that's going to be a big trade. And then there's the most recent trade that we just put on right now that you guys are asking about. It is the TQQ trade, and it's short. So we just shorted it against the 200 period moving average. Oops. Against, oops, where's my mouse? There it is. Against 200 period moving average. So this is the thing is though, we got long here against 51, and then that lost. So we actually, yeah, let's go. So we actually gave back a little bit of what we made here. We went short early, then long. This was like a reversal trade. Then we tried the long back where I thought there might have been some support there. Was not. It lost 51. We got out. Basically, we got out near the bottom, so that was okay. But we saved ourselves 25 cents, and then now we're back into the short. This hopefully can bleed down a little bit. My next bid is here at 30 flat. So like we just put this trade on. So hopefully it will print out for us, and we'll be happy. Joy, Ren and Stimpy style. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, you've got the haircut going on here. So that's maybe we're so fresh and so clean. My barber is heading back to Algeria to visit his family for a couple minutes. So yeah, he's happy with doing that. So shout out to Halim over there.
Hopefully he's not on a WestJet flight.
Yeah, he was telling me, yeah, no island time on those flights apparently.
I don't think so.
But okay, so there's the fill up. It fill up. 31s actually on the TQQ, so we'll take a little bit of piece out there. We'll work on our Intel, and yeah, that's it for me right here. Just going short.
MD Motorcycles just said, MP, what's going on? It's a massacre.
It is?
Damn, well, I mean, it started with critical metals yesterday.
I didn't realize that.
It's a top, like, critical metals has dropped 10%, like, multiple days in a row from top to bottom. Like, it's just a huge reversal. Today, MP just decided it wanted to follow the story as well. So critical metals 2 days in a row. MP just said, okay, fine, we'll make up for that by doing it all in a single session. So this is right back, almost like the 50, where it bounced from, what was that? I guess right at the beginning, almost at the beginning of the year, not quite the beginning of the year, but going back into the 60 level is MP. You saw this happen across all your rare earth type names. Like they just did not hold up well at all. It was interesting, like every time the president, it was weird, like you could look at SMR as well and sort of say, well, the bump that you got just was not held. Just quickly, am I getting on, almost on the bid, almost at the VWAP bid there. No, I just wanted to go and look at SMR because if you think about what was the first thing that happened this morning, well, we came on air, what was the first thing that the president did during his speech was to pump up the nuclear names.
Right.
And they gave everything back and then some. And even when he was mentioning Greenland, it still caused a reversal in the critical metals name. So MP has not been able to recover yet. This is pretty much unbroken. It's the acceleration that this got. And this isn't like the market reversing. There wasn't a bid on this from the beginning. So you're going to have to wait and see when this can catch a bit of a bid. It didn't get SSR like really, really close. I don't think it ticked SSR. If not, it's certainly close to like one more low, and this is going to be short sell restricted today and tomorrow for sure. So yeah, big time reversal, both this and critical metals along with the market, but these got the raw end of the stick. Pretty short in the rundown. I know at least a couple of names that are likely to be on the list because we seem like to be getting a lot of small caps. So I'm expecting to see that PAV-M up there. My guess is the critical metals and MP didn't make it. So that's why I wanted to discuss them there. Let's go find out what you guys are interested in for the rundown.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, Neil and Sean, they are locked and they are loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown, you got to mosey on into the chat. You got to vote for your favorite tickers every day, but don't forget to throw in the $ before the ticker of your choice. Otherwise, it doesn't register. Let's take a look at all four major averages, and they are all in positive territory here, starting off with the triple Qs. We're up a little bit less than 0.5%, up 0.42. The SPY, kind of looking the same here, up 0.39. The Dow a bit higher than 0.5% on the day, up 0.53. That's the DIA, as well as IWM, the Russell 2000 ETF, up the most here on the day. up 0.6%. Hey, you guys were freaking me out. Let's start with the first ticker, though. As decided by you, AMD. Beautiful look for AMD. In fact, now we are extending the winning streak to 7 different sessions on the for AMD. The boys are distracting me here. Also, there was a price target raise from Bernstein today on AMD. They raised the price target from 220 to 225, maintaining that same rating. They're saying, though, that their AI efforts have, quote, admittedly come a long way. However, it also adds that OpenAI is the only sizable customer for AMD's Helios servers, and much of the chipmaker's AI narrative really depends on the progression of that deal and the new customer announcement. So Bernstein, with a positive note on AMD, up 5.6%. What do you make of this, boys? AMD.
I love what you.
Today, what's so funny?
I read that book.
I don't know why you guys were laughing. We weren't trying. I know Sean was trying to distract.
I'm still waiting for my chocolate. I was supposed to get a. See, I thought I was supposed to get a chocolate that one.
Is there more chocolate?
Is there more chocolate?
I'm sorry?
Sean says that there's a chocolate coming his way soon. I think he's quite
Wait,
disappointed.
I left the lavender chocolates here the other day, so it's actually not on me anymore.
Oh, they're just sitting over there. Okay. So
Sorry.
at some point, when we catch a bit of a break, we'll just steal some lavender chocolate.
Exactly. I was gonna say, man, I gotta try that.
There's literally a camera it's kind of messing with my head, because when these guys are on, it's like there's one camera here for Sia and there's a camera there for Shu. I have no idea what the other camera does. We literally have a camera. I have no idea what it shoots, because that's how we roll around here. We got a whole bunch of stuff you ain't never heard of and you haven't even seen yet with Studio 8. No,
something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. You ever seen I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker?
Isn't that like, yeah, but that's
Kung
so
Fu
old.
Joey's like,
I don't know.
I know Kung Fu, I know Karate,
I don't know any
Taekwondo,
quotes.
and a whole lot of ish you ain't never heard of
Yeah,
before.
I don't know about that.
And then he takes on like 300 cops at one shot. Great movie.
I still like Police Academy. Those are good movies.
Yo,
Police Academy. Didn't that guy pass away? The guy that does all the voice, whatever, the guy that, the black guy.
Yeah.
Sounds with the
Oh,
mouth.
shoot.
Andre just goes sounds with the mouth. Yeah.
He was
Like a ventriloquist.
with American Got Talent. He makes a comeback. He left Hollywood to like raise his family, and then he made a comeback, and he did some ridiculous stuff. Led Zeppelin, like the electric
I know.
guitar,
That's
Led
what I'm
Zeppelin.
saying.
Unbelievable
That
talent.
was a great movie, Police Academy. There's a or something.
We're all good.
Michael Winslow.
That's the same
The chat, knows everything.
Michael Winslow. That guy is legit.
They should read Police Academy, just like Naked Gun.
Did you watch that?
Oh, Naked Gun. Pretty good, though. Oh, I got a lot of praise, actually.
It was okay.
Yeah, the Pamela Anderson, his name was in it.
Liam Neeson did about as good a job as you can do. The problem is, Leslie,
Of
like
course.
it's I've never seen a movie like
I thought it did pretty good on the ratings wise.
movie, but I wanted. It's just Leslie Nielsen's Leslie Nielsen. It's such an impossible task. But okay, we're supposed to be talking about AMD. I'll sum my day up with just AMD.
All right.
Because this is kind of the one where, all right, I have my mean reversion rules, and if I break them, it's easily by far the best trade I could have had, but I didn't break my rule, and it ends up the other way. So, like, obviously, this one could have gone a heck of a lot differently. AMD with rocket ship, it's been incredibly strong. The other thing to consider here is AMD going into these Intel earnings tomorrow. You triple bottomed at $200. You tagged $250. We haven't had a red day in week and change on AMD since it triple bottomed at that $200 level. One of the things that we always talk about, if your intention, it's different if when you trim something, your intention is, I'm just kind of working my way out of this, I'm never going to buy into it again. But if your intention is, I'm going to sell at some highs so that I can get back in, you know, there's perfect prices and there's just good enough. Because if you sold at 250 with the intention of getting back in at 200 is perfectly fine. You're still better off if your plan is to hold a long-term core position. And I'm saying that as somebody that didn't buy back into any of my shares. That said, I don't necessarily prefer them. As a matter of fact, when we talk about Intel, I think, you know, I sold some at 50. I got 53 something at 11 o'clock on Intel. That stock's insane. And I think AMD is the same thing. I feel like coming into these earnings, it makes some sense to trim, but yeah, as far as, you know, trying and missing that short, it was the right spot. It was the right trend break. It was the first reversal candle, and it never even broke the high at that point. But it's still a very, very bullish move for AMD. And as far as I'm concerned, if it doesn't flat bottom break here, you kind of have, actually have like a downtrend if it doesn't break 244. You have a downtrend that could break back in. I think it works either way here, either flat bottom break or just break back out of the trend line.
All right, guys. If we handed you $1.25 million a trade, would your proceeds change? Or just your upside? That's the opportunity Funded Future Network provides. They're a futures prop firm that gives traders access to large sim and live funded accounts every day. They've already paid millions to traders around the world with fast same day and daily payouts. And right now, evaluation accounts are 50% off. Buy one, get one free, and no activation fees. You can find the link below or scan the QR code to check it out. That is the Funded Futures Network. All right, so I only have two trades today, Intel and the TQQs. So for me, two names, two trades, my best day of the year so far. But I'm going to go over, because you're talking about AMD, I'm just going to go over and talk about NVIDIA just real quick. You know, yesterday NVIDIA was down 4.5%, right? That was, whether or not it deserved it or not, the whole market got cranked. NVIDIA basically fell right into the lap again, down into here where it's had a nice, you know, cozy time down between 170 to 175. Every time it's been down here, short broken a couple times in the AM. But, you know, nicely recovered. And it's doing it again here today, but we're still underneath the 50-period moving average. I think that if you can't sleep at night because you're too exposed to tech names, this is probably a good day to get out. I mean, up 1.7%. The fears that Donald Trump was going to sort of crash the market today with Davos, that never happened. Does that mean it's not going to happen tomorrow? Who knows? That rhetoric is still going to get spewed out there with Greenland, with there's still Iran, Venezuela. There's still a couple issues out there. And we know that the chip game follows the NASDAQ and the Qs and how this market goes. It was scary yesterday to see NVIDIA down that much. But the problem with NVIDIA is it's gone nowhere real fast, man. It's gone nowhere since July. Like, you come back into here, if you went to sleep and woke up, you know, last 6 months, you'd be while you have the NASDAQ, the Dow, S&P 500 all nearing highs. NVIDIA is still about that 30. Well, I mean, if you take 210 as the high, you're now down $30 off of that. So you're down, you know, 15% or so from the high. So it hasn't been a great 6 months for NVIDIA. And I don't know if it's going to get that much better, to be honest with you. I think you just got to keep on, you know, holding hope that they are the best and they're going to continue to win. And China's not going to be a problem for them. Alibaba obviously has had some great success as of late. But the story with NVIDIA is the long game. I mean, I don't think you want to be in any other, if you're going to be in the chips, sure, there's AMD, and I get it. But if you look at the PE, NVIDIA is actually cheaper than AMD.
It's not.
And we know that NVIDIA has the goods. You know, Jensen is definitely a salesman, and he's going to make that work. So I think you're smart to hold on to some NVIDIA here. I'm going to take a line from Kramer, like, you know, own, don't trade. And if you're so nervous about NVIDIA, trim some today. I actually don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. Up 2%, I think you can find worse decisions. So get out of it. NVIDIA reports the latest out of all of these stocks. So you're just going to have to hold out that the rest of the Mag 7 universe continues to kick. And if expenses are still there and CapEx is still there, then NVIDIA should still be the winner. So I'm pretty happy holding on to it. All right, so Intel is falling back in. We just took, I'm watching the net kind of grow here. Nice move back into 52.95. I don't have any bids on Intel, so I think we got to think about getting out of some. So let's put a bid at 97. We'll see if we get that fill. And we'll put a bid again down here near 92 or so. We have about 30% left of this, maybe a little bit less, 25% left of our trade here on Intel as we get out of this name. So yeah, bouncing off 53 bucks. Maybe we'll take another fill here at 05 and go back to the desk and see what stock. And I apologize, Sharif, if NVIDIA's on there, get rid of it because we just talked about it.
I think it'll be.
I think it'll be Tesla or silver or
no, with Tesla.
Okay. Let's see.
It's the one you're in right now, Sean. It is INTC Intel. C is going to take you through their earnings ahead of earnings, but I want to let you know multiple analyst comments today on Intel. HSBC's analyst Frank Lee upgrading Intel from reduce to hold, but he did boost that price target markedly from 26 to 50. Seaport analyst Jay Goldberg upgrading Intel from neutral rating with a buy and announced a $65 price target. Likewise with Wedbush. We always look for Danny Ives' name when we see Wedbush, but here it's Matt Bryson. He reiterated neutral, but maintained the $30 price target. And last but not least, Susquehanna analyst Christopher Rowland. He maintained neutral, but did boost the price target from 40 to 45.
So Intel does report its Q4 earnings on Thursday after the market closed, with analysts who are expecting 8 cents EPS and $13.38 billion in revenue. And also to note that this rise would mark Intel's highest close since March 2022, if sustained correctly.
All right, boys. Intel keeps chugging along. Sean, you're in it. What's the look?
Yeah, so first of all, I did get out of a third of my position during lunchtime, so we follow that rule, so we'll say bang on that one, so that's going to be a good one there. Got to get out before Donald does, right? And then right into here, yeah, look, it was tough because we had lost a lot of money yesterday, I don't know if it was a lot, but on AMD yesterday chasing basically this whole move. And as this was happening, we kept on asking Adara, what's the news? What's the news? There really was nothing. So we shorted it and we actually wound up losing pretty decent, not decent, but we lost enough there that was a little stressful. But then once we found that, 54 maybe was the top, we hit 54 back down. That was good. We pretty much made almost everything back, got out 53.50, so on and so forth. That was a good one. Then it busted back up. We shorted 54 again against the high of 54.20. And these are exactly the trades I want to do moving forward, man. It's like you find a high, and I know it's counter trend because it's up 10%, right? But at the end of the day, you can see right into here, if I zoom in just a little bit right there, it was this high that we were sort of playing off of. Like there's our stop out, there's the pushback through, there's the short, and then they came right back up again. We shorted 54.10s. The reason why we didn't short 54 is we didn't want to take a 20-cent hit. So if that break, imagine this, we're short 54.10 right now, and we wound up taking on this trade. That's 52.9, so that's $1.15 was like our first spot to get out. So with about 15 cents worth of risk, we nailed $1.15. So we nailed about 7 to 1 on that one. Then it came back up into the 50-period moving average. I thought the move was still going to continue. Luckily enough, it did. We reloaded what we put on right there. We got it back. And then since then, we've just been sort of hoping that it breaks VWAP. But I don't know if it's going to do that. So we're getting, as I just said, as we were just talking about NVIDIA, we got lighter and lighter and lighter on this as we fell into 53, and then there's the bump back up. So, again, not trying to be stubborn with it. Let's take profit where profit lies. We are getting out of the last little bit here if it breaks 53.40, and that's that. So, really good. My biggest, P&L-wise winner of the year so far. So let's go to see what happens now with Intel. Looks like it's, reason why I got out of the part of it, this is day trading. The swing trade account with them reporting tomorrow night, it's just like,
that's the risk.
We're long at $21 or something, or $18. I don't even know what we were long at. And it was just, that was the risk. So I was just like, I'm going to get out before they crack. 40%. And so there goes.
Without looking, what do you think forget about the P. What do you think the forward P? That's if they get the 8 cents.
I'm not even sure they're even making any money. I don't know, 90? I don't know.
Oh, that's good. Good guess.
Is it?
The Ford PE 80.
Okay.
And the PE, they didn't have a good quarter. Okay, so they didn't have a good quarter last. 800 was the price to earnings. Well, one thing to remember, when we're talking about things like price to earnings, and when something is going from like not making money to making money, like at the beginning of that, it can look pretty. It'll look a heck of a lot worse than it really is. So Intel is they're in the realm of normalizing. They're really in the realm of normalizing, but they haven't come anywhere close to like actually, really proving something. That hasn't mattered. I think we're almost at the end of the month, but there's all the chance in the world. If there wasn't earnings tomorrow, I wish these guys were reporting next month because it's actually a very bullish close on the monthly to be up and about and above this 51. But the fact that you have to hold through earnings to actually hold this move and not have it a topping tail in the month, I think that's why it's a ring the register kind of situation for at least something here today. So I'm on board with that because that's what I did. But if they were reporting at the end of the cycle, I would have been more inclined to let it press through and then just set a trail on the monthly. Like if the month bar closed back under 50 this month, then get out. Otherwise, let it ride. But earnings are too tight here, and they have a lot to prove. These chip names have a ridiculous amount to prove this quarter. Like across the board, it's insane. By the way, IBIT's almost at VWAP here, so
88.6.
yeah, we're almost at 89, 88.6. 89 will be VWAP, I think, or at least close enough to it. But we're starting to press back into the volume-weighted average price. I don't know what's going to be next on the list, but I'm surprised there haven't been one of those crazy small cappers, Sharif.
After this one, Neil, I promise, there is one coming up. Tesla next on the board over here. Multiple headlines today. Elon Musk coming out earlier on and saying, look, the Cybercab, the Robotaxi Cybercab, as well as Optimus, are expected for full-scale production early this year for the Cybercab and late this year for Optimus, but it's going to be very, very slow in the build-up because they are new products with new parts. There's another headline, though. Sia, a very interesting one today.
There's two headlines. So Lemonade, the digital insurance company, has also announced the debut of its Lemonade autonomous car insurance, a first-of-its-kind product that is basically built specifically for self-driving interests. And it says that it'll be beginning with Tesla's full self-driving system. What do you have to say about that?
I love it. So, like, finally, autonomous is here, and now the insurance companies are going to cover this. Listen to this, boys. The new plan cuts per mile rates for FSD engaged driving by 50%. So per mile, you're saving about half, reflecting what the company is saying, data that shows significantly lower risk during autonomous operation. The company said in a statement, Lemonade expects further reductions as Tesla releases updates to their FSD. Sean, is this as good a time as any now?
I do have another.
Yes. I don't know. I don't know if we even have Lemonade here, but I think that's. I
don't even know.
Look, I think it's a good product, right? I think that's what they got to do. They got to adapt with the times. So I think with more people looking at full self-drive, and obviously it's so expensive insurance, man. Like what is $1,500 a year or something like that? Just too expensive. But yeah, I didn't even realize how well Lemonade had been producing. I know it's a tasty treat, but wow, Lemonade, just a great move higher from May 29th. Just once we broke that 50-period moving average, convincingly back there in May, that was $30. This is now an $80 name. So I really think that Lemonade continues the fresh squeeze higher, although it's not really squeezing. I had to try to throw some Lemonade action in there as well.
Coming soon to Canada, Sean.
Oh, is it? Okay.
According to Gemini, anyway. So
okay.
Lemonade is coming soon.
The market is blasting right here. There has to be some kind of news.
We're catching a bid right now.
Look what just happened to the market there. We just blasted through on the TQQs there, guys.
Tesla dollar higher.
I know something's going on, and I don't know why it's not in my ear right now.
I'm not hearing the
Sharif and everybody, there's something going on right now.
Tesla's now $3 from the highs. Let's go to Sia at the desk.
So quickly, another thing that might be relevant here is that Tesla recently did also push back on a media report claiming that the Berlin Gigafactory had experienced a significant reduction in staffing, saying that there have been no notable decline in permanent employees and no plans for job cuts. However, they have silently cut 1,700 jobs in the Berlin Gigafactory. And this is according to a German newspaper. The number of employees at the plant has dropped now to 10,703.
All right, guys, Trump will not impose February 1st tariffs due to the Greenland deal that's just coming out now. Trump, we have formed a framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland that's coming in right now. If I have more information, I'll give it to you guys.
Yeah, no, we got that. We right there. Yeah, the market's loving this right now. I tried to get long on the TQs. We got stopped out, obviously a little bit higher than we thought as it just ripped all the way through, but we were getting it. We didn't average into it. So there goes the TQs. Huge move to the upside right there as it continues to go. And here goes Intel as well. I didn't want to punch out completely of Intel. We had very, very little left. But yeah, there it goes, man. Right back up to the upside goes INTC. So see you later, alligator, on that one for Intel. And I think we just, damn it, man, missed that punch long on the Qs right there. We could have got it long instead of got stopped out. But there it goes, upside. Great story there for Greenland. I mean, if this is what's going to solve the problem, then great. I mean, NASDAQ right back up to 1.27%. So, yeah. He told everybody to get long, basically, that everything would be fine, but there goes the TQs. Now ripping northbound right here. So future deal with Greenland, maybe now figured out. Up to $54 goes Intel there. So let's go figure out what's going on later. But there goes nice move upside for Intel.
Unbelievable move upside. I can tell you what didn't bounce. Uh-oh, critical metals, you did not bounce.
Oh, no.
Unfortunately, very small move up there for critical metals. But you know what, everybody? That move on the market brought to you not just by the president, but getting to watch it by OGen. Millions of concussions out there, but 0 approved therapies. Origenics, that's OGEN on the NYSE, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. See what is ahead and book a meeting today. Shout out to OGen and Origenics for sponsoring this part of the show. As that was obviously happening, so glad. You know what? Sometimes, I don't know, you can sit in front of a level. Like there's a line on the charts like, I plan on shorting it when it gets there. You can do that if that's your prerogative. Or you can sort of wait and see what happens. But like Bitcoin just came back to my entry price off the prior VWAP, which I want to try to give back into this 51. There's the headline there, as you guys can see. It's a longer-winded post on Truth Social. I'm kicking myself because I kind of shuffled things around for the aftermarket show yesterday. And one of the things I didn't put back was I usually have Truth Social up in case there are posts. When we got that spike, I was checking all the normal sources, but I didn't have the president's truth, which is a good, it's kind of like you see the market moving and you don't see a headline. You kind of know where it probably is because it's been the president all day.
We got tacoed.
So, yeah, we got tacoed. Yeah, tacos, always a tasty treat. Let's just be real.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't think that Trump was going to eventually solve the issues here with Greenland, but maybe potentially that is what it was. He will not be here. I can put the story up right here quickly just so you guys could get it. It is not going to be here. It is right here. Imposing tariffs. Here it is. Let's just put this up. Boom, and send selected item. I don't know how, this is a long story, so I don't know how it's going to work, but there it is. I will not be imposing tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on February 1st after the meeting. Framework for future deal with respect to Greenland. There you go. So there is some sort of a deal, apparently, their future deal with Greenland, and those tariffs will not, and here's just a sort of a summary of it, will not be imposed. So I think that's what sort of shook the world yesterday a little bit when we came in off the long weekend and realized that, hey, maybe, you know, this was a little more serious than we thought, and he's not just going to like annex Greenland, he's going to punish everybody else that doesn't like approve of it. So it looks like right there, if there is a framework, that's a good sign. So I actually take the time to short Intel there a little bit on that bump up. I still think the story is the same for these guys. I'm not going to change my opinion that, you know, up 11% seems a little bit egregious, but, you know, we could go up higher, man. 11% leads to 12, leads to 13. So who knows, but I'm going to play the short end of this stick and try to get back into this trade. Well, we did get back into this trade for Intel. We didn't get stopped out. What we got stopped out on was the futures. Right there as that ripped through our level. But yeah, the market trying to come back in just a little bit here. Let's see if Intel can play nice and get back to the downside here. Good trade so far. We just averaged in. We actually shorted there. We just doubled our position. So we got short at 81. All right, we're still going to use 54.25 or so as our out. I have, we were supposed to talk about a stock there, or did we get sidetracked? I don't know. Let's just go back. I think it was either Tesla or it was. Remember we were talking about the
no, it was
tasty
right.
lemonade.
You're 100%. It was Tesla. We looked at lemonade, discussed lemonade, and then obviously the new.
And then you're like Tesla just went up $5 or something.
That's why I was on this screen. Yeah, that's why I was on Tesla. Look, there's not. I don't know what I can add to Tesla because anything that you would have been looking at earlier is somewhat irrelevant as it's now breaking out the top and filling in the gap. So we have a double. I like. Closing prices matter more than opening prices, so this had like double barrel closes at 438 effectively, going back to both Friday and Thursday and Friday, I should say. And actually, if you look back on Wednesday, so it's almost like triple barrel closes at 438. You close at the same price or price area 3 times, I think on the way up, that could be your spot to gap fill to. So there's some room here on Tesla. If the futures can't break the high, I'd look for 438. For a potential spot at the top here on TSLA. One more name, I believe, Sharif said we have one more name to get to. and then we'll continue reaction to the president spiking the market again.
Good job, President.
All right, let's here's President Trump's Truth Social tweet, if we can. We're going to read it out. Based upon a very productive meeting that I had with the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, we have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. The solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations. Based upon this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on the 1st of February. Additional discussions are being held concerning the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland. Further information will be made available as discussions progress. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and various others as needed will be responsible for the negotiations. They will report directly to me. And then, as is customary, of course, thank you for your attention on this matter. Shout out to President Trump. Let's go on to the next story here. PAVM up 138%, but substantially off the high of 28.44. In fact, it is down now over 50%. Here's the headline. PAVmed is the name of the company, and they were up after a subsidiary of Lucid Diagnosis secured a Virginia contract for EsoGuard esophageal DNA test, which is going to serve over 9 million veterans with Medicare aligning pricing, guys. And let's maintain a buy rating with, I'm pretty sure that's not accurate. That's the headline, though. 755.
If this one wasn't already in trouble, one of the things that you sometimes look for strength is when in the afternoon, if the market's not doing anything or is weak, you can find some small cappers that get attention and then they can rally. This would be the opposite of that. The market has attention right now. It is flying around. There is plenty that looks good, and it's underneath VWAP. So congrats to all the traders that got in and out of this one early. I know we had some this morning that literally were talking about how they hit it and quit it for a few small cappers. The pre-market is a very good friend of yours in names like this, because it almost always gives you some of the best entries, especially if you're looking to trade off VWAP. It just looks done in every sense for today. And if we zoom it in here, like, where could this pull back to? I mean, there's really nowhere else to pull back to outside of like $9 or $10. So like if it's on the back end of it, it's like $9 or $10 that I'd be waiting for on PAVM. But that trade's kind of done. Very good one this morning. But when it's $5 underneath VWAP, I don't know what the plan of action would be there with PAVM. I'm barreling through some names. I was trash talking SMR earlier about how it wouldn't bounce. Well, President bounced it now.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Like, now it's almost at VWAP. And the funny thing is I actually tried this one off the low, gave it a bit of a shot. Immediately was like, nah, I'm going to get out half. And then
I want to go long,
stop.
but I like to short it.
I don't like this name. I don't like long up here. IBIT just broke through 51, so as good as
Wait a minute, SMR got as low as what? Wasn't it 20, 50?
No, straight up. $18.
Yeah, I saw that down.
$18.
Oh man, that came
Look at
way
this
back.
trend. Look at this trend reverse. Oh,
what a break.
God, SMR. Like, look at this break of trend on SMR. Maybe that at the volume weighted average price and prior high.
What the hell, Patrick? Congratulations right there, man. I'm gonna put
we missed a super chat as well.
Oh, did we? Okay, what's up with the super chat?
I was gonna throw Danny's boy sent this in, and shout out to Danny's boy.
Oops,
what did we provide?
Put it back.
That's okay.
Sorry, we put it at the same time. Do you have it? I have it right here. Here we go.
There it is.
Halliburton's? Oh, you got it.
I said long.
Oh, no, that's Patrick. Just made 24 grand on the Q, so good job. Here's the one from Danny's. I was just going to say, there's the one from Danny.
Okay, Halliburton reports tonight. They just issued a letter saying that they are the best company to restart the oil industry in Venezuela. Oh, what else are they going to say? Meanwhile, the ghost of Dick Cheney is rubbing his hands
Excellent.
Excellent. If you don't know Mr. Burns, I can't get my daughter to watch The Simpsons.
We tried to watch it, but it's my kids not that into it.
I guess it's just not a thing anymore.
Bart Simpson's not saying "eat my shorts" anymore. You know what I mean? It's.
What does he say?
I don't know.
It's
nothing. They don't say nothing anymore.
The whole point is
The Simpsons still going on?
The Simpsons, I think so. The Simpsons used to I know they weren't crazy, but they pushed some boundaries, and it was kind of like they were that show, and every show just kind of got progressively more intense, right? Like after that, it was like Family Guy went nuts, and South Park went crazy, and it's just like there's so many other shows out there. No, but Halliburton, what's not to like recently in Halliburton? Now, if I pull the chart back further, trust me when I tell you it doesn't look very good. It's actually pretty nasty if I go out a little bit further. But this is kind of an unbroken move. I do still think, you know, the safest bet if you're playing this, and again, this is just my opinion, and to an extent, I'm talking my own book because I've been a buyer at 140 on CVX. It's like a range-bound play at 140. I thought this dip was going to get there. I'd be buying these guys on dips if you could, and that's CVX, good dividend. I mean, it's got a solid base on it at the 140 level, which gives you a bit of an out as well. I thought we were, do we have one more name left? I thought we were done. My bad. I was jumping right into it, but one more name to go on the rundown.
Netflix, guys, down 3%, but well off the lows, trading at 84.5, touching that 80.50 this morning. Obviously, they reported earnings yesterday, beating on the top and bottom line, but the street was concerned about the cash on hand. The pausing of the share buyback program to fund the Warner Brothers Discovery acquisition. Separately, this is a new headline that came in. EU regulators now throwing their hat into the regulatory ring, of course. They say they are poised to review competing bids for Warner Brothers Discovery at the same time that the American regulator does. So another sort of interesting development in the story, Sia.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, thing to note here is that the Netflix co-CEOs have had to go explaining, basically almost getting defensive on the aggressive push that has forced themselves to suspend the share buybacks. And Ted Sarandos did say that we have often in our Netflix history debated building a theatrical business, but we were busy investing in other areas and it never became our priority. But now with Warner Bros., they bring a mature, well-run theatrical business with amazing films, and we're super excited about that addition. The two also said that they had not expected to make an offer for the Warner assets when they first started that process, which is very interesting. And the stock, which has lost more than 15% since Netflix actually made its first offer on December 5th. Although I think there have been strong content lineups, including like the final season of Stranger Things, that did contribute a lot to the revenue. It's just not going in the line that they want it to go currently.
Yeah, clearly about 40% off the highs. Guys, is it time, in your opinion, to buy some Netflix?
I mean, whether it's time or not, I did anyways last night. Like sometimes I got filled. And what's funny about it is even as it was happening on the afternoon show, you would have heard me say, well, during the call, I'd like to hear them say something to just make you feel a little bit better about, you know, the cost of closing the deal and having to get rid of the buyback, like, oh, that's coming right back on. I love the synergy in the deal. Ultimately, I think it's a great lineup that they're picking up. And we said this, unfortunately, this is something we talked about in the aftermarket show. Look, there's going to be some efficiencies to be had, and there's probably going to be some cost cutting and reduction in jobs that you're going to hear, which is all good for shareholders, and obviously that'll be some concerns for maybe the regulators. I'm not worried about the EU regulators that much in this particular case. No. The U.S. regulators are kind of what really matters here. It's not very often you see it held up in that regard. So I tend to think this deal gets done for them. That said, I didn't get a chance to sell or to trade. Look, I want to be looking for shorts on Warner Brothers. If it gets back up to that 29, like I just feel like it's a good area to start like scalp trading because it's been range bound and losing the 29. It couldn't get there today on the press up, so I might start to bring that down a bit. Netflix is $27.75 cash. If you believe that's what's going to win the day and Paramount's not doing anything about it, then at some point this drifts back down. And as long as there are sellers up here taking advantage of it, there's a good scalp trade on the stock. And it's not even that bad. Like yesterday, you got effectively a 2% move to the downside on Warner Brothers. If you had anywhere near that top. And again today, as the market blows it out, this isn't going anywhere. So I might adjust where I want to short for the day trade on WBD to this 28.75 to 28.8 area.
Look, I'm a little upset here because like we should have. The problem is I was sitting in this short and I averaged into it and it's working out for us for Intel. It's going to the downside and we're fine with what's happening. But I tried to get long right here and I was not aggressive enough because I was waiting. Honestly, like I thought I was bidding when this was bouncing around. I actually thought I got filled for like one lot and I didn't. But we could have like punched in easily there on that Trump news, because like I was thinking we're going to take out that top. Like the minute we bounced off of it, I was like, let's get long on that, and then for this. So I'm happy that I think we read it right, but like not happy with the execution. And most of the reason was because I'm sitting in this hoping that we pull back on Intel, and it's like I didn't realize I could go long the futures and short on Intel and actually wind up winning on both. But yeah, that's too bad, because looking over, it's killing me looking at those TQs. I don't even want to look at them right now. And I know I call the TQs the futures, but it's just a triple levered ETF based off of the NASDAQ. But yeah, that sucks. So I'm gonna wait. We're gonna try again at 54.10, and then so just let Intel do its thing, because it's definitely not reacting the same way the market is right now. I mean, you might think that, but I'm gonna wait to see if it does take those highs out, 54.20. So we'll get some out, and then we'll redo it back into 54.10 or so on that one. So that's what we're going to look for right there. Google and Apple and things like that might be names to buy. There goes Google to the upside. We'll see what Apple's going to do as well. There it is, 250 right now. Nice upside there for Apple and everybody else here today as the Qs continue to go.
I saw Joe's in not our chat, but our chat talking about Air Canada being crashed.
What happened to Air Canada?
We're doing the airline talk, and now that's like our internal Trader TV chat. Rob is like, no, Air Canada's the worst. All airlines.
I mean, WestJet is way worse than Air
WestJet
Canada.
is. Come on, son. I've flown them both. You're talking about comfort. It's not even close. One's a discount one. But not all moves are created the same. So I reloaded Kraft Heinz because it got to VWAP on that move. I don't think the Greenland deal in any way, shape, or form affects Berkshire potentially selling their Kraft Heinz position.
Whoops.
And if I'm wrong about that, then fair enough. But that popped into VWAP, so gave that one a reload. I think that's one play which is not looking too different from before. And let's go to Adara. We've got ourselves another update at the desk.
Yeah. I think it's this
Apple specific news here, guys. AAPL saying that they're going to be revamping their Siri as its first chatbot in the second half of 2026. Unclear if this is confirmed or just reported, but either way here, seeing some reports or commentary suggesting that Apple could be revamping its Siri as its first chatbot in the second half of 2026. Siri is, of course, the function that you can use to speak on your Apple device to communicate with the phone. It talks back to you. Either way here, apparently the company is going to be revamping it as a chatbot, the first in the Apple family. Once I get more details or confirmation, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara, for that one. I did go long on Apple pretty early on that call. I was telling Neil I did hear something about that. I wanted to wait to see what Adara had to say, but we were stuck long while that thing just tanked on us there. But back upside right now. So let's just go to see. I mean, what did you say that was? When are they planning on doing that?
Okay, it looks like H2 2026, second half of 2026.
Okay.
Oh, this year. So second half of this year.
Okay, so that's good. Well, here we go. Now we're starting to really start to get going here on it. So let's just continue to watch this out. This is what all us Apple users have been waiting for, finally. But I remember, though, I got crushed last time this happened, because I remember we got the note that it was teaming up with Siri, was Gemini. And then all of a sudden, yeah, and then it kind of went the Oppo Taco there, and it wasn't even Taco Tuesday, so I wasn't sure about that play. So we're gonna exit out of some of this play up here near 251, and then just before we go over to Neil, I just want to see that's 251. Yeah, so there's really nothing here telling me that we should be getting out. We're just trying to play some momentum, and there it comes right back through 250 again. So it looks like that was a good out back up there, but we still have a decent position. So let's wait to see what happens now with these two positions. Long Apple, short Intel. Now here comes Apple right back in. So we're going to get stopped out at 75% of this, breaking through 249.50. This is like sort of the dramatic movements that we're having right now with Apple. Very, very violent play here. We just got out $1 higher than this. All right, what's up, Adara?
More updates here with regards to this AAPL chatbot. So I guess reports are suggesting that Apple's going to be unveiling a chatbot in June, as mentioned here, it's very likely to be Siri. But again, the unveiling is going to be in June. It'll be released in September. So you're going to be introduced here reportedly in June, very likely, I guess, at the WWDC convention that they have every year in early June. It will be released in September, so it looks like we're going to get the unveiling about 3 months before the release. It will follow this long-promised Siri upgrade. So again, looks like we're going to be getting that Siri upgrade. It will likely be a chatbot. All reports for now, looks like we're not going to get any more updates until June, but if I get anything else from this report, any other information I see, I will keep you posted. I'm also just seeing right now, VELO, keep an eye on this name as well. Apparently, there are comments here about the Department of Defense from the company's CEO. So CEO of VELO commenting on X about the Department of Defense and a potential deal there. Back to you.
Thank you, as always, Adair. Just one quick question for you, Adair, if you can stay for a second. Is this powered by Gemini? Or no?
It does not specify.
We don't know. Okay.
If I get anything, I'll let you know. But I think the bigger deal is just the fact that they're unveiling something. That's kind of the way I've seen these headlines worded.
Okay, because I mean, obviously, yeah, I'm seeing like even like Alphabet. It looks like there might have been like a press up there if people are like, "Ooh, that's good because powered by Gemini." But no, that actually pulled back a little bit here on Google.
I did hear something. I'm not just saying that because I'm long, but I did hear something about Gemini. I'm just letting you know that I heard something. Doesn't mean it's.
Isn't that the whole point?
As Adair said, like.
Isn't that the whole point?
Well, I thought they were sort of lumping themselves together there with it. So, anyways, we got back into it on that little dip down. So
it's not Gemini.
All right, yeah, me neither. I want to see it being Gemini as well.
Adara, again? Oh,
it's you.
Actually, no. If you're a savvy Canadian trader and you want to pull off the reversal and leverage yourself that we just saw in maybe the NASDAQ or the S&P 500 and tap into that 3x daily leverage ETF game, well then Beta Pro by Globex is for you. You can amplify short-term market moves and use the built-in FX hedging to minimize the impact of currency swings. So whether you're bullish or bearish, today obviously bullish, these ETFs are built for active traders like yourselves ready to take on the markets. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you, and let's go right back to Adair for another update.
Here's the Google element of this story. So Apple reportedly considering running this chat bot, which again, it will be unveiling reportedly in the second half, or for the second half of 2026 rather. Apparently they're considering running this chat bot directly on Google Cloud and on those TPU chips. So again, doesn't look like it's finalized yet for AAPL, but they're apparently considering running this new chat bot on Google Cloud and TPU chips. Back to you.
All right, so that was the story, I guess. We were able to buy some Apple there, get some more out up here when it went back into the 50s or into the 20s or 30s, but we did drop out of 75 or 50% that on that break. It goes right down into basically into the 21 period moving average. When there's news like this, you got to be careful and not use all these lines. Like if it comes down to VWAP 247, then that could be something. But we'll just watch out for that most recent drip down into 93. I'm going to put my stop at 248. Like I like to see it break a little bit more than that, right? Just so we don't, not everyone just whacks it out. But all right, 248.79 or so, and we'll try to see about buying a little bit more of these shares if it does dip into those levels. But yeah, for right now, we're going to try to be patient with this and see what Apple really wants to do. See if we can get something more closer to 249 on a dip, just because we don't want to lose that dollar again. We've made money on Apple. It's been good. It's just we got to get back up there to make real money. So hopefully Apple will do that. We did drop down out of there. So far, so good on that trade. But yeah, interesting story, man. You never know. Like I said, you never know where your bread is going to be buttered. And Apple out of nowhere goes boom, just like the market did right there on Greenland, right? I mean, the market was doing nothing. And then Trump talked about an Arctic agreement there with Greenland. He also dropped out Iron Dome. And when he was talking about the Iron Dome there, I thought about Raytheon. I thought about, some other names that could possibly be going on similar news like that. So maybe Raytheon, LMT, some of those defense names, even Palantir is more the software side of it, so they're going to be used anyways. But there goes everything on that pump. I think that was 230 about, right? That's where that truth came out. So there it goes. Like that sent Palantir quite northbound as well. That was 163.50 up to 167. So that makes sense. I could wrap my head around why that's working. So yeah, Palantir upside there. More looks to Raytheon, LMT, maybe some of the space names. I don't know who exactly is involved in that aspect, but there could be something there. But yeah, that's it for me. Intel's right back. We're fine on Intel. Trust me. I mean, Intel's been a great trade. I'm not necessarily layering into this. I told you I'd get 54.10s where we got last time. If there's something, so we just got a little bit there at 54, and we'll take 54.10. If it breaks through the high of the day, 54.20s, then we're out. We're going to let that sort of settle down. And okay, we missed the dip buy there. We were already at 25s. It gets to 30, but Apple trying to make amends here and get back there to the upside as it continues to go. Sidious, maybe someone just put in the chat. We could see Sidhu there. Obi's, of course, famed short. We'll see what winds up happening here with Sidious space. Yeah, you know.
And so, by the way, the Golden Dome, in theory, is probably Lockheed and Northrop.
Yeah.
Northrop Grumman would be the other one.
I like that.
For them. So I think those are probably good plays. No
Trump
one took,
Dome. I like
no
that.
one took Lockheed, but I'm seeing Lockheed load, baby. Come on, chart. Come on, chart. You know you're looking good, but it's not really moving on that headline. It barely went anywhere, so I don't know that that's a trade. What it boils down to is the no tariff on all those European countries that were mentioned, right? That tariff that was going to come in Feb 1st, the 25% extra. I think not having that is what the market's going to be interested in mostly. So I think that's where you're getting the bounce. Heck, everything is going. Thankfully, I did not. I mean, like I said, KHC seems like it's going to be doing its own thing. I'll stick with that one at VWAP because it's fine. But SMR is now bouncing upside off the volume weighted average price. Now, this doesn't necessarily have anything to do with any of these headlines directly, the nuclear names, but it's going anyways. If this doesn't break the trend, if it does break kind of this uptrend that we just put ourselves in, I will still look for it. Just because I feel like we're going a little bit too far too fast, and this is still a hefty retracement. The other thing to think about is when I look at what SMR has been doing recently, like this is a whole lot of nothing inside of like a $19 to $20.50 range, right? So when it's been in this range, don't get me wrong, like I was playing this morning for a breakout of this range. It didn't follow through, everybody. But as you get back into this top, I'm still going to be thinking a bit of a fade until we break out that 21. I'm there for you, SMR, if and when it does eventually happen, but it doesn't look like it's happening just yet. We do have a super chat from Chris. I was about to check out Google. Is this a good time to scoop up some gold and silver? I mean, how far could we have possibly fallen to yesterday's close on GLD? I mean, if that's your jam, I mean, that's a little bit aggressive. Right, but that's generally speaking in an upward trend. It's been working. I don't know, not for myself. This is not the kind of pullback that screams you're getting value on a dip buy. Like gold, and where did silver pull back into? Like where are we on SLV? Okay, well silver is at least pulled back a little further, but then maybe just to 2 days ago at the close has silver gone to. It's not even that dramatic yet, I believe is the best way to think it. It's not really doing that much of anything. I think you got a little bit. If we're unwinding some of the metals trade, I think it's got more room to go than this. Like gold is, like I said, gold is pulled back to yesterday's close. I mean, that's not that big of a deal yet. The Nasdaq's up 2%. Obviously, we're going to press those all-time highs, but I'd let it drop a little further, at least for myself. The trend line is like significantly further away. Significantly.
I'm gonna take something out on Apple here if we can. Oh, we did. Okay, we got it. Okay, good. So I'm gonna actually cancel that. I didn't realize we got it out there. 250.15s right here, upside for Apple. We'll see if it continues. I mean, I really like that story. It's too bad because we were sitting there to buy that dip. We missed it by 6 cents. Like it's going crazy. I was at 249.25s. You know, I like to do that. It's just sit around at even quarters and whatnot. But that's it's too bad because that's up about $1 from here. Let's see if it continues. I don't want to sell any more of this. Let's just let it go. Hopefully it can continue to go. We are in a little bit of trouble right here, so we'll slap a temporary fail right now as this just keeps on climbing. We did get to 09s right there. Why don't I just, I was at 10s. Why don't I just cancel that? We'll put an 06. Ooh, okay. We just offered 06 and we took an 05 there, or 04 instead. All right, so let's see if we get that, and then we're still gonna, there, I'm done. So now we're just gonna stop, we got 06s. We're just gonna stop out right there. There we go, yes, Apple, keep going, my guy. We'll stop out right here if it takes out the day's high right on Intel. So that's gonna be 54.20. Let me zoom in and see this exactly what this is there. That's, I think we're close. Yeah, that's probably it right there. So 54. Yeah, it's 15, 16, something like that. So the order I have in from time is still breaking through 54.25s. So that will be a trigger for me to get out if Intel spikes above. Sorry about that, guys. I always lose my mouse tracker here. Above that area with an average price right now of 82. Not a great look there, but wow, this has been quite the doozy right there as Apple taking out 250. Can it take out 251? I just offered it. I'm going to offer 86s, get another piece out there, sort of swipe it down, get that fill. And then right now we're at 50. We're at 250.99. Let's not make that mistake again. All right, we'll put an order at 75. Maybe it does rip up there, touches us out, and then we'll see if we get that. So we just missed about 20 cents there by offering instead of just simply wiping the bid. But all right, we get to 75. We'll still sit there at 251, see if we get it again. I like the story. I think it makes sense for Apple. A lot of us there in the Apple ecosystem have been waiting for something like this. If the chatbot is exactly being used or being built, go. Yeah, yes, Apple. Man, could you guys see that? I don't know if you guys could see that. You could see that it was levitating there. You know, and all of a sudden it went 40 cents. Like someone marketed that thing up like crazy right there on Apple. So good trade here, $1.50 now in the money. So we'll spin that. Hopefully some of you have this. It's really embarrassing because we should be along the queues as well. But there it goes. The NASDAQ. How much was the NASDAQ down yesterday again, Neil?
1.9 at the close. I don't remember where we got to. I think we got to that 2%, but I think we ended at about 1.9, something like that.
Well, we're all the way up right now, up 2% now.
The president's speech.
Yeah, man. And he had told us literally at 8:45 or whatever time it was when he was getting done his speech there. He said, buy. He said, the market's going to double. This is a great time to buy the market. Obviously, it fell back in midday. You know, it fell right back in on midday. So you could have got longer there. Putin now, apparently, some talk. But here goes Apple, 251. We just really need this one to drop back in. That would be Intel. So let's see what happens with Apple. Let's see what happens with Intel. So far, so good. Back up to SIA, I believe.
It's me, guys. We're going to talk here about AAPL in addition to that other story involving their Siri, which, in case you missed it, is reportedly going to be revamped into the company's first ever chatbot to be revealed in June of 2026 and then unveiled in September of 2026. There is another story from The Information, and we've talked about the reliability, for lack of a better term, of these information stories that are breaking news. But either way here, they are reporting that the company is developing an AI wearable pin. So obviously much smaller potatoes than the Siri update. But either way, Apple, in addition to reportedly revamping Siri, it's apparently developing an AI wearable pin. Back to you.
Kaboom, I like that one. So finally, there you go. Apple finally getting a little creative. I never heard of a wearable pin before, but I think that would be pretty cool. So we'll have to wait to see what ends up happening. I'm not trading the news per se. It's not like I'm punching longer when I hear wearable pin or anything. But you know, we're already long Apple. The stories are coming out. I don't know, what is this from The Information? Like I don't know how this individual gets this information, but so far so good there to the upside for Apple. It seems like the market likes it. And you've seen, just by looking here, you see the volume has really started to pick up again. Why my zooming in is not really working, but there it is right there. So there's all the volume just pumping into Apple right now. So we did take advantage of a move down there. I don't know what happened to Intel, but Intel got right back to 90. And I was like, if I could right the wrong, we'll get out of a little bit. So we did get out of maybe 15% there on that trade. So still stuck on Intel, unfortunately. But Apple's making me happy. It's kind of funny, like one winner, one loser on right here. And we know Intel is only because it's at these highs, man. I don't love this short right here. Let's just try to hold on and see if we're right. But will Trump crash the market? I don't know.
It's a little late for that.
I mean, he could, you know. I mean, he doesn't do that on purpose. Like, he is definitely a guy that watches the stock market. You know, he always comments on it.
It's also earnings season right now. Like,
yeah, there's going to be so much you can't control.
Like SNDK just went to $500, man. I think the shoe to drop for those names is going to be, like, it's going to be this earnings season going to be huge for some of these chip names. Like, you saw Intel's reporting tomorrow with an 800 PE and trying to get down to 80 with like an 8 cents, right? So like 8 cents is what they're looking for. Like, what happens if they come out like 2? Intel's moped if they come out with a miss. Adara?
Yeah, I just wanted to say here with regards to what Sean was saying about Trump certainly watching the stock market. Like, he's even said multiple times that he has a really big issue with the fact that, in his opinion, the market will drop on good news and then move up on bad news. And he actually said today that he promises he will make the market move on good news, move higher rather on good news. So again, unclear how that's going to be implemented, but either way, I just wanted to touch on that because you just mentioned it, Sean. He is very much aware of what the markets are doing, and you're right, not something that he would intentionally cause to drop, that's for sure.
Well, someone tell him that that's positioning. That's just a lot of that's like the gamesmanship, right? Like, it's when you think of especially in the first 30 minutes, the mechanics of how easy it is for the big firms to shake everybody the heck out, and then like the volume that they can put in to make a move to the downside and trigger stops and that kind of thing for it to reverse. Yeah. Like let's just say, like, when you're big enough, those people and those, I shouldn't say people, I should say those firms that are able to engage in that kind of a thing, it's just for them, relatively speaking, it's not that expensive. That's why you get these crazy reversals in the market. You just have to try to like wait them out. Like yesterday, like eventually it was a short, and you just had to be patient with it. So I waited for SMR, which, hey, again, it's getting a bounce because everything seems to be bouncing. And here, nothing was specifically said outside of this morning on Trump. He didn't go all in, essentially criticizing wind and some of the moves that have been made in Europe and saying nuclear power is important, blah, blah, blah. Reverse the entire move. Since we just had that Trump bounce, it held here, which gave a trend line that can now break, which it just did. VWAP's only at 80s, so I'm in at evens, $20, and I'm gonna play to 80s, and then if it breaks VWAP, like, it's a pretty hefty gap if it breaks the volume weighted average price. Like, maybe I can reload it, but either way, like 1950 would be a reasonable target. KHC does not seem to care. It's just doing its own thing. It doesn't really care what's happening to the market. It came into VWAP once. I'm still bidding, looking for the lows. That seems to be just sliding back in to set downside. And let us know what other names you guys are watching in here. We're trying to cover and look at everything that we can. Just one note. If you look at, like, I know this is not the VIX. This is UVXY. Absolutely, just 14% down UVXY. It'll be the same basic percentage move on the VIX, but it's starting to catch a bid. This works its way back into some of these lows. And yeah, we didn't get to that 25 on the VIX after all. Kind of stalled out at the 20 marker. Let's go, I believe, now to see it.
Thank you so much. So let's quickly go over a few numbers here before we dive into headlines. MBA mortgage, the 30-year rate came out at 7 a.m. today, which currently the number stands at 6.16%, previous at 6.18%. Pending home sales month over month actual number came out negative 9.3%, and the pending home sales year over year number came out negative 3%. Let's head over to headlines for today. So, U.S. President Donald Trump says that he has reached the Greenland deal framework with NATO. U.S. President and NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland. As said, the market did quickly react to President calling off the European tariffs as well as we know it. On my screen, there is also exact wordings of what U.S. President Donald Trump said to confirm the statement. Moving on to Amazon, well, not fully Amazon. Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin has launched an internet service. Blue Origin is launching a satellite internet network for enterprise data center and government customers called TerraWave, and the company aims to begin deploying the first of 5,408 satellites in the fourth quarter of 2027. The company said that it will provide data speeds of up to 6 terabytes per second from satellites positioned in low Earth orbit and medium Earth orbit regions of space that are between 100 miles and 21,000 miles from Earth's surface. Moving on to Meta. Meta will be rolling out Thread ads globally as of next week. Wall Street analysts are also saying that Threads will become a significant revenue driver for Meta as the company has started to monetize the platform. Meta said that the full launch will be gradual and potentially take a few months to roll out. The social media company also tried and tested these ads on Threads with users in the United States and in Japan as of last January. And that's all I have for news. Back to the guys.
I was putting. You and I just heard the same thing there.
You put it in the chat.
Well, I put in the chat. He's going to be on CNBC soon.
I was going to type.
We don't want anybody to leave here, but I'm just letting people know that he's
Sorry, just about that, because I'd like to rant to someone about this. He was supposed to be on CNBC according to the schedule, like the White House schedule, at 1 p.m. And then CNBC said 2 p.m. And then now we don't know. It is also funny because the White House schedule spelt Joe Kernan's name wrong, which is also like kind of odd because that's the man who's going to be interviewing Trump. Either way, lots of interesting caveats there. But Joe Kernan, Kernen, will be interviewing Trump at some point this afternoon, it sounds like.
Okay, well, Joe Kernan is a big Trump supporter, so that should be
that was
good,
not intentional.
There, no, we'll see. So yeah, stay here. Adair will have all of the breaking news for you as it goes, and much better. Like, you know, let us show you the levels and everything of all these stocks. I mean, I'm not sure what exactly. You know, he's going to be talking about Greenland right here. We're hearing in our ear that, you know, this Greenland, the minister of Greenland, and I apologize, I'm not sure, Maria Stenergaard, Swedish foreign minister, says that this is great. He's backed away against the tariffs. Here, if I can find some of the stories. But I just think that this is just great news overall for that region. So here we go. This is from Denmark themselves. So here he comes. Yeah. Denmark foreign minister. If this is what's happening today, it means we can return to more normal channels. Then that's what's been said on True Social. Then that's good. So I guess Trump is kind of like tweeting. Here's another one right here. Trump outlines Greenland deal as everything that we need right there. So this to me is really funny because it feels like Trump is like going to True Social before talking to ministers. You know, it's like the guy in Greenland's like, oh man, I wish something could get done. Wait a second, it just did. You know. So, but anyways, we're just having some fun.
Either way, positive news. Yeah. Also keep in mind, the U.S. had a far larger presence 10, 15, 20 years ago in Greenland. Like they've been reducing military presence for years. So the ability, they could just go back to what they were before and that would be considered a win.
That's what
and you have to imagine it won't be that big of a deal. So I think it's fantastic, especially some of the European names that were under pressure. Let's go back. Is that to Adara again?
I believe so.
It is to me, guys. There are just a couple of things I wanted to mention. So for one, I am seeing comments from Trump about this deal coming through, though it does not seem to be in the CNBC interview because their official page for this interview isn't up. So, I mean, what he's saying here is that the Greenland deal outlines match everything that he wanted and that it's apparently going to be a framework for a longer term deal. The other thing I wanted to say, though, with regards to Trump posting things on True Social and whether, with regards to before even talking to ministers, right? I just wanted to mention this because I think it's an interesting point that Sean had made. This was the huge crux of the Supreme Court arguments today with Lisa Cook and her dismissal. The idea that does that count as notice, posting on Truth Social and, basically doing a termination letter via Truth Social. So I think this whole issue of announcing things at Truth Social, this is probably not the last time that we're going to be hearing about it. Just a quick food for thought there. Back to you.
That's nothing new. I'm kind of curious. Maybe DJT be moving on that one. Who knows?
No, I mean, who screwed that all up was the richest man in the world. You know, when Elon Musk said bought deal there he tweeted it out, something like the Saudis had bought Tesla or something for $4.20 a share or whatever it was. And then it was like
finance secured,
whatever it was. Yeah, finance secured there for whatever it was, and it was like, haha, just joking. That's not what it was. And so then they started to say, okay, remember he got banned, he got like booted off of Twitter for a while, and they were like investigating him for all that kind of stuff. So I don't think you should be allowed to do only reason is it could get hacked. Like that's it. Like what if someone hacks into Trump's account and then tweets or truths out like, screw you, China, or something.
I know you remember this because this effectively,
the bombs.
For anybody that doesn't know, it was like a month, or it was weeks after the unfortunate Boston Marathon bombing. Like people were on edge, the market was on edge, all that kind of stuff.
It's freezing.
And then AP's Twitter account got hacked, and a story came out on AP's official Twitter account that there had been an explosion at the White House. And believe me when I tell you, we were sitting on the desk, like not here, but like on the trading desk, and like the futures just started to flash crash because everyone was reacting to that tweet. Now, eventually it recovered, but it's a legitimate concern at the end of the day. You're right. I can actually feel...
Is it freezing in here right now?
I can feel like some of the cold air is like blowing on me. I got my sweater on, so I'm kind of good.
Brendan's probably got on his Finance Bros vest, so he's all good.
I might have to go get mine.
I'm gonna have to go get mine. Brendan, HVAC specialist, is doing some work over there right now. You
Pressing
went to the wrong camera over there, man. If you had the other one, you would have. And Brendan.
Well, we have so many cameras, you can capture just about everything. Can't jack anything around here.
All right.
Although I haven't had the opportunity to get up and get those chocolates. But
There's chocolates? Oh, the lavender ones.
having
Nah,
the
I don't
lavender
think they're around here. I think Sia. I don't
what-
think Sia's.
I believe Sia when she says the lavender chocolates are still here. Why would?
Sia, where's the location of the lavender chocolates?
So the location of the lavender chocolates, I can see it right now. Well, I can't see the chocolates, but I left them.
Exactly. So
One sec, Sean. I promise you, I left them right on that big desk where all the equipment is.
I don't see them.
I haven't been here for a while. You know, people can be.
I believe you.
stealing.
I believe you left. I believe you left them there.
I don't think you believe me, so I'm gonna get you a makeup chocolate.
walk past
whenever-
No. Forget about the makeup chocolate. They might still be over there. It is a little bit of a mess over there, which we better get that cleaned up ASAP, if you know what I'm saying. All right, no, I'm just playing around. It was that one day that I wasn't here. I came in late, and then, you guys are mowing down on chocolates
I
over
wasn't
there.
mowing down on chocolates necessarily.
You're always mowing.
I might have had a couple. I didn't mow down on chocolates.
All right, so.
I'll show you mow down on chocolate one day if you want.
Yeah. Ramin has the turtles over there. I know that. Those might be gone by now. I should have took some of those. All right, let's go back. Was that a call for somebody, or are we? Then let's go back to say.
The CNBC interview with Joe Kernan and U.S. President Donald Trump is live. Of course, he's asking questions about Greenland. We're not really getting tons of answers about Greenland from Trump, though he did say that he'll explain it down the line and it will involve the Golden Dome. So again, keep an eye here on the market. Just so you guys know, I will fully be covering this for you. I'm listening to it right now. Trump is saying that he's going to be explaining the deals later, or the details of the deal later, but it's a concept of a deal right now on Greenland. Back to you.
Yeah, Jersey Mike's is way better than Subway, in my opinion.
Never had it.
You never had Jersey Mike's?
No, legit. I've never had Jersey Mike's.
I'm only
saying that because I went to go find the stream and like the YouTube ad on TNBC was a Jersey Mike's.
I'm looking over Jersey Mike's over there.
And Danny DeVito was on the Jersey Mike's ad.
Yeah, Danny DeVito hasn't done anything in a minute there. I liked this movie with Schwarzenegger. They're twins. That was a good one.
That was legit.
By the way, Apple go bye-bye right now. We're very light on this Apple trade. I don't have any more bids whatsoever, and I'm going to get out if we break this 50-period moving average, 249.50. I'm going to get out. I'm not going to wait for that bottom break. I don't have that many shares anymore. If the market crashes, we've got Intel, so we're all good on that one. So let's just change our Apple, and I'll throw it back to Neil. Let's go 248. Sorry, whoops. See, that's how you lose, because you put the wrong price. So 249.39, okay? 249.39 on sale. Do that, 100% out if that winds up cracking lower. So now I'll only have to worry about Intel. So that's that. All right, he just said he doesn't see them fighting with Denmark.
No fight with Denmark. That's got to be also good.
Would it be a fight, though, really? I mean,
No, it wouldn't be a fight.
Hopefully.
I'm just saying, don't at me. Like, there's like 57,000 people there. It would be. If you've ever seen the movie, what's it called? Not Here Come the Russians. The Russians are coming. Yeah, there's like it's ain't gonna be a fight.
Is that a movie?
Yeah, it's a comedy. It's a very unserious but absolutely hilarious film. Russian submarine accidentally runs aground on a small like American island.
Okay.
And everybody freaks, even though like it's not a Russian invasion. Everybody on the island literally freaks out and just complete nonsense comedy.
So now Trump can focus on.
Oh, okay.
Let's make some deals. Carney's willing to go. Carney has a great deal background. I mean, he's Bank of England there. Like, this guy knows everything about finance. He is one of the smartest guys in the room. Now, whether or not he's stubborn or not, we'll find out when those deals continue with Donald Trump.
I think the interesting thing was going into when Carney was elected, the overwhelming, I think, consensus was that he would have a much easier time
he was going to deal
finding a deal with President Trump. And that has turned out to not be true. I think that's where some of the, like, everyone here is like, but wasn't that part of what was supposed to be good with Carney? And we're still awaiting a deal. Just a quick update. SMR is actually trying to bounce off VWAP here. So it did get into the volume weighted average price, but this is a trend break that is not reverting very quickly. Like, it's very slowly sliding down. So I don't think I let it get back above break even. I'm just gonna throw a break even stop on that bad boy for sure. We'll see. And ultimately where this goes. That's right, Mr. Englewood. That's a 1966 movie, The Russians Are Coming. I guess it is that old. My dad, I watched it when I was a kid.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't seen it in years, actually, as a matter of fact. I should rewatch that. I just remember it being absolutely hilarious. It's entirely possible that it doesn't hold up very well. Again, I watched it when I was probably, I don't know, like 11 or 12 years old. I do have a good memory of it. But yeah, comedy definitely ensued with that one. What's going on with Palantir?
Who makes B-2 bombers? Boeing?
B-2s?
I don't know. Trump just said they ordered more of them. I just heard it in my ear.
Or is that lock? No.
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Boeing's not, here's Boeing chart right now. I mean, it's not going, so maybe it's not.
Well, it's one of three names, man. It's got to
Northrop?
be Northrop Grumman, Lockheed. It is Northrop. Yeah, it's Northrop Grumman.
NOC, is that what their symbol is? NOC?
Yeah, knock.
Yeah, there it goes. Okay, see, so if I was smarter about like doomsday devices here, I would have maybe looked at that, but here it is right now. The spread on Northrop Grumman, you know, about $1 there. So just, it's not really moving around that much right now. $660 name. I don't know, like that news. So whenever you see something like, all right, let me show you an example here. Like this is what happens when the Apple story hits, you know? Oh, by the way, we got stopped out. Fine by me, man. We definitely like that trade for Apple. We're positive on it, obviously. Good trade there on Apple. But this is what happens when the story is kind of has legs. And then we get stories so early, but you know, it doesn't look like Northrop Grumman's being like pushed right here. Apparently now he's being, I just heard it in my ear, he's talking about the Fed now, Trump. So Adara will have that news for us. I don't know if it really matters who Donald Trump picks for the Fed at this point.
He just said once again that he wants to keep Hassett where he is. So it really seems like he does not want Kevin Hassett here. That would heavily imply he's going to go with the other of the two Kevins, as he's called them, Kevin Warsh. But there is also Rick Reeder, apparently, which is like he works for BlackRock as the CIO. Apparently, he's actually also ascended the ranks, and he recently had his interview with the team. The other person in contention, though pretty low, I believe, on this ranking list would be Christopher Waller. Feds Bowman is totally out, and Trump has repeatedly referred to the future Fed chair as a man. So unfortunately, Feds Bowman likely not coming back there.
Okay, well, I think that the market will
pricing in.
Yeah, the market will know Jay Powell only because, you know, the talk about Mr. Too Late, you know, all this kind of stuff. So I think that Trump, we've already talked about how much he loves talking the market and controlling the outcome of the market. So he's definitely going to be picking somebody that has a similar vein to where the S&P 500 needs to go during his.
No, that's wrong.
Well, show it on Couch.
No, that's the wrong one.
Okay, well, you know, just type it there.
I don't know why. Like it's
probably late to adapt to it, right?
Yeah, so this is Kalshi. Maybe I should have gone to Polymarket.
It doesn't matter.
52%, Reader 25, Hassett all the way down at 8%, and you can kind of see like Warsh has been, Warsh has been leading.
Is that all the money that's coming in on the left there?
Where?
Missed it right there.
Oh, this. Yeah, the volume.
People are betting.
Yeah,
no,
40.
Right there. All those bets coming in right now.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it in real time.
What?
Coming in there.
That is crazy.
I think it's even more stuff if you create an account.
I'm a little more nervous now for DraftKings and all that kind of stuff, man. I mean, these guys are.
Oh my God! If they're not in this game,
these guys are like you immediately went to Kalshi.
Yeah,
you know, like this is a change of habits.
Think about it. Well, I've been using Polymarket too as well to find some of these like Polymarket I've been using for the odds of like the Supreme Court.
Right.
It's the same thing. We can't.
For tariffs, was a third chance that they overturn or rules in favor?
Rules in favor.
32% chance they rule in favor.
So they're expecting to rule against.
I thought they.
But any ruling against Trump, the president in terms of tariffs is going to be a mixed ruling. So it doesn't get that granular. So like it won't be all good or all bad. Ronaker said, what about Palantir? I don't know. Palantir just moved up with the market. I'm not sure what specific about Palantir we want to look at. It had a really bad day. We said this in the midday, low key, that this was one of the weaker stocks when crypto was falling. I didn't realize how bad this had gotten. But you know, down a point here, not really participating in the euphoria all the way, but it bounced when everything else bounced. It might not be continuing, but the market is pulling in here. I just wonder if Palantir is. I still think Palantir is destined for the 200-period moving average. That's where you want to
much, man. Trump
wait
is
to
too
pick
much.
this one up. All right, I got to reload in Kraft Heinz at VWAP, and I'm going to look for the exit on SMR. It's starting to come under VWAP. I'm looking for the opening range low, so like about $19.50. as we'll go to my left.
Yeah, PDS Biotechnology under the NASDAQ, PDSB. They're transforming how the immune system targets and fights cancer with initial focus on HPV-16 positive head and neck cancer. HPV-16 can cause head and neck cancer, and more people are facing these high-risk cancers than ever before. HPV-16 positive head and neck cancers are projected to become the most common type of head and neck cancer in the United States in just a few years. Please go learn more at pdsbiotech.com. pdsbiotech.com to learn more about this obviously important aspect. Yeah, look, I was just going to talk a little bit there about the Fed, but I don't, there's really nothing to do. He's saying we'll find out if Powell stays or not, basically. So, all right.
Rare, but happened before. It's not like it's not unprecedented to stay on as governor.
I mean, I think Jerome Powell's in his 70s.
But it's just like, what do you, like, why? That's kind of the
some
thing.
people,
like, well, I don't know, man. Like, if you
look, my dad retired, he has no idea what to do with himself. So.
Well, if you're a CEO
kind of
and you reach
crazy.
like the pinnacle, like sometimes you might stay on as like a board member or something, but you're not taking a job at the same company as the CFO after you've left the CEO.
Yeah, we did have some. Before we go over to Sia here, we did have some super chats that we wound up missing. So okay, let's show this up. This is one here. It's just $2, but whatever. Thank you, Nick Vendy, for this. You have 5K on Intel 54 puts expiring Friday, so you tagged me in this. Good luck. I mean, they have earnings.
That's the thing. It's a
so
earnings game.
do I like the play? Yes, I think it's gone absolutely parabolic. And without earnings, I think that's great, but Friday's 2 days away. So like, I didn't think yesterday's move was gonna hold, and then it went another 11% today. The good thing about puts are you're either gonna expire out of the money or hopefully make a bunch of them. So you don't really have to worry too much about price, just react to what happens. Remember, we've had a great earnings call, a great earnings reports, and the stocks have gone down.
Exactly.
So you don't know where that's gonna go. And then right here, here we go, Brendan. This one for you, my guy. Shout out to Easy Peasy right here. He made 2.5K there. Brendan, he liked your ASTS video. Sean Style, long and short day trader, chicken dinner. I guess that means Neil stink bids there for the IRA. So everybody join him in the new year. We want to thank Easy Peasy. What he's doing is he's putting 0.2% of his daily net into a super chat. So we want to thank you for that. You know what I'm going to say, Easy Peasy? How about this? How about every time you make a little bit of money, put 2 memberships.
Yeah, give to the crowd. Give back to the.
You know, because the $5 is great. It goes to help out, but we can help the community if we do a membership's $5. So I know it might not be your 2%, but maybe you could do it for, anyways, just an idea. I thought the membership.
If it ever evens out to that, then just, the memberships I think is a great way.
Yeah, we actually got a note today from somebody that subscribed to the memberships and said that they're already loving it.
Yes.
So da-da-da-da-da.
I'm loving it.
We're loving that we have Adara back there because if anything ever happens, we just say, what's up to Adara? And right now, I'm going to say the same thing. What's up, Adara?
Sorry. Adara will come on later. It's Sia for now. We're going to talk about the Russell. The Russell is currently up 2%. And here are a couple of individual tickers that I do want to discuss. Before we move on to that, super green flashy in the Russell and the maps today. Yes, there is a little bit of red in electric tech, in tech services, but I really like what I'm seeing. So I'm going to move on to, as we spoke earlier with Sharif today, LMND, Lemonade, up almost 8% after Tesla's announcement of the autonomous car insurance that it will be beginning in Arizona, and Tesla will be one of the first people they'll be trying with, the companies. So we're also going to take a look at Rambus, RMBS, up 14.5%. Rambus reported an EPS of $0.44, missing the forecasted $0.63, which represents a surprise of negative 30.16%. Despite the earnings miss, the company shares have risen, indicating a positive, investor sentiment regarding its revenue performance. And additionally, Evercore ISI raised its price target for Rambus to $126 from $114, maintaining an outperform rating. And just to wrap it up, Kratos Defense, I remember I brought this up a week ago or so. Kratos Defense and Security Solutions are currently down 7.2%. Nothing major to report on this. Back to the guys. Sorry, back to Adara.
I have a couple pieces of news I want to mention. Then I want to talk about Trump's comments on the Fed chair position because they're pretty interesting. Both these pieces of news involve Trump. Trump talking here to CNBC's Joe Kernan about his decision basically to keep these companies out of the housing market from buying these houses for single-family homes, just saying it just makes sense. He also said that the U.S. will be selling Venezuelan oil and market prices and keeping a portion. So keep an eye on home builders and house-related stocks. Keep an eye on oil. Looks like this interview actually just ended, so the interview has concluded. But one of the more interesting portions of the interview, and actually maybe one of the things that was spoken about the most beyond Greenland, was who's going to be the next Fed chair. There are 4 final contenders. One of them is Kevin Hassett, but again, Trump has said now at least twice that he'd rather keep Kevin Hassett in his current job as White House economic advisor, in part because Kevin Hassett's good at talking and Trump doesn't think the Fed chair should be talking that much. So that's part of, and this is coming from him directly. But we do have 3 other valid contenders. Trump basically said that he's very comfortable with any of these 3. Kevin Warsh, Rick Reeder, and last but not least, Christopher Waller, Fed's Waller. So there are 3 viable contenders. Trump said that he's still comfortable with all 3. He said that he's down to 3 or maybe 2, but he has one in his mind, quote unquote. So it looks like he already kind of knows who he wants to pick. It's unclear who these 3 that will be, but just keep an eye here, where I guess we'll have to find out more. Now, with regards to if Fed Chair Powell happens to stay on the board as a Fed governor, he said that if Powell doesn't leave the Fed, quote, his life won't be very happy. So Trump's still going after Mr. Too Late, as he calls him. Back to you.
So if I was Trump, I would pick Rick Rude, like you just said there. Ravishing Rick Rude would be an awesome. And for all of you that don't know, just Google Rick Rude and WWF, not WWE, and you will see all about the 1990s star that is Ravishing Rick.
He didn't start
Rude.
in the 80s?
He might have started in the 80s. I have no idea. But Mr. Too Late, we're not too late. We're dead on right now, as there goes Intel, man. And we said that we were sitting here, waiting for this to happen. We were reloaded. This stock is now easily my #1 stock of the year. Now we're only 21 days in, but so far so good here on this trading today. We got stopped at one time right there when it broke 54 the first time. We had some double tops, so on and so forth, triple tops, and there goes Intel right into 50s. I'm bidding 51. Let's just put that exact same shares here at 56, get some out there, pull our 51s, and then take that. And now we'll see if we, make a new low here. Not a new low, but if we can get to the 200 period, that'd be good, into this area. So 53.40 is kind of the top zone where we sort of shorted right there. We'll see if that's memory and wants to come back in. 53.40s right now for Intel on a big reload. We were waiting for this price. When it came up here, I was doing it. I said, this is what we're doing. So there it goes. Nice move there. Really good for Apple. And man, the last time there was news, something about Siri and Google, or it was Gemini, right? It wasn't Chat, it was Gemini. And, it had a great reaction, and then it did this. So we're able to, and it's a good thing, because I was going to change my rate here, but we did get out once we were able to clear out the top there. We did not make new highs, and we could start to see sort of the flip of the momentum. That's why we have 50 period moving average, right? So the minute that breaks, we're able to get out of it. But oh boy, man, great trade on Intel for me. Keeps on going lower. It's 330 now. I don't know if I'm going to be doing too much else, but it's funny because I said to Neil, how much did the Nasdaq go up? It was up. So we've already given back a decent amount right there on the Nasdaq. So I'm kind of thinking like tomorrow's going to be bad. I don't know.
Close at the highs. We're not sustaining. We're not sustaining buying. That's the problem. I always care way more about late money than early money in the markets. And that's been true from time. I want to see people that are buying at the close. If people aren't buying at the close, and it's overall, we just keep getting these massive pullbacks, then it's hard to be overly bullish when you come in the next day. That said, this is, right, trail is going to go, no, I'm not going to trail it. This is where I see the bid. This time I'm just going to punch out. I was about to I'll put the trail at the prior bar high and that nonsense, but my target was down in the 19.5. So the second I saw someone jumping on the bid, I'm just going to jump out of SMR. And again, I still feel like I don't want to get too far removed from what I think could still happen at SMR. This has been challenging a bigger level breakout the last little bit. It's right at the 50 period. You can see how tight the range has gotten on the daily chart for SMR. Didn't want it for the breakout, and obviously it ends up being a short here. But I think there's a good breakout play above $21 on this stock. It just needs to get there. So we'll put that one on the back burner for tomorrow, maybe try it again. Still lots of time. I'll double check when these guys report. Certainly not anytime soon. They're not this week, I know that much. But maybe that's what's going to have to happen. Maybe we need a catalyst beyond the president just sort of saying, hey, we like nuclear. Well, that's nice. These guys need to make a deal, make a breakthrough, do something like that. And then we can break this $21 level, and I think it can fly. But for now, we'll jump out of the short. Still the same kind of baseline barcode action off VWAP on KHC. It either breaks VWAP or it doesn't at this point for myself. Early looks, pretty clean in terms of being a nothing burger. We see BMNR every single day, it never matters. We see Enbridge every day and TRP. Those tend not to matter either. So nothing big. I mean, LUV, Southwest is gonna be there on a day where they didn't report. Rig, Sorrow. Yeah, pretty quiet on the imbalances, but we'll see at 350 if anything speaks to us on the locator. No expected big index actions today.
Okay, nothing expected, okay. I did want to say this. I'm going to give you credit because you became a member, but as a Packer fan, you know, Ditka's mustache. I mean, I think that's a great, an absolutely great name. And I do want to remind everybody that this is the smartest, one of the smartest individuals in the chat, despite his affinity for the Bears. Because you know what? If you guys just hit join, we've done this earlier. This is what we're talking about for $4.99 a month. I mean, I was looking at it. Did I close it? No, I did not. Here it is right here. So I have this open all day. All right. So this is 14 pages. This is Netflix, all the stuff about Netflix today, right? Like their beat, everything to talk about, market reaction, trader takeaway. You're a gold trader. Here's news, geopolitical forecasts for 2026, trader takeaway sentiment, everything considerations. Here's Nat Gas exploding today. CME had a record day for Nat Gas contracts, I just heard. So there it goes, man. There's the reason why. Arctic blast. Okay, that's happening right now. Tesla, here's all the talk on Tesla. And you get all of this. It is 14 pages, man. Of data, and you get that every single day as a premium member, and it's just $5 a month. So I just wanted to say, like, you guys can be part of this, hit the join, get it. And this is the same sort of pitch I gave everybody in the morning. It's just, if for $5, become a member, and then just either send us the feedback, let us know in the chat. Anybody that's already a member in the chat, let us know what you think of it. But for $5 a month, man, it's a cost of a cup of coffee. I think it's worth it. And I would just say, why not? You know, give it a shot. It's basically a free trial, you know. Hit join, pay the $5, get involved. If you don't like it, you don't like it. But it gives you that little piece of reading, you know, look smarter than the guy next to you. Read that. And you'll have all the information. And, you know, like what I like to do is when...
Not trading blind.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like when Adara says a story and I know, okay, Intel, you know, I know we've talked about that today. So I go into the note and I can see some potential key things. And there it is, man. Wow. It's coming in right now. There's 4 new members right there. I want to say a big thank you to Sarah Burdett. Okay. Wow. Here we go, guys. More members coming in. 77 Blue Phoenix. Thank you so much. Glix Core. $5, man. I might just sponsor this whole thing anyways. What's up to DBH there? What's up to John Roberts? Neil, your brother, man, or you know, one of those right there. What's up to John Roberts over there? And then obviously
cousin Bob.
Dick, yeah, maybe cousin, maybe long lost, I don't know. But shout out to everybody that's become a member. Keep your comments in the chat. Let us know what you think of that. And I'm telling you, man, you're not going to say, "Wow, I can't believe I spent $5 on that." Like
and
that.
And I would say, we really appreciate the feedback because one of the things that we always do around here is look to improve. And if there's, maybe you could add this or that. You heard Sharif talk about it in the midday when he's putting it together, always looking for things that can be added. Maybe a little bit more technical analysis, some more key levels, maybe some charts.
Anthony Baker, thank you.
As we try to get a little bit better. So more coming in there.
Mr. Ducats.
JGC. I love the Ducats.
He's got the Ducats.
I would love to be able to show that in our little, I know Fabian's working on it. That's something we've discussed.
Yeah.
To put it on screen when we get the new memberships out there. So thank you very much, everybody. And we got a super chat from Easy Peasy again. Another one.
What's up, Easy?
I'm inside chart all day or work. How do you do the membership? Well, we just showed it, I think. You want the gift?
He likes that.
Gifting the membership, you mean?
Yes. Easy.
Yes. Trading research.
I have no idea how that works.
We've never, I don't know how the gifting works either, to be honest with you.
I think we could probably just ask Gemini. Gemini would have the answer, right?
Yeah.
It's a Google product.
It's a Google product.
We can ask them. Easy peasy. If you did that, man, honestly, mad respect to you, because I didn't mean to say like you have to spend more money or anything like that. I was just thinking, to share the love in the community, let's get some memberships out there. But thank you. I really appreciate that. And like you just super chatted $10, man. So that's like perfect. Like that's what I was saying. I'd give it right back to everybody if I could. So I want to thank you for doing that. I want everybody to have as much information there as possible. Yeah. Like $5 a month, it just creates an overall better vibe for everybody. So I want to look at these members.
By the way, there is a step-by-step. You just go into.
Someone just did it, man. Right there.
It's
so
easy.
There it is. Thank you so much to
Wildcard.
Wicked Chunky Slayin. What's up? There it is, man. 5 gifted memberships. We want to say thank you to Salty Nanny. There it is. There he goes. Easy peasy. He figured it out. My guy figured it out. That's a chicken dinner winner.
Looking sharp, easy peasy.
Yeah, man, looking sharp. What is this guy? This guy, real
suit in the
there.
picture.
Look what I'm wearing over here. All right, Salty Nanny, we want to say thank you. Kabir Mose, thank you so much for that. Running Man, don't run too far, but it's good exercise. If you're running around outside today, make sure you got boots on. What's up to John as well? I wish I could see all these. KKC is here as well. Thank you so much. Adrian Mandra, thank you so much for becoming a member. The Laura Feek, thank you so much. I'm going to screw these all up, man. I mean, Anko Masad, thank you so much as well. Wow, that's like 30 or so memberships right there. We want to really say thank you to everybody for that.
And all you have to do is click the join button.
Yeah, thank you to Sharif for putting that together. There is a lot involved in doing that, so we want to say thank you to Sharif.
And we're looking at more. We're always looking at what else we can do. Just keep that in mind. We're always looking at what else we can do. Fantastic. It's all about community. We have the absolute best community out there. I don't care what anybody says, and no one's ever contradicted it either. Really appreciate you, easy peasy. And then we have RSQ. RSQ1 Boss. Rescue One Boss?
Yes, good one. Another 5 memberships.
Another 5 gifted memberships. So appreciate you as well. I don't know. I'm just calling you Rescue One Boss. Maybe that's a cool license plate. For sure. Appreciate you. And look at the chat. Go absolutely fire. Look, Robin, if you want a membership, just hit that join as well. And Mike, we have the best teachers out there. No questions asked. Everybody in our community has done a fantastic job. And, we just want to shout out the love, the best that we can for all the guys out there. Every time this TV here is like, it's weirding me out every time I look at the program monitor. I'm like, why are we seeing ourselves here? Off screen, everybody. But back to just very quickly, if we can come back to the market, I'm thinking there's one last potential trade for me. If we fail VWAP on SMR, I'm going to reload this one, but that's about it. Unless there's some kind of an imbalance trade. But this is starting to pull back off of VWAP. And speaking about our great community and the benefits of the show, one of those is segments like Sector Watch with Sia.
Thank you so much. We're going to quickly take a look at the market right now. NVIDIA is trading at positive 3.36%. There's been some reports that it has increased the price of its graphic processing units, GPUs and VRAM that it sells to graphic card manufacturers. NVIDIA has not fully confirmed this, but there's an insider report that they'll be notified of GPU makers of a price increase for these bundles on January 16th. Microsoft as well has identified, as of January 17th, had identified certain issues upon installing the 2026 Windows security update. The company reported in a report on 17th of January, but also today, there have been some 365 issues and bugs. That's why the company is trading negative 2.56%. Micron, as we know it, currently trading positive 5.78%, is buying the Taiwanese chip making site for $1.8 billion. And Apple is also performing good today, just like a positive 0.65%, but could potentially be a reason or not, no clue, but I'm just going to tell you either ways that it has revealed its first look of season 5 of the globally acclaimed hit space drama For All Mankind on Apple TV. And it returns for its 5th season on Friday. So never know what could be causing the markets to rise, but yeah, that's all. Back to the guys.
First reference to that For All Mankind show. I thought I was the only person that liked that show. Apple TV does some fantastic content. Kyle, is that Keel? Keel, sorry. Keel, $2 super chat for Tesla. No comment, just Tesla and Palantir. I don't know what you want me to say about Tesla. Ramp with the market. Still somewhat in the penalty box, but you know what? Last time I checked, it was above our good friend $420. So effectively, it bounced off 420 this morning. And not effectively, I'm not making it up. This is pretty much exact, right at midday, it bounced off $420 almost exactly. It's always a thing with Tesla, that 420. So you can say whatever you want about it, but psychologically, you could do worse for bounce levels. Palantir, yeah, Palantir, I still think Palantir is in a bit of a backslide here, and we're looking for it to retest the 200-period moving average. This thing hasn't even sniffed it in ever. Like, it's such a long time we take the 4 out of it, which is all the way back. It's probably somewhere down here. I don't know why it's, oh yeah, because it went to the NASDAQ. So it hasn't been, yeah, we don't have enough dates on there. No, it's probably going to get to that 160 in my opinion. So I like Tesla off that 420. It confirmed it today. Someone asked me yesterday in the afternoon how confident was I that it was going to bounce yesterday at 420. I wasn't very much, just the way the market was going. Today it looks like a different story. Now we got something to work with on Tesla, which I like to see. 5 minutes till the imbalances come in. Last one for me is going to be just SMR off VWAP. We'll see if it just pulls right back into where it was when we got out the first time, just to 19.5. So we're in at 75s. Instead of the $0.50, we're looking at the quarter this time through. And I'll give you the early look again. Probably nothing changed. Yeah, nothing changed. Nothing on the imbalance locator. We don't hesitate to show it. You never really know when there's going to be something big. You saw with Walmart on Friday how crazy that went when it was tens of millions. That imbalance went absolutely ham, and traders had fantastic opportunity there. I know a few people even banked from it. So you don't know what's going to hit at 350, but we're not expecting anything like that. And I see nothing really cropping up that looks as exciting as what we saw on Friday.
Yeah, 345 right now. I mean, I'm still kind of stuck in my trade here. And I'm not stuck by any stretch, but it's just sitting here in Intel. You know, it's stuck. So we still have our stop upside there. Let's check in on Netflix. I mean, they had a big report last night. We were all getting hyped up for it. And again, like, I can't say enough to all the members that have just joined, man. I mean, we had, like we have at least three or four gifted 5 memberships here, right? So, you know, Rob, thank you so much. Thank you so much to L20 Nardi there. Thank you so much to Anthony Baker. Everybody that's been part of this. 5 memberships from Do the Wave Positivity. I think all of you are going to grab this and you're going to absolutely love. There you go. Here's 15 right there, plus an extra one. Thank you so much. Who was this? Did I get you? Oh, Anthony Baker. I remember that. I did. Marcus. Thank you so much to Marcus. Nisan. And Cynthia. I mean, you know, the support that you guys continue to give the show and everything like that is something special for us. So, again, a big thank you to everybody for all of that. And wow, Netflix is really
JP as well. JP Brennan with super chat just now.
Yeah.
Remember, if you don't put the text in the super chat, then we can't really bring it up on the screen. Like we can always show it and show you love, JP Brennan. But if you just put anything like the stock or Yay team, it doesn't really matter. We'll be able to put it up on screen so we can be chatting here, and then it flashes for everybody. Just want to give you that love. But you're mentioning Netflix. Still disappointing in some regard for Netflix, but it's ended up closing pretty well here. Sort of.
Yeah, I don't mind Netflix here, up to $85. I really am thinking, thank you again, man. Ad Sally and Jeff Jones Jr., thank you for the new memberships. I'm going to miss people, so I'm going to feel bad, but thank you so much to everybody for doing that, man. But yeah, I think Netflix here it came into the area where we thought there was potential buy spot, right? And I mean, it hit there last night. And it's been good, right? We actually got some more intel. We just got some more out there. But if you go here through the daily chart of Intel and you just have a quick look, man, I mean, I don't think there was any surprise really where it wound up bouncing off of. We said that, you know, that does have some kind of price memory. And, you know, last time we were down here, that's 83, that's 83. I mean, it got to 81 and change or 80 and change, 80.50, I believe, in the pre-market. But at the end of the day, it's bouncing off of a level that is suspected to bounce off of. So we'll just see if that love continues tomorrow on Netflix. I mean, I always think there's a 3-day situation right there as well. Thank you so much to Keel253. He bought himself a membership and gifted one more. So that's what it's all about. You know, keep that coming and let us know tomorrow what you do think of all of that. So
and anybody, if you're in the chat, you're all benefiting from it. I just saw Marcus Marcus just grabbed and got that membership. So if you're not even in the chat right now and you're just listening to us and you want to get gifted these memberships that are coming in, you got to be in the chat. You actually have to hit the subscribe, jump into the chat, and then you can give and you can receive. Make sure you enable gifts, and then you can be part of all the love. And for everyone out there, we're going to go right back to the desk to Sia. What do you have?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So President Trump's renewed tariff warnings against Europe over Greenland have sparked a sell America trade, lifting the euro 0.15% to $1.17 while pressuring the dollar against the Swiss franc and yen. Also going to take a look at the Japanese yen. Japan's Prime Minister Takaichi called snap elections that will dissolve the lower house as of the 23rd of January and will push voters to polls on February 8th. Pushing fiscal earning and sending over 40-year bond yields to a record 4.215%. This is also weakening the yen to a near historic low of 199 versus the Swiss franc, and the Bank of Japan holds steady rates ahead of Friday's meeting. Also going to take a quick look at the Chinese yuan. Hit 7.4 per dollar after surprise people Bank of China. The dollar also steadied versus the yen, but is facing current tests from upcoming US PCE data and Fed comments. Also, another thing to note is that Indonesia's rupiah, sorry for that, tumbled 5% in 5 months as Bank of Indonesia held rates at 4.75 amid trade crisis. That's all. Back to the guys.
All right. Thanks for that. See you there. Thank you again for everybody with the memberships, man. I can't. John, thank you so much, John. That's really nice of you. And then someone with the Tesla logo, Darth Zed Trader with the membership, and then a gift as well. Thank you to Vizbot one more time for another gift. It really does mean a lot to us, guys. All right, there's that video with the sell. That's a nice move into 183.50. Big sell and balance there. Big sell and balance. I don't want to say big one because we've done 40 million shares, but 1.5 million for Apple as it's sending it lower. So there you go, man. And that's almost giving back everything from their little chatbot news. Netflix, right? Not really going anywhere on that imbalance because it's done 1,110,000 today. So 1 million is not that much. Intel, Amazon, yeah, they're all sells, man. And it's funny because the TQs and the NASDAQ really isn't going down right there into these sells. There's Palantir's a sell as well. So there is some sell pressure here hitting the market. And, Intel does almost stops me out there. It goes right up to 20s again. We were stopping out at 25. So I think we're just going to go a little bit of damage control, takes them out at 08. I'm not sure. I didn't see Intel on there. I'm not too worried about it. But the market is not really reacting well. Or Intel's not anyways. It's going high side while the market looks like it's trying to lose this bid a little bit. So yeah, let's be patient with Intel. Maybe it does come back in a little bit here. Positive day today, but could have been a lot better. We got blown out of this trade, which sucked right there. Our slippage on that was like 30 or 40 cents, right? So that was not the greatest. On that. So we wound up losing just a tad bit more than we had hoped on that trade. So that could have been better. Other than that, man, Apple was a good trade today, and then the Qs is good. And I've already said that regardless of the outcome of what happens right now, Intel is going to be my best trade of the year so far. So we're happy with that. Would like to end it with a win here, but that's going to have to break 54. Remember, our stop is 10 cents higher than this. If it happens, it happens, and that's what it is. So yeah, so far so good. Thanks for the day. It was so super exciting. More talk on Davos tomorrow, right, Adara? Like there's more leaders?
Davos is still going on.
Yeah.
There's still going to be more news.
Not only is it on tomorrow, guys, there's a new calendar for tomorrow. It'll be coming out. I think I scheduled it just after 6 p.m. today. It's going to be a lot lighter, though. I know my girl Eli Lilly is going to be there on Friday morning, but there's only like a couple public companies there on Friday. We also have Chris Wright, who is the current Department of Energy Secretary. He's going to be on, oddly enough, with Occidental tomorrow, but nothing. Like that's the biggest name off the top of my head that I can think of. It's a lot of random companies. Again, it's not out publicly yet, but you guys will be able to see it very soon.
Well, also don't remember, tomorrow we're back. Yesterday we did it for Netflix. Tomorrow on Thursday after the close, we'll be doing it. I mean, there's a bunch of names out there, Freeport McMoran and Intel, obviously. There's a third one that's pretty decent, but those are the two. Selfishly, those are the two that I actually own that are reporting tomorrow. So we'll be more interested in that. But Intel, probably more at stake for Intel than Freeport, if we're being real about this. Like one stock has gone up 250% from the lows. now going into earnings. Actually, it's more than that. It's probably closer to like 260 or 270 at this rate. But obviously, there's a lot at stake for Intel. And a meager 8 cents per share is all they want tomorrow. That's all they need. 8 cents per share. So they can get an 80
cents. Oh, that's the expected EPS.
80 PE is what they're shooting for if they meet expectations. But with only 4 minutes to go, I don't think we're going to get all the way.
I don't think anything's happening.
This isn't moving any. This is I'm talking about SMR. It doesn't seem to want to get back into the same low. Like you had basically gone so parabolic on that Trump Greenland headline. The initial pullback was going to be the best one. So the secondary one maybe only wants to go, instead of like 50 cents, maybe it'll go like 10 cents. And that's what we'll try to grab. I saw in the chat as well, we were having some discussion about like what's the reversion trade. Someone like Tesla in the chat there. Congratulations if you like Tesla. It does pull back. Still pretty clean bounce off 420 when all is said and done. I'm not making it up. I just want to make sure everyone's like 420 almost on a dime multiple times here today. Ugh. Like this is exactly 420. Has to happen right after the lesson of the day when I'm like hunkering down on my lunch. That's the perfect
That's
time.
when it hits. Yeah.
Well, that's when it just always seems like that when you're not at your desk going to the bathroom or just a little bit distracted.
Might get a little bit of a reversal here. Heading in 10 seconds. Okay, here we go. We're almost stopped out of Intel, which is completely, honestly, man, it's completely fine. We just got another piece out there of Intel at 5407. So, you know, we were sort of absorbing. There it goes. So there goes Intel. Obviously, on the flip, it goes to the upside right there. Bye-bye, Intel. We just got, again, stopped out at 23s. So that's good. That's basically where we wanted it. There goes Intel upside. Stopped out of that, but a good trade at the end of the day on INTC. So, yeah, man, all good over here. We'll just wait to see what's next for us into tomorrow, right? No point in taking on any more trades. Are we going to the desk for anything? No, okay. So Intel, there's the Intel buy. So, okay, like.
So it was a buy.
I don't know, it just showed up. No, it wasn't on there before. Just showing up now, so there was a lot of interest there. Intel's probably going to rip after this close, right? I mean, it's now taking out day's high. It's amazing that I was only short on Intel today, and it's like I was saying, it's one of my best trades. So Intel, we just getting stopped. We got stopped out twice, there and there again, early and late on the stop out, but took advantage of the intraday move on Intel. So far so good here. And yeah, with only 4 minutes to go, yeah, my day is pretty much done. SNDK up another 11%.
Every time someone puts this in the chat, just like the moment is coming.
Take advantage of that.
This looks way too much like remember American? It was Abercrombie a little bit back. It was SMCI previously. It's getting real on SNDK. This is probably the stock which people are coming in thinking they're getting the back end of this every single day, and it's just not working out for them. But you know what? I'm just happy the day hasn't. I have not tried it yet, but it's coming. The short will happen on this stock. Whether or not it's going to be Micron reports too late, but you could have someone in space like a Western Digital. It could be their earnings in general. It could be a market turn. But when this starts to fade, it's going to be probably nasty, just given how far and fast it's gone. This was very different from yesterday. Yesterday it was like, yeah, you're not getting in unless you just punch the breakout at the open. This was like a rinse job at the open. Dropped 20 bucks and then just starts breaking back out. The dip buy is pretty much undefeated. Farm Trader said, I'm doing it for you. You're shorting SNDK? No, I don't know if it's yet. $500 on this stock. Like we were talking about this at 250. Oh my goodness. Like this was the beginning of the year. This was the first day of the year. This is double.
Micron's 400.
Yeah, but this is a straight double from literally January 2nd.
Yeah.
It was $240 something. It's straight up doubled SNDK. Nasty. Yeah, that's not gonna be nasty on the way back in.
No, not at all. Micron as well, man. Now 388, 88, 88. Got as high as 394 today. And I remember thought we were being pretty fun, saying this might have been the top at 260. Yeah, right. See you later on that one. And that was on their report, man. They had a good report. It was this day. They were sort of coming back into the 50-period moving average. And then it was just bang to the upside. So we'll see if Intel can repeat that tomorrow night. You know, I don't know, but just keeps on continuously moving higher here. The NASDAQ pretty flat into the close. But Micron, Netflix, a lot of these names. We'll check out on Rob.
These guys, by the way, they report end of the year. Or it's end of the month.
End of the month.
They're in 1 week. We get them next week, SNDK.
next week.
You know what hits the fan if these guys miss?
But I don't think they're going to miss, though. All right, see what I mean. Yeah, so right into here, man. What's red today? Palantir, Netflix, Oracle, Microsoft. What's this one down here? Oh, AppLovin, Broadcom. You know, as far as all these tech names, Micron, AMD up 8%. Like, you want to talk about craziness. Costco, another 2%. Eli Lilly, 4%. That's a good day for Eli Lilly. All the energy names up. We have a minute left right here. Caterpillar, Lam Research, AMAT. This is interesting, too, because AMAT, Lam Research, where's ASML's not on here, but, you know, all these names just continue to go upside. GV's interesting downside there. I thought that might have been a little bit better for them, but not today.
Nuclear turned around heavy today.
Yeah, we saw that. So we'll have to wait if that can get going again. Disappointing that JP Morgan, all these gray guys here, basically red, but it's Morgan, Citi, Capital One, good. That's the name that I'm in. That's a nice battle back. There was some talk today about more credit card.
Jamie Dimon.
That's what it was. Jamie Dimon.
If they go through with the
disaster
limit, it was disaster for the economy,
Yeah,
disaster for credit. For like he said, 80% of Americans would be a disaster for. That was Jamie Dimon's comment. But he's never pessimistic. Jamie Dimon.
I think wouldn't that be better for 80% of Americans? I don't know.
And the closing bell, which is coming up in just a few seconds, brought to you by 3D Capital. You can check them out by scanning the QR code you just saw in front of you. I want to shout out to them as the market is now closed. No major earnings tonight. Obviously, we had Netflix yesterday, and tomorrow we're going to get into we get into it also next week. We'll be doing. You're going to see a few more of that brand new, I think, fantastic format yesterday, and I think it went really, really well. We enjoyed it for sure. And shout out to everyone that stuck around. We're doing it again tomorrow, and then a couple times next week as we get some big ones.
I think I thought. Where's Fabian? I thought there was a real bell that we were supposed to be ringing soon. At some point. Yeah, man, we got a bell. I don't know. I don't think it's set up yet. So people are. I saw someone say ban the bell, but what's up, Mike Peter Ryder? There is a real bell that we are gonna. So if we ever get guests,
is it the same one from before?
We could have Sia ring it. Or,
oh, there it is. It's the one from before.
Okay. It's kind of over my head right there.
Something. I don't have anything that would.
What bell?
Well, you don't want to throw anything to hit the screen.
All right, Fabian. What the? What was that?
What did you just pull out of the bell?
Oh, it's a new mallet. The mallet was up there. Okay, ring it, Fabian. Ring the bell, man. There we go. The market's now officially closed.
It wasn't closed before.
No. 401. So right there. Thank you, Fabian, for doing that. Oh, no. I think it must have been that so it doesn't keep banging back and forth.
Well, that makes
like a sound barrier.
That's actually logical. Me, I didn't
smarter than I look, obviously.
Exactly.
Right there. Chilean nightmare, man. That you just saw him for the first time.
With the toque. He wears a toque every single day in here. It could be 30 degrees. It could be like 5 degrees. It doesn't really matter.
All right, the real bell is back. I'm making that announcement right now. We're going to ring the real bell at open. We're going to ring the real bell at close, or we're not. We're going to figure that out tomorrow.
No, we're ringing the bell. If we have a bell, we're ringing it.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking might as well do that.
I didn't know we
Why
had
don't we
it
just
back.
keep it there? Is that what distance is that? Like, am I going to run into that if I don't notice it? Like, how high?
Well, if Sia runs away.
Adair, go stand there. Go stand.
If anyone's statistically likely to injure themselves on the bell, it's definitely me.
Yeah, because you're going back and forth. Yeah. Let me see. Maybe we can put up. Oh, that is going to be head height.
High.
Oh yeah, that. Oh, boom. Okay.
You're fine.
Okay, Adair. Let's
walk it.
Hard. I just know myself.
Go around.
Yeah. All right, we'll figure it out. Helmets, someone just said we need helmets. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, let's put that up because I know the way.
Put helmets on, we got problems.
Adair's very focused. Like she goes back and forth in that hallway, and like I could see, myself or Adair or somebody. Okay, let's put that move up there. Okay, thank you so much, man. It's 4:02. We had a great day. Tomorrow we're going to stay late for the Intel earnings.
Yes.
So get ready for that one. It's a pretty dangerous drive home. I know you're taking the TTC and
I get a haircut
and you're gonna get a haircut. Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, you got. Hopefully, you phone him or text him or whatever.
No, I won't message him.
It's pretty. It didn't stop snowing, I don't think, all day.
Oh,
so
seriously?
yeah, so it's pretty good outside there. All right, man. Good day. We'll be talking
Maybe
tomorrow.
he messaged me.
We had a lot of news today, and I feel like it's going to be happening tomorrow as well there. Darren, what would you rate today out of 10 for news, like as far as stories? I'm going to say it's like a 9, 8.
In terms of like me being fully occupied with things going on, I'm going to say a 9.5, and I think I only say that because like we had a lot of headlines later in the day, but also there was like a period from like basically 9:30 to like 1 where I could not leave the desk because somebody was talking about something, be it Trump or be it the Supreme Court. So I think with that, it gets a 9.5. But it was fun. I loved it. I'd do it again.
And the market loved it as well. And as you said, my barber literally messaged me. He's like, "Can you come another day? The weather is terrible here." So I'm glad I checked. GameStop.
Yeah, Ryan Cohen buying more GameStop shares. GameStop up 5%.
Yeah. It's like what is it? It was 5 years ago, almost to the week that the memes mess started.
Okay, well, good. That's good to know. Yeah, go watch Dumb Money. And be back with us tomorrow at 8 a.m. So for everybody here, thanks to Dara, Sia, Ramin, Fabian, Andre, some guy named Brendan, and
who?
What was that other guy's name? Sharif, that's what it was. Thank you to everybody.
Shout out to Obi.
Yeah, shout out to Obi, and shout out to Joe today. He's watching, and he'll feel better well, not feel better, he'll recover and be back in the desk ASAP. Oh, he's feeling great, but he'll be back in the desk ASAP. All right, I got to get out of here, and so do you guys. Ciao till tomorrow.
Peace.